Chapter 1. No one cared about me for 3 years, but I became a rich man known to the whole world in one day. The bride price is 288,000 yuan, not a cent less. I don't care about money, I just want to see how important I am in your eyes. If you buy a house, you have to put my name on it. Your parents can't come over to live here because I'm used to being naked at home, which is inconvenient. But my parents have to come over because it's not easy for them to raise me since I was a child. As for the car, it has to be at least a Mercedes C-Class. My best friend drives a Mercedes E300. I know you don't have that much money, so I've lowered my requirements for you. Inside the Blue Sky restaurant, Chen Yuan looked at the girl who was about to marry him, and suddenly felt strange. Han Meiqi. The goddess he had a crush on during college. After graduation, we kept in touch. But he has always been the one actively pursuing the other person. You will only know it during the pursuit process. Holiday gift packages are a must. The first cup of milk tea in autumn can be drunk until winter. In order to have a delicious meal, you have to run to the east suburbs early in the morning to queue up. When he receives a phone call in the middle of the night, he rushes out to buy supper for his goddess. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Plus a credit card overdraft of 2,000 yuan every month. All spent on the goddess. After half a year of hard work, we Haven Tea even held hands. The pressure from the credit card also made Chen Yuan breathless. I have to work during the day and work as a part-time driver at night. After finally getting a break, I still go to Meituan to earn extra money. I can barely pay off my credit card overdraft. When you are ready to give up. Goddess Han Meiqi sent a message. It brought him back to full health and renewed his hope. It was this piece of information that made him run over excitedly. Listen to the unreasonable conditions put forward by the other party. Hey, did you hear what I said, Chen Yuan? Yeah, I'm listening. I'm always listening. Then why didn't you react? You should be able to meet all the conditions I just mentioned, right? I heard that your parents are farming in the countryside, and your father is working as a bricklayer at a construction site, so they earn some money every year. Plus, you've been working part-time and living frugally over the past few years, so you should have some money, right? Han Meiqi asked with an indifferent look on her face. No more. Chen Yuan slowly lowered his head. I fiddled with my phone and looked at the message from Han Meiqi. I want to get married. It was these 5 words that made Chen Yuan, who had already been disheartened, run over happily again. If you just spend money on the other person. At worst, he could just take on a few more jobs and barely satisfy Han Meiqi's material desires. But he spent money and put his heart into it. But I saw the goddess of my dreams getting into the car of a bald old boy in his 60s. Until now, he has been deceiving himself. I must have seen it wrong. So here he comes. What did you just say? It's gone. What's the meaning? Let me tell you, Chen Yuan, this message was sent to a group of people. Han Meiqi took out her cell phone and shook it, tilting her head with a look of contempt. Looks pretty low. But I'm the only one here. Chen Yuan still kept his head down. Ha, Chen Yuan, did I give you face? I'm telling you, I'm angry now, and this marriage won't happen. Don't come to see me again. Han Meiqi originally just wanted to scare Chen Yuan. And she really wanted to get married. Find an honest man to marry. After all, she has been in the business for so many years, and she has already seen through the stinky men around her. The wealthy second generation didn't even treat her as a human being. Rich old men are even more shrewd. I want to be a mistress, but I don't have the brains for it. After thinking about it, the only person who has remained unchanged to me for so many years is Chen Yuan, the dog. Although the economic conditions are poor, at least he is obedient. After getting married, she has the final say, and as for material things, she can find some rich second generations to satisfy herself. After all, those guys all have very unique hobbies. That is, I like to have sex with married women. Then let's not get married. Chen Yuan also took a deep breath and then stood up. He has accepted his fate. After all, he couldn't afford to support a woman like Han Meiqi even if they really got married. What's more, he was already very tired. Even if he overdraws his life to make money, he can never satisfy the speed at which this woman spends money. A little bit unsatisfactory. I'm afraid that even after marriage, the cuckold will be clearly seen wearing the green hat. As a veteran loser, he became more sober at this moment. He can be a bootlicker and can make sacrifices for the goddess, but he can't spend money to buy an 8-hand car. And these 8 previous owners still have the keys. It can be opened at any time. What did you say, Chen Yuan? Say it again if you have the guts. Han Meichi just picked up her bag and was ready to leave. I plan to leave Chen Yuan alone for a week, and then he will naturally come and kneel down and lick my ass. But when hearing these words, Han Meichi's face showed disbelief. There is even a feeling. A man who was under her control seemed to be out of her control. Gradually losing. Gap. My heart was originally filled to the brim, but suddenly it was empty. I said, if you don't want to get married, then don't get married. I'm a little tired and just want to go back and have a good sleep. Chen Yuan slowly raised his head and took a deep look at the woman he once loved. Then he turned and left. Chen Yuan, you are a loser, a stinking loser, a pathetic creature that no woman likes. You are only fit to land with your left and right hands. Han Meichi's roar came from behind. Chen Yuan had already lit a cigarette and was walking out, ignoring the strange looks from people around him. Turn left and walk 1 street. It's getting dark. A row of small pink lights on the roadside have lit up. Come on, handsome guy, 198 yuan allows you to experience the wife that others take home for 288,000 yuan. It's worth the money, what a bargain. The girl from the foot massage shop next door, who hadn't earned a penny yet, waved at Chen Yuan with a flattering smile on her face. I almost tore the clothes on my chest to pieces, but I still tried my best to show them to him. Just based on this. She is 10,000 times better than that scheming bitch Han Meichi. If you spend 200 yuan to treat Han Meichi to a meal, she will call you a stingy person and tell you to get lost. But if you spend 200 yuan in a foot massage parlor, the girls will just call you handsome boss. I wish I could hold you in my arms. This moment. He realized. I work so hard during the day and have to work part-time at night. I almost had a cerebral hemorrhage due to exhaustion. What is the point of working so hard to make money? It's not just about treating the goddess to a meal, buying cosmetics, luxury goods, and then saying thank you to you. What happened to foot massage? Foot massage is also a way. The method is also the law. Especially when Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and walked into the footbath shop. Only then did I understand a truth. Before, he thought the fairy was on Earth, but in fact, the fairy was in the private room. Rows of tall girls stood in front of me. I just changed into a clean bathrobe, lay on the wide sofa, and rested my head in the arms of female technician number 18. This moment is the land of tenderness. Is he washing feet? No, no, no. It is walking in the mud of the world, squeezing away the edges and misfortunes that have been smoothed out by time. At first, Chen Yuan thought today was just an ordinary night. Until she stood in the private room carrying her suitcase, like a flower nurtured by the clear spring in the mountains. For Chen Yuan, it's just washing his feet. But for her it might be a ticket to return home for the new year. It is a down jacket to keep out the cold winter, a terminally ill mother, a runaway father, a younger brother who goes to school, and a broken self. The autumn wind knows my feelings, it is gentle and affectionate, my love starts and ends with the clock, and it makes me feel uneasy. At that moment, Chen Yuan looked into her eyes blatantly. Those shy eyes with a smile seemed to be able to see through her soul. Especially, her warm smile, handsome, do you want to add more time? Chen Yuan couldn't resist and snapped his fingers. Add. Some people say that even though there are 3,000 diseases in the world, only lovesickness cannot be cured. Even if there is a desire to leave, add some time to ease the sorrow. Chen Lu can no longer tell whether it is vulgar or elegant, so he can only keep adding extra time. Bite. The Grandmaster's holographic scanning system has been activated. The purpose of this system, don't miss good girls, don't waste bad girls. Chen Yuan was overjoyed when he heard this. System. Life cheat is here. It really is a system. Chen Yuan was ecstatic and shouted in his heart, damn it, it's been so many years. Why did you come just now? The system can be activated by purchasing for women with gold charm level. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yuan felt an iris scan appear in front of his eyes. Instinctively, he looked at the technician lady in front of him. Chapter 2, Angry Date with School Beauty Goddess Su Yao. The technician's information popped up and appeared before my eyes. Name, Ma Shufan. Age, 33. Charm, silver. Emotional experience, 108 romances. Note, obstetrics and gynecology points can be exchanged for refrigerators. What the hell? 108 times. Good job. If we get together, we can even shoot a new version of Outlaws of the Marsh. So she looks quite pure on the surface. The real tricks are played behind the scenes. What surprised Chen Yuan the most was that the system's scanning was really powerful. All the details and even the notes are very detailed. Handsome, do you want more? When she said this, her face was full of expectation. Are you kidding? I do think that money is inconvenient. Well, beauty, it's not convenient today. Bye. Chen Yuan dodged and fell to the ground, put on his slippers and prepared to run away. Hey, handsome, what are you talking about? We have a secret door here. And I will definitely make you feel that it's value for money, handsome guy. When she said this, the young lady actually took off her clothes. A white suspender emerges. Chen Yuan just took a sip of water and sprayed it out. The hand behind his back had already grasped the door handle. Look at this situation. The younger brother of the female technician number 18 is short of money for school, and her parents' condition must have worsened. Otherwise, he wouldn't reveal such a desire for money. I must get this big order from him. I see, handsome boy, do you like role-playing? Want to play the role of an agent who refuses to obey? Tell me quickly, where are your missiles hidden? The young lady actually pounced on him with extremely skillful monkey-picking Peach's movements, which scared Chen Yuan so much that he knocked the door over. Flee out. I finally ran to the hall and took a quick look. The young ladies who were taking a break were all sitting on the sofa. The clothes are also very cool. Chen Yuan glanced over. There is no object that can reach the gold level of charm. After paying the bill at the front desk, he left the store in a hurry. It's already evening. There were not many people on the street. Chen Yuan also wanted to test the activation system. But there is not a single woman with golden level charm on the street. He had no choice but to take out his cell phone. Start looking for contacts and friends. If I remember correctly. He also had the contact information of Su Yaoyao, the most beautiful girl in the college. Because the express company had delivered a package to Su Yaoyao before, and it was from her unit. In order to receive the express delivery conveniently and quickly, the other party added his contact information. Soon, Chen Yuan found Su Yaoyao's WeChat. I clicked on the avatar and took a look. Suddenly, the system iris scans the photo. Soon the information came out. Name, Su Yaoyao. Age, 26. Charm, gold. Emotional experience, 2 times. Note, a perfectionist, with a strong desire for material things, but sticking to the bottom line. See this series of information tips. Chen Yuan licked his lips. He opened the chat box, found the red envelope, and then he thought of a reason. So I just sent 7 yuan over. At least try first to see if the system can be activated. What is the status after activation? If a large amount of money is transferred and the other party receives it, but the system refuses to pay, then the loss will be huge. After sending the red envelope, Chen Yuan took a taxi and went straight to his rented apartment. About 10 minutes later, the first thing Chen Yuan did when he returned to the rental house was to lie on the bed and take out his cell phone. In the past, he didn't dare to send a message to Su Yaoyao so late. After all, before this, it was a great honor for him that the other party could add his WeChat. Moreover, at that time, with his inferiority complex, he simply treated the other party as a customer. There is absolutely no other YY thoughts. But now it's different. Now there is a system. As long as it is activated, that will be his chance to make a comeback. Just at this moment, the school beauty replied to the message. You didn't sleep at night. I thought there was a courier. Why did you send me a red envelope? Chen Yuan felt a little excited after seeing this. The hands holding the phone began to tremble. I quickly edited the message and replied. I just want to treat you to a cup of milk tea, take it. The message has just been sent. The other party first responded with an embarrassed expression of wiping sweat. I thought it was something else, thank you very much. Then the other party received the red envelope. It was also at this moment. A system prompt sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding, consumption successful, congratulations to the host for activating the Grandmaster system. All expenses for girls with gold level charm can be paid with the love fund. During the binding period, the exchange ratio of recharged love funds is 1 to 10,000 yuan. Current love fund is 0. By binding the love goddess target, the emotional value is increased by 90 passionate love. All the consumption funds on the love goddess will be returned. Raise the love goddess's emotional value to 100 points. I will not marry anyone but you to receive a reward from the god of love. Or should I spend money on women? Didn't our ancestors say that money is for women to look at, not to spend? Chen Yuan suddenly felt that this system was a bit unreliable. I even want to open the anti-fraud app. Correction, once the ancestors' money is spent, it is really gone, but the money spent by the host can be returned in cash. If the host is not satisfied, the system can be disconnected and bound to the real ancestor of picking up girls. Depend on. He was anxious. Although Chen Yuan was a little hesitant, he still tried to recharge $1. Ding. The balance of the love fund is 10,000 yuan. Oh shit. Is this true or false? Exchange for 10,000 yuan? Looks so awesome. I just don't know whether it's true or not. Could it be happy beans? Just when he was full of doubts, Su Yaoyao actually sent a contemptuous expression. Will you treat me to a glass of honey snow in the middle of the night? You are so stingy. I thought you were rich, but you ordered milk tea for me in the middle of the night. You should keep this money for yourself. Then the other party actually sent back a red envelope of 7 yuan. Chen Yuan instantly felt his scalp tingling with embarrassment. He pulled the sheets under his toes into a human shape. However, there is one thing to be happy about. That is, you can feel that Su Yaoyao is not uninterested in money. It just feels too little. If you think about it carefully, it's true. It's not easy to treat the goddess to a cup of milk tea. Then handed over a cup of Mishue Bingchang? It's not that Mishue Ice City is bad. But in the eyes of the proud goddess, it would be a huge loss of status if she accepted it. What to do? Change someone. But I finally found a gold-level consumer. And Chen Yuan's dusty heart has begun to stir. Especially when he saw Su Yaoyao's profile picture, he licked his lips. A little excited. It's you. Don't be angry, I'll take care of the milk tea this month. Chen Yuan sent a message. Make sure you haven't been blocked. He heaved a sigh of relief and directly entered a transfer amount of 10,000 yuan. 10,000 WeChat transfer. Done. The system didn't deceive itself. This thing can really be used to transfer cash. And it's so convenient. Just recharge directly. 1 yuan can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. Even recharging happy beans is not as satisfying as this. However, the system just reminded that this love fund can only be used to spend on the bound love goddess target. I can't get out of it at all. Even if it is transferred, it is just a blank check. But as long as you can increase the emotional value to 90 points, you can get the cash back. Spend money on women, then make money. This is simply a win-win situation. When he thought of this, Chen Yuan excitedly rushed in 1,000 yuan. The love fund instantly became 8 figures. A full 10 million. Oh shit. Awesome. I have never seen so much money in my life. It can buy his life. Chapter 3, Dream Linkage with the Black Silk School Beauty. I don't know whether this 10 million will be spent on Su Yaoyao. Can you get the favor of the goddess? At this time, Chen Yuan had already started to fantasize deeply. This is the school beauty. She is so many times better than his blind date girlfriend Han Meichi. You can spend money and get the appreciation and love of the goddess. This great thing could only happen in a novel. As a senior reader, he can only see the protagonist, Goddess Yu, through the text on the screen. Post a comment to feel a little involved. But now he has become the protagonist, and the gears of fate begin to turn. At the same time, the other side. Also in the rental house, Su Yaoyao, who was lying on the bed and browsing the luxury goods app, had already set her eyes on a bag worth 18,000 yuan. Then he sent the link to the rich people in his address book. But there has been no response. I can't bear to spend the money to buy it. But the more I watch it, the more I like it. Whenever she receives a WeChat message alert, she opens it with joy. When you see various group messages, WeChat sports, and messages popping up from public accounts, she sighed again with disappointment. Just when I put my phone down and was about to go to sleep, I bought this bag in my dream. WeChat tips. She quickly picked up her phone and opened it. It turned out to be a transfer reminder. Su Yaoyao bit her lips gently, her heart was moved, and she began to speculate in her mind. Could it be Mr. Wang? It's still that university professor. Su Yaoyao opened WeChat with great joy, only to find that the wealthy bosses at the top of her messages had not replied at all. Then she scrolled down. The first transfer information at the top was actually from Chen Yuan? How could it be him? What a bummer. This stinky loser is not sleeping at night. What's wrong with him? It made me wait in vain. I had originally planned to turn off my phone and go to sleep, but I couldn't get angry no matter what Yaoyao said. Those rich bosses are more shrewd than each other, and they are the kind of people who won't release the eagle until they see the rabbit. If there is no other option, I can only agree to the dinner invitation from Mr. Wang. She loves that bag so much. The so-called cure for all diseases, just one look at it made Su Yaoyao completely sleepless. Finally making a decision, Su Yaoyao was ready to send a message to Mr. Wang. But at this moment, Chen Yuan sent 2 new messages. What? Fell asleep. No need to transfer money. After seeing these 2 messages, Su Yaoyao felt impatient. Then I opened the chat box, planning to curse and vent my anger. Block him again. But just as I entered, I saw the transfer above the 2 messages. There are actually 10,000. Su Yaoyao counted it carefully and it was indeed 10,000. Is this loser crazy? A courier working very hard may not be able to save that much money in 2 months. He actually wants to act like the boss in front of me. He. However, the money has already been given, so don't waste it. Dealing with this loser is much easier than dealing with that Mr. Wang. Then she started typing on the keyboard with both hands. Sent a message. On the other side, Chen Yuan was almost falling asleep from waiting. The WeChat notification sound made him open his eyes. Finally, I got the news from the school beauty goddess. Are you rich? The other party did not take the money immediately, but did not refuse it either. This message is just a test. I want to see if there are any additional conditions after receiving the money. I guess so. I accidentally won the lottery. By the way, can you please take the money? Accept my apology? Chen Yuan sent 3 messages in succession. The other party replied immediately. Su Yaoyao, is there a condition? Chen Yuan smiled, quickly edited the message and sent it. The condition is to ask for forgiveness. The moment the message was sent, the other party first sent a smiling emoticon. The other party received a transfer from you. Seeing the message prompt, a smug smile appeared on Chen Yuan's face. In my mind, Su Yaoyao's information has been updated. Name, Su Yaoyao. Age, 26. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm, gold 5 stars, full 5 stars. Occupation, jewelry sales. Advantages, brushed kiss. Emotional value, 10 points slightly intersecting. Emotional experience, 2 times. God of Love reward, physical enhancement available to lovers when the emotion value reaches 100 points. Chen Yuan's attention has always been focused on the reward from the God of Love. He already had the answer in his mind. As expected of the school beauty goddess, this reward is really worth looking forward to. For quick cash back, for this embarrassing reward, I don't mind spending any amount of money. What's more, there is the Eros fund to back it up. Done. You are so nice. Just after receiving the money, you give out the nice guy card? It was obvious that the other party did not believe that he had won the lottery. Chen Yuan opened the transfer again. 50,000 WeChat transfer. 50,000 WeChat transfer. Just divide 100,000 into 2 payments. Spend some money and get some cool stuff. This thing is like fireworks. The more you put them, the more beautiful the sky will be. The more it can touch people's hearts. On the other side, Su Yaoyao saw the 2 large transfers and instantly came to her senses. He quickly climbed out of bed and sat up. He even rubbed his eyes. Are you sure you're not hallucinating? Could it be possible that this guy really won the lottery? Still suffering from a terminal illness. Chen Yuan on the other side suddenly sneezed. I was still thinking in my heart, Could it be that the goddess Xiaohua was repeating my name again? What are you doing? Really got rich? Su Yaoyao, somewhat excited, sent 2 messages in succession. Instead of receiving the transfer immediately. She is worthy of being the school beauty goddess with golden stars. It means being able to keep calm. And still very calm. Not blinded by money. Is it necessary to lie? Because I won the lottery, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep at night. I wanted to be a money-giving boy. Are you sure you don't want to answer? Chen Yuan sent a message again. And it was added that it was a voluntary gift with no additional conditions. Su Yaoyao was delighted when she saw it. I accepted 2 large transfers with excitement. Originally, I lost sleep all night just because of a bag. It's okay now. You can buy 5. I feel so good. Why are you so nice to me, old classmate? You are not. Seeing these 2 messages, Chen Yuan smiled slightly. The fox's tail finally came out. This is totally fishing. If Chen Yuan showed his pursuit attitude now, then you will be completely controlled by the other party. Next, start spending money. But this is exactly the result Chen Yuan wanted, eliminating the need for preparation and trouble. Yes, I have admired you for a long time. Are you free tomorrow to have dinner? In the past, Chen Yuan would never have dared to make such an invitation. What I fear most is the embarrassment of being rejected. Over time, inferiority complex is formed. But now it's different, there is the Eros fund provided by the system as a backing. There are also cashback and Eros rewards that are attractive. Just be reckless. If you don't even have this little confidence, you're just a waste. Even if the system does not disconnect. Will also be scolded to death by readers. The biggest poison point. Su Yaoyao is very conflicted. I don't want to agree, but I can't bear to refuse. So I asked. Who are they? Chen Yuan, just the 2 of us. If you feel unsafe, you can also call your sisters or colleagues. Su Yaoyao, stop joking, can you still eat me? Please tell me the location. Chen Yuan, you decide, I don't mind. Su Yaoyao, Vientiane City. Solve. It was very easy to get a date with the school beauty goddess. Chen Yuan rubbed his face excitedly. Really? There is no problem that money can't solve. If any. That means there is not enough money. Now that he has the system, he has the greatest confidence. He had just experienced his girlfriend's dislike in a breakup, and the emotional setback brought him to the bottom. But now, the good life begins. In the past, people would be hanged on a crooked tree. Now that you have the system, you will soon have a sea of flowers and a jungle. How could he not be excited? With infinite longing, his head tilted, but he did not die, but fell asleep happily. In the dream, I have started to interact with the goddess. Chapter 4. Now that I have money, of course I have to let my little brother eat something good. Wait until you wake up the next day. Chen Yuan directly hung up the call from the female boss of the company. Who cares about her when there is already a system? After a quick wash and some random clothes, I went out and took the bus straight to my destination. Vientiane City. They soon arrived at the square, and Chen Yuan saw Su Yaoyao standing under the billboard at a glance. She is dressed very sexy. A black mini dress outlines her graceful figure, perfectly showing off her slender waist and long legs. Wrapped in a pair of black stockings. The V-neck design of the skirt cleverly embellishes her collarbone, and the slightly exposed cleavage adds a touch of mature charm. The small bow decoration on the shoulder injects a touch of sweetness into the overall look and complements her delicate face. Most importantly, she wore light makeup, but very delicate. It's obvious that she has been dressed up. Women will only dress themselves up carefully when they have something very important to do or are meeting someone very important. Wherever he stands, he becomes the most beautiful scenery in the square. Passers-by, both men and women, couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. There was even a bald guy who was so busy looking at the beauties that he bumped into a telephone pole when he turned back. There was only a loud bang. Yeah. Good start. At this time. Chen Yuan. Su Yaoyao called out and walked towards Chen Yuan. The 2 met. She's already beautiful without makeup, and she's even more stunning with makeup on. Chen Yuan gave a sincere compliment. It also came out of my mouth. It was only now that he realized that he could speak eloquently. It's so natural to praise others. It's like her little mouth is covered in honey. Thank you for the compliment though. Su Yaoyao smoothed her hair, with a sweet smile on her face. His eyes have already started to look at Chen Yuan. He was wearing white Huili sneakers, washed-out jeans, and a cheap t-shirt. The hair is also messy. Looks a bit scruffy. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a wealthy man who can easily transfer 110,000 yuan. Could it be that I really won the prize? Nouveau riche mentality. This also made Su Yaoyao curious about how much money Chen Yuan won. But after winning the prize and having money, shouldn't the first thing you do is change your clothes? At least get a good car. But she saw with her own eyes that Chen Yuan was walking towards her. Could it be that I was cheated by this guy? He didn't win the prize at all, he was just trying to pretend to be rich. Or maybe he really has a terminal illness. He took out all his savings before he died, just to take advantage of her? When she thought of this, Su Yaoyao already felt regretful. I even wanted to turn around and leave. The more I think about it, the more depressed I feel. A feeling of disgust arose. And Chen Yuan had no idea what the campus belle of Suzhou University was thinking. If I knew. I'm afraid I'll die on the spot. How about we stop standing here and go walk around the mall? If you're thirsty, I'll treat you to coffee. Chen Yuan's face was full of bright smiles, and he made a gesture of invitation. When Su Yaoyao heard this, her heart moved. This is a good opportunity. It is inevitable to spend money when entering a shopping mall. Why not just take him for a tour of the jewelry district where I work? See if he really took out a loan to consume. Or already penniless. If that's the case, there's nothing to say. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best one. Okay. Thinking this in her mind, Su Yaoyao agreed. Then the two of them walked into the mall. I remember that your workplace is in the jewelry section in front. Chen Yuan pointed to area A and asked casually. Yes. It's better to go around it, otherwise it's easy for colleagues to see it, which is very embarrassing. After Su Yaoyao finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Chen Yuan. The reason I said this is because I wanted to see Chen Yuan's reaction. If he really wants to go around it, it means that his pockets are really clean than his face. If he doesn't go around it, it also means that he is eager to prove himself. Why go around? We're just shopping anyway. I just happened to be passing by. If you like anything, you can pick it up. I'll pay for it for you. I have to say, when any man says I will pay for you, they will add extra charm. Even if this person is too ugly. What's more, Chen Yuan looks good, with fair and clean skin. It's just that the clothes look very simple. Nor did he take care of himself. It seems very ordinary. Really? Su Yaoyao asked in surprise after hearing this. Especially when I saw Chen Yuan's calm expression. Not a bit of panic, but with a hint of anticipation? It didn't seem like a perfunctory response, and she began to feel suspicious. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Is this true? More authentic than the jewelry you sell. Chen Yuan spread his hands and said with a smile. Seeing him so confident and calm, without any sign of backing down. Su Yaoyao gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Anyway, we have already started the test, so we must test it to the end. Otherwise, how can I be willing? If I guessed wrong, I would miss out on a man with millions of dollars. Thinking of this, Su Yaoyao smiled sweetly. He even took the initiative to approach Chen Yuan. Must be controlled. The moment our arms touched. It was a strange feeling, as if an electric current was running through my body. Even the faint fragrance emanating from the other person drifted into the nose. Instead, Chen Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. His face suddenly turned red all the way to his ears. He has been single since birth and finally met Han Meichi, but after being together for such a long time, he has never even touched her hand. I don't have the courage at all. But nowadays, beautiful schoolgirls take the initiative to approach and greet you with a smile. What kind of treatment is this? Chen Yuan could even feel his heart pounding. Especially along this journey. All the men passing by looked at him with surprise. That look seemed to be saying, where did I lose? After all, with Chen Yuan's current attire, he looks sloppy and it's really out of place standing next to the beautiful schoolgirl Su Yaoyao. It even seems a bit dazzling. It creates a huge contrast. This has caused doubts in the minds of more people. Why do women nowadays, especially the prettier ones, like to be with losers? Are cabbages so easy to grow nowadays? At this time, Chen Yuan was also staring at Su Yaoyao beside him. That scorching gaze seemed to melt people. Su Yaoyao felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. What are you looking at? Look at you. Chen Yuan is very honest. It almost came out of his mouth. You haven't seen enough after watching for so long? Su Yaoyao thought, wait a minute, what if your true colors are revealed? If you look at me for one more second, I'll dig your eyes out. A lifetime of watching is not enough. Hearing Chen Yuan's loser tone, Su Yaoyao did not resist, and even felt a little happy in her heart. Considering the transfer last night, she couldn't just show a bad face. That's a full 110,000. If you make this guy unhappy, ask for it back. Wouldn't it be a waste of her time and mood? Thinking of this, Su Yaoyao actually moved closer to Chen Yuan again. She even gently put her hand around Chen Yuan's arm. This made Chen Yuan's body tremble. Feeling the strangeness coming from my arm. Suddenly I was distracted. The intimate actions between the two made the eyes of the male compatriots passing by almost pop out. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Even the men who accompanied their girlfriends shopping had an expression of disbelief. Some people even smiled disdainfully. But Chen Yuan ignored it. The two soon arrived at the jewelry area. Chen Yuan's heart was completely restless. Chapter 5. The beautiful young woman is sending her flirtatious glances. Jewelry District. Most of the items on the left side are gold and jade. On the right are some diamond jewelry series. There are also many luxuries in the middle area. When they passed by a Laofeng Xian gold shop, the two stopped. There were 3 or 5 female saleswomen in uniform suits standing in front of the counter. Black stockings, red soles, and black high heels are standard. One of them was a young woman who looked to be in her 30s, with the store manager's badge hanging on her chest. When he saw Su Yaoyao and Chen Yuan standing in front of the counter, he took the initiative to come over. He even asked with a surprised look on his face, Yaoyao, aren't you taking a break today? I'm here shopping with my boyfriend. As she said this, the young woman's gaze was like an X-ray, sweeping over Chen Yuan from head to toe. Suddenly, there was a strange look in his eyes. Because there is nothing special about him from head to toe. You know, those men who came to see Yaoyao before were all wearing branded clothes. So she felt very confused. How did Yaoyao get involved with such people? And you brought it to the store. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by your colleagues? Sister Lily, you misunderstood. This is my classmate from college. His name is Chen Yuan. He used to deliver express to our store. Before Chen Yuan's strength was confirmed, this kind of misunderstanding must not happen, so Su Yaoyao hurriedly explained. It can be regarded as a brief introduction to both parties. As for Chen Yuan, he just glanced at Sister Lily indifferently. Flirty, mature and plump. Although a little older, but in good condition. They had met before, but the other party had long forgotten him. So that's how it is. So what are you doing in the store? Sister Lily asked curiously. I'm definitely not here to consume. Because there is not a single characteristic of a noble or wealthy person in Chen Yuan. But fortunately, Sister Lily did not show any disgust or contempt. Instead, Chen Yuan felt a little surprised. Because I've heard before that these salesgirls have very high standards. Even the customers dare to laugh at me. Each of them is like a boss, even though they are just employees. But after interacting with more rich people, just forget your own identity. The golden light emitted by the gold jewelry on the counter seemed to have given them a layer of gold. Maybe it's because I came here with Yaoyao. That's why they were not treated differently. I just came to take a look, Sister Lily, don't worry about us, you can go and do your work first. Su Yaoyao said hurriedly. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Sister Lily. After all, she can't see through Chen Yuan now. He looks poor and destitute, no different from a loser. But he always has a strong sense of self-confidence. Oh, fine. Just take a look. I'll be busy now. Sister Lily nodded and agreed. Then go and entertain the customers. But he still looked towards Su Yaoyao and Chen Yuan from time to time. I have always been in charge of this counter. They are all ancient gold jewelry, which are more expensive than other crafts. For example, this bracelet is only 40 grams, but according to the current gold price, it is 16,800. But because of the ancient craftsmanship, the craftsmanship fee for this bracelet will increase by 150 yuan per gram. Su Yaoyao pulled Chen Yuan to a counter. I introduced one of the ancient gold bracelets here with my finger. It can be seen that she seems very interested. Although gold may be a little tacky, it is a stable investment. If Su Yaoyao were to spend her own money, she would definitely buy some high-end luxury items. But if someone else buys it, she is not picky. Oh, you like it? Chen Yuan stared at it and asked casually. Of course I like it. No girl can refuse gold and jewelry. It's just too expensive. With my salary, I have to go without food or drink for 2 months to buy it. Su Yaoyao spread her hands and shrugged her shoulders. She didn't ask for it directly. Because that seems too low. It was just a gold bracelet worth more than 20,000 yuan, so she wouldn't really try to please anyone. I can afford it myself. If you like it, buy it. But I think the craftsmanship of this ancient bracelet is too expensive, and the premium is too high. It's unnecessary. Chen Yuan's previous words made Su Yaoyao's eyes light up. But the next sentence. Her eyes dimmed again in an instant. This reason is too lame. She could even imagine that Chen Yuan would pick out a small weight ring or bracelet to satisfy her. Although I feel a little disappointed inside. But she still nodded obediently. No matter what, it was given by Chen Yuan, so it is also gold. What is more, there was the 110,000 yuan transfer last night. As a human being, while you can be greedy, you should also have a long-term vision. That's right, I just said it, the traditional jewelry craftsmanship is too expensive. Why not just forget it? Su Yaoyao had just finished saying this. Chen Yuan had already arrived at the counter where Sister Lily was. He just pointed at the ordinary craftsmanship gold jewelry inside. If you want to buy something, buy these. Just think of it as an investment. Excuse me, Sister Lily, take all these out and help me pack them. When Chen Yuan said this, not only Sister Lily, but even Su Yaoyao widened her beautiful eyes. I thought I heard it wrong. In the counter that Chen Yuan pointed to, there were at least 10 bracelets and dozens of rings. Even a dozen bracelets. Chen Yuan, you are not kidding, right? Stop teasing me, okay? Su Yaoyao came back to her senses, came in front of Chen Yuan, and gently hit him on the shoulder with her hand. I'm not kidding. Didn't I just say it? Just treat it as an investment. If you encounter difficulties one day, selling this gold can help you get through it smoothly. This is also a disguised form of protection. Chen Yuan said with a smile. This moment. Regardless of whether what he said was true or false. Su Yaoyao was really touched. Well, then, I'm serious about this. You said you would buy them all for me. Su Yaoyao was a little excited, her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Of course, a man's word is his bond. Buy it. Chen Yuan waved his hand generously. But Sister Lily next to her shook her head. This is too much boasting. The most important thing is that it is very tiring. If you take out all the jewelry on the counter and then you can't pay when the time comes, the most you can do is curse at the other party. But aren't they the ones who are in trouble in the end? Sister Lily, thank you for your hard work. Weigh these for me. Calculate how much it is. Su Yaoyao turned around and came to the counter, stuck out her tongue cutely, and said in a coquettish tone. Well, okay, are you sure you want to buy all of these? Sister Lily sighed. I really can't understand it. Yaoyao looks quite smart. Why did I act so stupid today? It's obvious at first glance that this guy is a poor guy, and he exudes a poor vibe all over his body. Why do you believe whatever he says? But since Yaoyao had already spoken, she couldn't really refuse. After all, Yaoyao is the best-selling product in our store. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a sweet mouth. She is so fair. She is also a model in the store, and her hands look even more beautiful with jewelry on. That's why we have so many repeat customers. Yes, let's buy them all. Mr. Chen will pay. Su Yaoyao laughed. Then Sister Lily called all the other employees and colleagues over. Start organizing the jewelry on that counter. I saw those female employees, all of them were typing on their computers with reluctance on their faces. As each piece of jewelry is put into the gift box. Sister Lily calculated it quickly. Yao Yao, it's settled. 12 bracelets, 17 rings, and 9 bracelets, totaling 560,000. After hearing this, Yao Yao turned around and looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan just took out his cell phone and scanned the other party's payment code. Ding! 560,000 yuan has been received in Alipay. Chapter 6, Spend money on the knife handle. Because payment is announced through speakers, accompanied by this sound. Everyone around, including Yao Yao's female colleagues and several female customers who were choosing jewelry. All of them suddenly raised their heads at this moment. There was surprise on his face. Who is so rich? It's so natural. They are still choosing over and over again for a piece of jewelry that costs thousands of dollars. They have already bought a counter directly. I watched as piece of jewelry was packed one by one, filling up more than a dozen shopping bags. The eyes of the female customers seemed to be full of peach blossoms, and they all looked at Chen Yuan. I wish I could pounce on him right now. But when they saw Su Yao Yao next to Chen Yuan, they gave up this unreliable idea out of inferiority. As for Sister Lily, at least she has seen the world. There was a flash of shock on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. Ah, I didn't realize that Brother Chen has made a fortune. Delivering packages isn't that profitable. When Sister Lily said this, she actually threw a sister towards Chen Yuan. Ogle. Chen Yuan face shuddered all over from the electric shock. Quickly turned his face away. Oh my god, I love you so much, Chen Yuan. When she heard the payment notification tone, Su Yao Yao finally felt relieved. He hugged Chen Yuan excitedly. This was done in front of Sister Lily and other female colleagues who were envious and jealous. Kissed Chen Yuan on the face. Su Yao Yao's mood value plus 10. The emotion value increased by 10 points so quickly. This is too easy. Chen Yuan was happy, and at the same time, he was reminiscing about the experience with an intoxicated look on his face. This is the feeling I want. Show off and spend money like water. Admired by everyone. Especially being stared at with admiring eyes by the opposite sex. The emotional value of this moment cannot be measured by money. If pretending to be cool is a sin, then Chen Yuan is extremely guilty. If consumption is not for the purpose of showing off, it will be meaningless. At this moment, everyone's opinion of Chen Yuan changed. This scene of consumption. It's simply brilliant. He became the rich husband in the eyes of all women. Sister Lily's eyes were shining. She wished she could turn the whole city upside down to find a backer. Especially someone like Chen Yuan, who is so young and so rich. Jianzhong is 1 in 100. No wonder Yao Yao is with him. How could he be a poor loser? She can believe that Yao Yao doesn't care about appearance or age, but she definitely cares about the other person's financial resources. The economic foundation determines the upper limit of a man's charm. Just like Chen Yuan, who was wearing cheap clothes, instantly became the #1 customer in this store. In the eyes of all the female salespeople, he became a man standing on the shoulders of a male god. Chen Yuan suddenly felt a wave of gazes, as if a scanner was trying to see through him. Obviously wearing clothes. But standing in this store, it feels like being stripped naked. All the women around are flirting. Even Sister Lily at this moment was walking towards him with a gift box in her hand and her plump peaches twirling. He even stuffed the gift box into Chen Yuan's arms with a hint of complaint. Handsome boy, it seems you really made a fortune. This is too generous. Yao Yao is so lucky, unlike us who can only envy you. The resentment in Sister Lily can turn the Great Wall upside down. Chen Yuan cried out in his heart that he couldn't bear it. But he has to bear it even if he can't bear it. After all, his Eros fund is only used to pay for the goddess's consumption. Like Sister Lily, a pretty young woman. Chen Yuan was somewhat interested. But I can't get past the system. If I pay out of my own pocket, I'm afraid I can't even afford a ring. Su Yao Yao, who was standing nearby, saw this and rushed forward to help. Both are women. How could she not see the little thoughts of Sister Lily and her group? Chen Yuan is now her private property. No one can get involved. Sister Lily, it's not easy for Chen Yuan to make money. It took a lot of effort to turn things around and achieve what we have today. I have always advised him to be frugal and not to spend lavishly. He should learn to live a steady and sustainable life. Is that so, Brother Chen Yuan? Su Yao Yao's words not only changed the topic. It also resolved Chen Yuan's embarrassment. when Su Yaoyao's hand naturally crossed Chen Yuan's arm. Yes, I am different from the nouveau riche. Spend your money on the blade, no, on the handle. Let's go and have a look at other houses. How can it be possible with just such a small amount of money? That would be so satisfying. We have to find a way to activate Su Yaoyao's gold-worshipping attribute. Don't be afraid that the other party will be greedy. I'm afraid that the other party will stop the loss in time. Once the desire is aroused, no one can control it. A bunch of astronomical figures came down. Even when Sun Wukong comes, he has to do somersaults. Even when Bull Demon King comes, he has to plow the fields. What about humans? When Su Yaoyao heard this, her heart started beating wildly. My breathing couldn't help but become rapid. After a long drought comes the sweet rain. Su Yaoyao, who has been poor for so long, is almost bewitched by all kinds of jewelry, bags, and cosmetics every day. How could I miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? But don't be too straightforward. Spent 110,000 last night. I brought her here to buy gold jewelry again today and spent more than 500,000 yuan. Looking at this posture, Chen Yuan is still full of confidence. Su Yaoyao couldn't help but start to wonder how much money this rich man had won. Have you thought about it? Chen Yuan asked softly. Su Yaoyao hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. I was thinking about going to LV and Cartier for another round of shopping. Even just buying a small gift will do. However, she is now worried that doing so will make her appear greedy. Leave a bad impression on the other party. You bought so much for me and didn't buy anything for yourself. I want to give you a gift too. It can be said that Su Yaoyao has a high emotional intelligence. She is also good at making men happy. Reciprocity not only shows that she is sensible and intellectual. It can also leave a good impression on others. After all, this is their first date. Give me a present. Chen Yuan thought he had heard it wrong. I remember the last time I received a gift was on my birthday last year. At that time, I had just met Han Meiqi. Several months' salary was spent on the other party. But when it's my birthday, Han Meiqi just gave him a little duck. And I picked it up at the supermarket entrance. Now the school beauty goddess actually offered to give her a gift. I have to say that Chen Yuan still felt a little touched. Of course, I can't let you keep spending money. I would feel bad about that, too. Come with me, I'll buy you a set of clothes. When Su Yaoyao said this, she temporarily stored all the jewelry in the store. Then he took Chen Yuan and walked outside. Sister Lily and others all looked envious. But he shook his head. I wonder when God will give them a rich man. On the other side, the two came to the men's clothing area. Su Yaoyao took Chen Yuan directly into a Versace men's counter. Chen Yuan watched from the side. Su Yaoyao has already started choosing. He kept taking out clothes and pants and trying them on him. About a few minutes later, Su Yaoyao brought a set of casual clothes and a belt. Go and try it, I'll wait for you here. Chen Yuan nodded and took the clothes into the fitting room. He came out soon. Su Yaoyao's eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 7 I wish to win the heart of one person and the kiss of the goddess. After Su Yaoyao's careful selection, Chen Yuan's new image is completely new. His already tall stature and fair complexion looked even more prominent against his new outfit. Now, he is wearing a casual Versace men's suit. The tailored top fits his body perfectly, showing off his slender and strong silhouette. The matching trousers have smooth lines, neither too tight nor too loose, just right to increase the casualness and comfort of the overall look. An exquisite belt is the finishing touch, which not only enhances the grade of the whole outfit, but also adds a sense of maturity and stability to Chen Yuan. After a simple haircut, the hair looks more refreshing and neat. A few strands of hair naturally fall in front of the forehead, injecting a touch of youthful vitality into the slightly serious image. Chen Yuan, standing in front of the fitting mirror, looks more energetic than before, exuding an aura of confidence and composure. This change is not only in appearance, but also in his posture and expression. Shoulders relaxed, steps light, and a faint smile on face. It seems that even the temperament has become more calm and restrained. How is it? Is it okay? Chen Yuan also turned around with a smile on his face. Only then did I realize that Su Yaoyao often looked dazed. After she asked this, he suddenly came to his senses. She just waved to the waitress beside her. Miss, that's it. Just help me throw away my old clothes, and we can wear them and go. Su Yaoyao directly took the card to pay the bill. The total cost was 17,000 yuan. Su Yaoyao has never given so much to any person of the opposite sex before. But I think the money spent on Chen Yuan is worth it. What's more, not counting the gold purchased today, the 110,000 transferred last night alone is enough. Now the two of them look very compatible when walking together. Su Yaoyao was not so embarrassed anymore. She put her arm around Chen Yuan and got closer and closer to him. After buying the gold, let's go to a luxury store. I think that Cartier is nice. Chen Yuan pointed to the counter not far away. But after hearing this, Su Yaoyao suddenly stopped. Still staring at Chen Yuan seriously. What's wrong? Chen Yuan touched his face, but there was nothing. Chen Yuan, you just spent so much money, don't you regret it? This is money you can never earn in your entire life as a courier. Are you so willing to give me flowers? Su Yaoyao lacked a reason. Reasons to consume. From the beginning to now, Chen Yuan seems to be spending money just for the sake of spending money. It seems like it's not really spent for her. Never thought about getting any benefit. Even the simplest body movements were initiated by her. I really can't understand what this guy is thinking. It's hard to understand. The more this happened, the more uneasy Su Yaoyao felt. I have no confidence in spending money. Do you even need to ask that? I definitely like you. I'm not stupid. It's only natural to spend money on someone I love. Chen Yuan said righteously. Su Yaoyao felt very happy when she heard these words. There was even a hint of surprise. Then why didn't I feel it? Su Yaoyao stood there, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the corner of her clothes and twisting it gently. His eyes were a little wandering. He glanced at Chen Yuan from time to time, then quickly looked away, as if he was afraid that he would see his inner anxiety. Her delicate body swayed slightly, and her toes tapped the ground from time to time. This unintentional little movement revealed her nervousness and contradiction at the moment. Her cheeks are slightly flushed and her lips are gently bitten, making her look both cute and pitiful. This couldn't be a simpler hint. There are many ways to win a woman's heart. Chen Yuan has already met the first point, which is spending power. The conditions for formation are in place. Then even a fool knows that what will happen next is definitely further intimate actions. Chen Yuan's heartbeat accelerated and blood flowed rapidly in his body. It almost made him unable to think. He stood there, longing to take a step forward in his heart. But the nervousness made him stand still, like a stone sculpture. Damn it! How come I can't shift gears at the critical moment? Silly boy, do you still want me to do this? Su Yaoyao's voice was soft with a hint of coquettishness. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and tenderness. She couldn't wait any longer and slowly walked towards Chen Yuan. Every step seemed to be stepping on his heartstrings, stirring every nerve in his body. Su Yaoyao gently stood on tiptoes, stretched out her jade-white hands, and gently held Chen Yuan's cheeks. Her movements were light and graceful, as if she was afraid of disturbing the tranquility of the moment. Then, she gently left a kiss on his lips. Chen Yuan lowered his head and gave her a deep kiss. It lasted for a long time. Almost suffocated. After the end. Do you feel it now? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. At this moment, Su Yaoyao was almost suffocating. My mind went blank. Her delicate body was a little shaky. She lay in Chen Yuan's arms, raised her little fist and punched him. How annoying. Can't you be a little gentler? Chen Yuan gave a wicked smile. Some things are left unsatisfied. Do you want me to carry you? Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. No way, there are so many people watching. After Su Yaoyao calmed down, she shook her head very cutely. Well, do you still have the energy to go to that Cartier counter? Hearing this, Su Yaoyao raised her chin proudly. Who are you looking down upon? After saying that, she stepped out of Chen Yuan's arm and walked forward. When Su Yaoyao and Chen Yuan walked into the Cartier counter hand in hand, all eyes on them were instantly attracted. The customers and shop assistants present all stopped what they were doing at the same time. All eyes were focused on the two of them. They have seen the combination of ugly men and beautiful women, and they have also seen the combination of ugly women and handsome men. But a perfect match like Su Yaoyao and Chen Yuan is extremely rare. The two people's temperament and appearance complement each other, as if they were tailor-made for each other. For a moment, everyone found it difficult to tell who was the wealthy and powerful protagonist. 5 or 6 girls at the counter bowed at the same time and said in a high-end welcoming manner, "Welcome to the Cartier boutique. We are truly honored to have you here. We are very honored to serve you." Immediately following, an elegant girl was responsible for picking us up and her attitude was extremely enthusiastic. "May I ask what you are interested in today? We have the latest jewelry, watches and limited edition products here, and we can provide you with professional introductions and suggestions." Her voice is gentle and magnetic, and every word she says carries a sense of dignity. "We can just take a look for ourselves." Chen Yuan gave a charming smile. The reception girl nodded tactfully and stood aside. Su Yaoyao has arrived at the counter. Because the moment I entered the store, my eyes were attracted by a bracelet displayed on the counter. It's like a magnet. I can't move my eyes anymore. Chapter 8 Cartier Rhapsody. "Miss, can you take out this bracelet and let me have a look?" Yao Yao asked softly and politely. "Yes, ma'am. It's a pleasure to serve you." The saleswoman walked into the counter very gracefully. "Ma'am, this is a classic 18K white gold bracelet from Cartier's Love Series," the salesperson said with a smile, her voice soft and professional. "It is inlaid with top-quality diamonds weighing more than 2 carats, each of which has been carefully selected to ensure the most dazzling brilliance. The design of this bracelet is inspired by the 1970s. The iconic screw decoration is not only beautiful, but also symbolizes the eternal love lock. The inside is engraved with Cartier Paris, representing the brand's history and craftsmanship." When the beautiful saleswoman was introducing this bracelet, she spoke with respect to it. At the same time, gently placed the bracelet on the velvet tray and let it shine charmingly under the light. Su Yaoyao's eyes moved with the movement of the bracelet, and her fingers gently touched the delicate metal chain. "It's like having a silent conversation with a piece of art. It's really beautiful," she whispered, her eyes twinkling with delight. Chen Yuan, who was standing aside, was overjoyed when he saw Su Yaoyao being so focused. "Here it comes. It's time for the audience's favorite show-off moment. If you like it, buy it." His voice was soft but powerful. So much so that after Su Yaoyao heard it, her beautiful eyes widened. A look of disbelief. Could it be that this guy didn't check the price? But this must be expensive, right? Su Yaoyao was a little hesitant, but deep down she longed to own this beautiful jewelry. Chen Yuan has spent more than 600,000 yuan on her. If I buy this bracelet again, wouldn't it seem a bit greedy? If you keep asking for things, people will dislike you. Your happiness is priceless to me. Besides, this beautiful lady also said that it symbolizes love. It can be said that Chen Yuan's answer deserves full marks in Su Yaoyao's heart. Even the beautiful saleswoman next to him gave Chen Yuan an admiring look when she heard this. "It's really great. Didn't you check the price? Why don't you look at the price and then decide whether to buy it or not?" Su Yaoyao pointed at the counter. The beautiful saleswoman is waiting with a smile on her face. "I was thinking. This woman is a good green tea. Don't mess it up again. Now that you have finally gotten this opportunity, don't play hard to get." After all, in the eyes of the beautiful saleswoman, the man in front of her is very ordinary. He doesn't have the temperament of a rich second generation. There are no characteristics of a nouveau riche either. Instead, they look more like white-collar office workers. This is not a place that white-collar workers can afford. Who knows? Chen Yuan didn't even look at her, but stared at Su Yaoyao, then picked up the bracelet. He put it on her gently. "Miss, pay the bill." What a domineering sentence. It exudes a strong smell of money. It also pushes the charm of men to the extreme. To the extent that Su Yaoyao felt as if she was dreaming at this moment. The beautiful saleswoman was also stunned for a moment. After reacting, he bowed to Chen Yuan very respectfully. Extremely enthusiastic attitude. Walk out of the counter and make a please gesture. Then he took Chen Yuan to the cashier counter. "Sir, the style you purchased is an 18K white gold love bracelet inlaid with 216 diamonds, total weight 3.26 carats. The price is 412,000 yuan. The beautiful saleswoman smiled and handed it over for payment. Chen Yuan scanned the code and paid without hesitation. "Soon. Make sure the payment has been received." There was a gleam of something strange in the beautiful saleswoman's eyes as she looked at Chen Yuan. This was the first time in her career that she made a mistake. Sir, could you please leave me a contact number? Our store holds a weekly celebration every year, with various limited edition gifts. The beautiful saleswoman has taken out her cell phone. Show your friend's WeChat code. Chen Yuan was slightly stunned. Because he had already felt the gaze of the beautiful saleswoman. Full of passion. There is some ill intention. He must be greedy for his body money. Yao Yao, come here for a moment. At this moment, Chen Yuan's call interrupted Su Yao Yao, who was taking beautiful photos and preparing to post them on WeChat Moments. Brother, what's the matter? Su Yao Yao came over with a bright smile on her face. Su Yao Yao's mood value plus 10. Sure enough, consumption comes in the most direct and fastest way. Chen Yuan became excited. This beautiful lady said that if you add her as a friend, she will give you a limited edition gift when there is an event in the future. Please add some. Chen Yuan said lightly. Oh, yes. Su Yao Yao picked up her phone and started scanning the code. Su Yao Yao's mood value plus 5. Chen Yuan was slightly stunned. Just politely avoiding other women. It can actually provide emotional value. This also made him realize a truth. On the basis of consumption. As long as you can get the details right. It can also improve your mood. Where are we going next? After walking out of the store, Chen Yuan asked with a smile. I'm a little hungry. How about I treat you to a meal? Su Yao Yao's heart was completely filled with happiness and surprise. It's more touching. It's only been 12 hours since last night. Chen Yuan has already spent 1 million on her. It's much better than those stinky men who start to touch women and have evil intentions after spending a little money. Whenever she thought of those stingy men, she felt a chill. Remember the last time a fake second generation paid to rent a sports car? Took her to eat at Hey de Leo. The hotel has actually been opened. It's just wishful thinking. Daydreaming. The one who gets something for nothing. So there is no harm without comparison. A sharp contrast has already been formed at this moment. Chen Yuan, a college classmate, used to be a courier. And now it has completely turned around and fought back. Spending millions for her in 12 hours. But he didn't put forward any conditions. Su Yao Yao guessed that the time should come next. What about after dinner? Chen Yuan asked again. Su Yao Yao's heart is as clear as a mirror. Naturally, I know what Chen Yuan wants to ask. If it's still early, let's go to the movies. After the movie? This time Yao Yao did not respond. Instead, he just looked quietly at Chen Yuan in front of him. All men in the world are the same. What's good if you're not lustful? How are you? They are all children of the world. Su Yao Yao naturally understood the rules. Well, what else do you want to do? Su staggered and lowered her head, with her little feet touching the ground. She was afraid that Chen Yuan would make a direct request. She couldn't refuse. But I resisted deep down. She didn't want to start the conversation this way, otherwise it would not end well. Take it slow and steady, step by step. You have to enter the relationship in the right way. If you're tired, just open a hotel and take a rest. Chen Yuan said lightly. Is it that simple? Su Yao Yao obviously didn't believe it. It's that simple. It doesn't feel good for a man and a woman to go to a hotel alone. Forget it, let's go eat first. I'm starving. Su Yao Yao was still hesitating whether to agree or not, so she changed the subject. Okay, I'm hungry too. Chen Yuan also rubbed his stomach. Then the two of them, each with their own thoughts, walked towards a high-end restaurant. The waiter handed over the menu. Su Yao Yao flipped through a few pages and frowned. What kind of dish is this? It's so expensive. 888 yuan for a serving of foie gras? Wagyu slices, 1,000 yuan per slice? What kind of red wine is so expensive, 88,000? It is true that poverty limits imagination. Su Yao Yao covered her mouth and kept shaking her head as she looked at the sky-high price menu. Because this meal is her treat. I thought it shouldn't be too shabby, so I picked a high-end restaurant. But I didn't expect to pick a restaurant assassin. This is simply a luxury in diet. At this time, Su Yao Yao had already closed the menu. However, the waiter at the table had a look of disdain on his face. Ma'am, our restaurant is expensive for a reason, and what's more, you are looking at high-end cuisine. If you think it's expensive, we also have an affordable menu here. The waiter brought out another menu. Placed it in front of Su Yaoyao. This scene made Su Yaoyao feel very embarrassed. He even glanced at Chen Yuan secretly. Because she was afraid that the other party would look down on her for such cheap behavior. Chapter 9, put up all the signs, otherwise the foreigners next door will think I can't afford it. Or, let's go eat somewhere else. Su Yaoyao said in a low voice. However, Chen Yuan hasn't spoken yet. The waiter said with a fake smile, then please settle the table fee first, a total of 400 yuan. When Su Yaoyao heard this, she instantly got angry. We didn't even eat here, why should we pay? What's the reason for this? Even if it is a high-end restaurant, it cannot be so overbearing. No food was ordered, not even a glass of water was delivered. Why should I pay 400 yuan? Miss, this is the rule of our store. I believe you don't come here often. These are our regular customers. They are familiar with the rules of our restaurant and will not argue with us over the 400 yuan booth fee. It would be rude. We have many foreign guests in our restaurant. Miss, please lower your voice. Thank you for your cooperation. The waiter gestured with his hands, and there was indeed a group of foreigners sitting in the back. At this time, everyone looked sideways. Take a look at the situation here. This made Su Yaoyao blush even more. I feel extremely embarrassed. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chen Yuan casually threw the ordinary cuisine menu back to the waiter. 2 bottles of Romane Conti and some caviar. I want the Wagyu beef served in a whole piece. And this, as long as it's the signature of your store, just bring it up. Chen Yuan said in a very calm tone, poking at the menu with his hand. Su Yaoyao knew that Chen Yuan was trying to help her save face. Vent her anger. But the waiter's provocation was a bit disgusting. Brother, there's no need to take his words to heart. He did it on purpose. Su Yaoyao was furious. I don't want Chen Yuan to be treated as a fool in this way. We're just out for dinner, there's nothing to be angry about. Eating is a mood. Don't worry, I'll pay. The sentence that points out the main point, in the final analysis, is still the sentence I'll pay for it. No matter who says this. They will all be very domineering. When it comes out of Chen Yuan's mouth, it sounds even more domineering. Sir, our Wagyu beef is all airlifted here. Yudo Wagyu beef is all airlifted from Sakura Kyo, and we guarantee 5A quality. Our store has never sold a whole piece of it because the quality is too expensive. Please consider it carefully, sir. The waiter gave a detailed introduction. But the expression on his face looked like he was enjoying the fun of someone else's misfortune. It really makes people feel sick. In his opinion, Chen Yuan just wanted to save face in front of his female companion. But the waiter wouldn't let him do as he wished. That's because I didn't come. If I had come, you would have done this a long time ago. If you can understand what I say, do it now. Don't serve Wagyu in slices, serve it whole. Don't measure caviar by gram, or the foreigner next door will think I can't afford it. Chen Yuan slammed the table with a resolute tone. The waiter was shocked. After he realized what was happening, he sneered, took the menu and left. Brother, that guy is obviously trying to stimulate consumption on purpose. Why do you want to be fooled? I know you're doing this for my own good, but there's no need to let yourself be taken advantage of. Su Yaoyao kindly advised. As I said, eating is just about eating to satisfy your mood. Since you are unhappy, I will also make the person who made you unhappy sad. Chen Yuan had been planning this for a long time. Finally found a sentence that is suitable for this moment. So after Su Yaoyao heard it, she inexplicably felt like she was being pampered to the sky. Its preference is the only favorite? Especially the sentence just now, which makes him look extremely masculine. Su Yaoyao's mood value +5. But in fact, Chen Yuan has been looking forward to this kind of plot. Otherwise, how can you show off? I don't know what the reason is, since I got the system. It seemed like everything was starting to go smoothly. In the past, when I was working as a security guard, I was scolded by delivery men. When delivering the takeaway, he was stopped by security again. When delivering express, customers will make things difficult for me. Went through 81 difficulties. Chen Yuan dreams of turning over. Give those who have bullied him and looked down on him a good beating. This is also the plot he plans before going to bed every day. But I don't know why. After having the system, it is like you just prepared to exercise with the goddess, took the medicine, took off your pants, but found that the goddess was nowhere to be seen. A fist hitting cotton. It's totally useless. Now the situation in the script has occurred, such a rare opportunity. How could I miss it? The plot of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face is very cliché. But it's really cool. About 20 minutes later. The waiter has brought a few waiters to bring up all the signature dishes ordered by Chen Yuan. The table was full. Both bottles of red wine were opened. Just as the waiter was about to pour the wine. Wait a minute. Chen Yuan pointed at the wine glass and said with a smile, "Go get me a basin." The waiter frowned after hearing this. "Exhale through your nose." He snorted coldly. "Sir, this is not the way to drink high-end wine." "Of course, I'm just reminding you kindly. If you insist on drinking from a basin, I'll oblige." The waiter was thinking, it's not me who is embarrassed. What's more, it would be embarrassing if you can't take out the money when you pay the bill later. It was just a waste of that girl. She is so beautiful and has such a good temperament. Why did you find such a poor loser who has no money but pretends to be one? The waiter did as he was told. Then an iron basin was brought. Placed on the table. Chen Yuan knocked on the table with his hand. "Fall." The waiter shook his head, but still did as Chen Yuan said. Even Su Yaoyao next to him was confused, not knowing what Chen Yuan was going to do. Until the entire bottle of wine was poured into the iron basin. "Continue." Chen Yuan pointed to another bottle of wine. The waiter continued pouring. After pouring 2 bottles of wine into the iron basin, Chen Yuan slowly stood up and looked at Su Yaoyao with gentle eyes. And made a gesture of invitation. Su Yaoyao widened her eyes. Although this way of drinking is very luxurious. But it's also embarrassing. I originally thought that Chen Yuan would have some good idea to teach the waiter a lesson. But this way of drinking is too rustic. So much so that Su Yaoyao shook her head. The waiter next to them covered his mouth and couldn't help laughing. "Let you show off. Are you being too pretentious this time? Even the goddess despises you and it's shameful. There will be something even more embarrassing later. Can't pay, eat, and dine for free. Let us go to the law enforcement bureau." But the next second, Chen Yuan put his hand directly into the iron basin and rubbed it gently. The waiter, who originally had a mocking look on his face, suddenly widened his eyes. Even Su Yaoyao opened her mouth wide, then gently covered it with her hands. Her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Even the foreigners around showed surprised expressions. "Oh no! What is he doing? Are you crazy?" Several foreigners were talking about it. But Chen Yuan completely ignored it. "Come on, give it a try. It feels great." Chen Yuan invited Su Yaoyao again. Su Yaoyao was still a little embarrassed. Until Chen Yuan took the initiative to reach out and hold her little hand, and slowly fell into the iron basin. Feel the red wine, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle, soaking in your hands. That feeling. It can't be described in words. Chapter 10 Golden Beauty, Lu Qingqing. Su Yaoyao felt a complex and indescribable emotion in her heart at this moment, as if she was in a strange scene where dream and reality were intertwined. Her eyes widened slightly, with surprise and confusion flowing in her beautiful eyes. The 2 bottles of red wine, worth more than 200,000 yuan, sparkled with charming luster under the light. Now it lies quietly in the iron basin, waiting to be gently immersed in it by hands. She had never thought that there would be a day like this where she would come into contact with such an expensive liquid in such a unique way. This is not just an ordinary hand washing, but an experience of extreme luxury, a complete subversion of traditional etiquette and routine behavior. Every time my fingers gently slide across the surface of the wine, it feels like touching a distant and beautiful dream. Every touch was filled with conflicting emotions. There is both regret for wasting such a precious item and envy for the unrestrained freedom at this moment. It can be said that Chen Yuan is really bad. But she really likes this feeling. Even a little bit of obsession. Su Yaoyao's mood value +5. Currently has 40 points love. This works too. Chen Yuan became more and more excited. The return funds seemed to be beckoning to him. "Okay, time for dinner. Please get me another bottle by the way." Chen Yuan took out a tissue, gently wiped Su Yaoyao's hands, wiped his own hands, and then sat back in his seat. He even casually said this to the waiter next to him. The waiter then came to his senses. He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Chen Yuan. He is looking forward to it. Next time to pay the bill. Then he turned around and brought another bottle of red wine. Opened directly. Including this bottle, the total consumption for alcohol alone is 360,000. This stinky loser. Poor guy. Can't you pretend? I let you pretend. Pretend to the end. This meal will cost at least more than 400,000 yuan. It will make you bankrupt. A stinky wage earner. I don't know how or what means we're used to trick such a top-notch girl into coming to this high-end consumption place to show off. The waiter felt very unbalanced. My teeth are almost broken. Just when he opened the third bottle of wine. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head to look at him. Sir, do you have any questions? The waiter had a fake smile. Did I let you open it? What? I say. Chen Yuan pointed at the opened bottle of red wine and said in a deep voice, Did I ask you to open it? The waiter was stunned for a moment. Sir, you asked me to bring it here. I asked you to bring it, but did I ask you to open it? Since you like to open wine so much, fine, this bottle is yours. Bring me another bottle. Chen Yuan said with his hands spread out. The waiter realized he had been tricked. The other party is playing word games. It was obvious that this method was used to trick him. This bottle is worth more than 80,000. He can't earn that much even in a year. The waiter was instantly overwhelmed. Sir, please don't be unreasonable, okay? It's the red wine you need, and I'll help you open it. If you can't afford it, why bother showing off here? The waiter finally couldn't hold it anymore. Even seemed a little excited. What's your attitude? Who said my brother can't afford it? You are the one who looks down on others. Su Yaoyao also took the opportunity to stand up, pointing at the other party and questioning. My dear beauty, you are so beautiful and so young, how come you are blind? I can guarantee that he can't afford this meal. Otherwise, why would you resort to such tricks, washing your hands with red wine and serving beef in chunks? If I'm not mistaken, this table will cost at least 400,000. I've opened the wine. This is my service. If you're not satisfied, you can complain. The waiter immediately showed his fearlessness. There was even a look of contempt in his eyes. This made Su Yaoyao even more angry and she trembled all over. Okay, go call your manager. I will complain to you in front of him and talk some sense into you. Chen Yuan did everything in a steady manner. My heart is filled with confidence. There are tens of millions of funds in the account. Is he afraid of this? I'm afraid this matter won't get any bigger than it already is. No matter what, this kid must pay the price today. Just shout. I'm afraid of you. The waiter said this with confidence and actually went to call the manager. It seemed that he really didn't realize his mistake. A moment later, a woman came out of the manager's office. She was wearing a black suit with a short skirt, which perfectly showed off her slender legs. She was wearing a pair of flesh-colored stockings and high heels. The short hair fits the cheeks neatly, making the face more delicate. Deep peach blossom eyes, rosy lips under the high nose bridge, and flawless fair skin. The earlobes are adorned with tiny diamond studs that sparkle under the light. She exudes the charm of a professional woman. The person following her was the waiter. The waiter was still chattering on the side. This made Lu Qingqing very annoyed. Manager, you have to make the decision for me on this matter. It's because that poor guy has no money to pay the bill, so you want to trick me. From the moment he started ordering food, I could tell that this guy just wanted to show off in front of his woman. But the waiter hadn't finished speaking yet. Lu Qingqing stopped. He stared at the waiter very seriously. This waiter has been complained about since he started working. He even secretly ate those high-end dishes in the kitchen. But unfortunately, this waiter is a distant relative of the boss. Forced into the restaurant. Even if she wanted to kick them out, she couldn't find a sufficient reason at the moment. Zhang Chang, I've said it more than once, you're a service staff, don't make assumptions about the customer's identity. In addition, I want to emphasize that there are always people who are better than you. There are many talented people in our city, and you can't see them. Also, did you open the bottle of red wine without the customer's permission? Faced with the questioning, Zhang Chang spread out his hands. He said nonchalantly, he's obviously trying to play tricks on me. Manager Lu, whose side are you on? After hearing this, Lu Qingqing sneered, I stand on the side of the restaurant, but I want to know more, whether you have done this. Zhang Chang was silent. Okay, no need to say more. Come with me now. After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she went straight to the warehouse where Chen Yuan was. When I saw the table full of luxurious dishes. And there is red wine in the iron basin. Lu Qingqing was also slightly stunned. But he reacted quickly. Hello, sir. I'm the manager of this restaurant and I heard from my staff that you want to make a complaint. May I ask what your request is? Lu Qingqing gave a professional smile. Holding hands. Chapter 11 The School Beauty Goddess is Jealous? Your waiter here had a terrible attitude and opened my wine without my permission. Then I don't want this bottle of red wine. Should it be charged to your restaurant? When Chen Yuan finished saying this, Zhang Chang couldn't help it. Are you looking for trouble? I think you just can't afford it, so you're just pretending to be cool here. Manager Lu, you saw that he ordered so many dishes and he hasn't paid yet. Zhang Chang became an instant hit. He pointed at Chen Yuan and started cursing. Just shut up. Lu Qingqing shouted angrily in a cold voice. Zhang Chang was speechless. Sir, I'm so sorry. Our restaurant will pay for this bottle of wine. We are sorry to disturb your meal. Thank you for your understanding. We will give you an extra serving of our signature dish. After saying this, Lu Qingqing glanced at Su Yaoyao next to her. It's also an eye-opener. She is so beautiful. No wonder Zhang Chang is jealous. This made Lu Qingqing look at Chen Yuan again. I thought to myself that the other party shouldn't be as bad as Zhang Chang said. Bringing such a beautiful female companion to a high-end restaurant and ordering such a table of dishes. Just for show. I guess he should have some strength. Forget the signature dish. I just want justice. He still owes me an apology. Chen Yuan pointed at the waiter Zhang Chang. Said in a deep voice. If you want me to apologize, wait for the next life. At worst, I'll just quit. Zhang Chang was so angry that he took off all his clothes and threw them on the ground. Lu Qingqing was also extremely angry after seeing this. Zhang Chang, you can resign. But you have to pay for this bottle of wine. Without the guest's permission, you forcibly opened the red wine with your emotions. As for the reason, I'll give you some face, but you have to pay for this bottle of red wine. Lu Qingqing said in a very serious tone. Lu Qingqing, you're just a bitch. It's just a plaything for the rich. You lick rich people whenever you see them. The point is, he is a poor bastard. If you don't believe me, let him pay the bill right now. As long as he can afford it, I'll pay for this bottle of red wine. Zhang Chang didn't believe it either. Today I have to expose this poor loser. Manager Lu, this is what he said. You heard it clearly too. Please give me the payment code now, I'll pay for it. Finally found the opportunity, Chen Yuan has taken out his mobile phone. Only then did Lu Qingqing put the payment code on the table. Sir, your total spending is 470,000 yuan. Lu Qingqing said softly. Chen Yuan scanned the code and paid directly. Soon to arrive. Lu Qingqing even took out the intercom and confirmed with the front desk. The payment has indeed been received. This time it was Zhang Chang's turn to be dumbfounded. Zhang Chang, what else do you have to say this time? You have to pay for that bottle of wine. After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. Then 2 security guards came over. He forcibly dragged Zhang Chang in front of Chen Yuan. Apologize to the customer right now. For the money of that bottle of red wine, I can give you a 10% discount for your uncle's sake. Otherwise you will pay the price. Under Lu Qingqing's warning. Zhang Chang gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly towards Chen Yuan. I'm sorry, I had a bad attitude just now. I beg your forgiveness. After hearing this, Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Manager Lu, don't the staff meals in your restaurant make you hungry? When I heard what Chen Yuan said, Lu Qingqing looked at Zhang Chang with an even more stern look. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I am the one who looks down on others. Please forgive me. Zhang Chang spoke loudly and felt strongly insulted. But when I thought about spending hundreds of thousands to buy that bottle of red wine, he was so panicked that he was shaking all over. Forgiving you is God's business. Go and confess to God. I'm just an ordinary person, Manager Lu. I'm going to have dinner with my friends. Chen Yuan knocked on the table. Lu Qingqing nodded, then bowed to Chen Yuan. I'm sorry, Mr. Miss. Excuse me. After Lu Qingqing finished speaking, she turned and left. Zhang Chang was also forcibly taken to the manager's office. Brother, you are really awesome. That guy just now was too arrogant. Su Yaoyao was already extremely excited at this time. Her pretty face is flushed. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Yuan also underwent subtle changes. Eating is a very happy thing. That guy was such a spoiler. The most important thing is that he spoiled your fun. How could I let him go so easily? Eat it quickly. Even though it's a cold dish, it won't be fresh if it's been sitting for too long. Chen Yuan took the initiative and scooped a spoonful of caviar. Then it was sent to Su Yaoyao's plate. The two had a delicious meal. When you are ready to leave, Lu Qingqing suddenly came over. This gentleman, this lady. Thank you for your recognition. It is our honor to have you come to our restaurant for dinner. We are very sorry for what happened today. This is a free meal voucher worth 10,000 yuan. As long as you have this voucher, you can come to our store to consume. There is no need to pay a certain amount, and you can use it directly instead of cash. Lu Qingqing had already thought it through when she was in the office. Today's guest definitely has an extraordinary background. Just having a meal. The total consumption was 470,000 yuan. Even though they are a high-end restaurant. However, there are few customers who can afford such high consumption. Of course, you can't offend them. What's more, this is also her achievement. So we must find a way to keep this customer. Su Yaoyao's eyes lit up when she heard this. So he took the coupon. Thank you, Manager Lu. That waiter was annoying though. But we are very satisfied with your way of doing things. We will come again next time. When Su Yaoyao said this, she took the initiative to stretch out her hand and hold Chen Yuan's arm. Because she had already sensed a hint of threat from the look Lu Qingqing gave Chen Yuan. Never give any opposite sex the opportunity to get close to Chen Yuan. Because that would create a love rival for yourself. You're welcome, young lady. This is what we should do. Mr. Chen, may I ask for your contact information? Our store can help you get a membership. At this moment, Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Is WeChat okay? Chen Yuan glanced at Lu Qingqing. I was surprised to find that this female manager's appearance has reached the gold 4-star level. Only 1 star away from Su Yaoyao. A big fat fish was placed in front of me. How could I miss it? What's more, Lu Qingqing is also the type that Chen Yuan likes. Sure. Lu Qingqing nodded excitedly. Then he added Chen Yuan's contact information. But at this moment, Chen Yuan felt a resentful look, which exuded a strong sense of grievance. He tilted his head instinctively. Then I saw Su Yaoyao pouting her lips, seeming to be a little unhappy. The two just left the restaurant. Su Yaoyao let go of Chen Yuan and walked forward stubbornly. Yaoyao, wait for me. What's wrong with you? Chapter 12, Encounter at Jiangshan nightclub. Chen Yuan is not a fool either. Have you sensed Su Yaoyao's mood changes? So he hurriedly chased after him. There can't be any changes. If there is any change, all previous efforts will be in vain. The money was wasted. Su Yaoyao suddenly stopped. How could she just leave Chen Yuan behind? Just wanted to scare him. I'm asking you, why did you add another girl on WeChat in front of me? Have you ever thought about how I feel? Su Yaoyao asked directly. Because only in this way can Chen Yuan feel that the relationship between them is extraordinary. Otherwise, the two will only stop moving forward. It is easier for other women to take advantage of you. In less than 2 days, Chen Yuan has already spent more than 1.5 million. Su Yaoyao is now completely certain that Chen Yuan, the useless guy, has completely made a comeback. Such a perfect and wealthy son-in-law is now a rare talent in society. A real quality man. She couldn't miss even if she broke bones. 100 times better than those stingy rich second generations and lecherous greasy old men. Ah! So it's because of this little thing. I was just saying, why are you suddenly angry? Chen Yuan scratched his head when he heard it. But I was so happy in my heart. The goddess began to feel jealous of herself. I even have a sense of crisis. This is a sign of importance. Plus, the current emotional value has reached 40 love. Chen Yuan also became more confident. I'm asking you a question. Did you do this on purpose, or are you attracted to that girl? I've never seen anything like this. He dares to add your WeChat in front of me. What do you want to do? Su Yaoyao hugged her shoulders and pouted her lips. She looked so cute when she was angry. Don't be angry, okay? If you don't like it, I won't add anyone else on WeChat anymore. Chen Yuan grabbed Su Yaoyao's hand, placed it in his arms, and said with a smile on his face. You won't add it in front of me, right? But if you don't know about it behind my back, you should still add it. Humph, you men are always greedy for money, especially after you get rich. You are simply a playboy. Isn't it enough for you to have me alone? Su Yaoyao was really jealous and she wasn't pretending. It's not even acting. Because she has fallen in love with Chen Yuan. That's why there is a sense of crisis. Otherwise, I'll delete her now. As Chen Yuan spoke, he took out his cell phone and prepared to delete his friend. But he was stopped by Su Yaoyao. Alright, what were you doing so early? It would be so rude to delete them now. Anyway, you can't flirt with other girls behind my back. If I find out, I'll ignore you. Su Yaoyao suddenly became serious. It's a pleasure to have such a goddess school beauty jealous of me. Chen Yuan also felt that his heart was blooming like a flower. The pride of being a man instantly exploded. So, are we considered to be in a relationship now? And I can also confirm that you are my girlfriend. Chen Yuan said with a smile. TSK, you wish. How can it develop so fast? We just had our first date today and we've already confirmed our relationship. Su Yaoyao gently shook off Chen Yuan's hand. Neither refused. But he didn't agree. Because she also began to feel conflicted. I don't know what to do. If I agree now, it would seem too unreserved. If you don't agree, this big fish might swim away at any time. What to do? Su Yaoyao kept secretly observing the changes in Chen Yuan's expression. I was also very nervous. I am afraid that my attitude will be considered as fishing by the other party. That would be a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. Soon. I think it's just right. Can't you feel that I like you? Chen Yuan said very seriously. I feel it, so I'll give it to you for your sincerity. I reluctantly agreed. It depends on your performance in the future. Su Yaoyao was waiting for Chen Yuan to say this. After she finished speaking, she finally smiled. He straddled Chen Yuan's arm. What are we going to do next? You must be tired after a day of shopping. Why don't we go to a hotel and rest for a while? Chen Yuan just finished speaking. Su Yaoyao shook her head and said, Brother, I'm not a casual person. I know you like me. You've spent so much money on me, I won't let you lose. But it's happening so fast, I can't really adapt. Wait a little longer, please. Besides, my mother just called me and asked me when I would be back. If I don't go back, she will be worried again. Things have come to this point. Even though Chen Yuan's heart was already burning with anger, he still held back. I feel a little bit lost. Some things really can't be pursued too hastily or pushed too hard. Otherwise the result will be more trouble than gain. That is to say, the next step is that you want to go home? Chen Yuan spread out his hands, his tone a little depressed. Being able to sense his emotions, Su Yaoyao shook his arm. In a coquettish tone, she said, Good brother, please don't embarrass me, okay? If two people love each other, why would they be together day and night? In order to prevent the short Chen Yuan from thinking too much, Su Yaoyao tiptoed and gave him another light kiss on the mouth. It's a kind of encouragement. Okay, don't be angry, okay? Su Yaoyao said coquettishly again. Okay, then I'll take you home. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. I can go back by myself. I have just booked an online taxi, and it is waiting for me outside. When Su Yaoyao said this, Nukin frowned slightly. It turned out that the other person had already prepared to go home. He did not force or try to keep the other party, but instead sent him to the door. Until Su Yaoyao got in the car and waved at him. Only then did Chen Yuan reveal a forced smile. Playing hard to get? Ha, the show is about to begin. Then let's see who can't hold back first. After watching the other party leave, Chen Yuan did not go home directly. But after strolling around. Wait until night falls. He walked into a nightclub called Jiangshan out of boredom. Just walked in. A girl dressed seductively came over. His face was full of enthusiastic smiles. Welcome to Jiangshan nightclub disco. Excuse me, sir, do we have an appointment? The girl asked with a smile on her face. No reservations, just a simple drink and watching the fun. Chen Yuan is telling the truth. Now that I don't have my bound goddess by my side, I can't touch my love fund. The money in the bank card is not enough for him to squander. That was his only savings. When the fund has not yet been returned, you have to use it sparingly. The reason I came to the nightclub was to ask about the new target. It was just a quick glance. There is not even a goal of gold level appearance. The girl in front of me was just a little bit short. Just barely meets the standard. Silver 4 stars, what a pity. When I heard that Chen Yuan was only here to play in the wild and didn't even book a seat, it seemed that he didn't have much purchasing power. The girl felt a little disappointed. But he still made a pleased gesture with a smile. Chen Yuan came to the bar counter, ordered a glass of wine at random, sat on the chair and started drinking it in small sips. Suddenly, a small hand was placed on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Chen Yuan looked back in confusion. I was stunned for a moment. Chapter 13, Goddess S Specialty, Wind Instruments? I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. To be precise, they are not acquaintances. I only added WeChat during the day. That's right. The woman in front of him was none other than Lu Qingqing. That is the manager of that high-end restaurant. The reason why Lu Qingqing came to the bar was because things were not going well at work during the day. It's because Zhang Chang was fired today. Just a bottle of red wine. Got scolded by the boss. The most important thing is that the boss was obviously looking for trouble on purpose. He has hinted more than once that he wants to support her. But she rejected them all. If you are just an employee, the worst that can happen is you quit. But it just so happens that she also has shares in this restaurant. For a stable income, for money, to be able to maintain my current life. Lu Qingqing could only swallow her anger and endure the other party's harassment again and again. I just couldn't hold it in anymore today, so I came to this bar to vent my emotions. But I didn't expect to meet the distinguished guest during the day. Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lu Qingqing has come to Chen Yuan's side and sat down. Seeing that Chen Yuan just ordered a simple cocktail. The price is less than 58 yuan. This made Lu Qingqing very confused. When you are in the restaurant, just order 2 bottles of Romanée Conti worth 120,000 yuan to wash your hands. How come after arriving at the bar, I started to be frugal? This cocktail worth 58 yuan is just a scam for young people. Logically speaking. Considering the other party's strength, he should have good taste in wine. Someone with taste in wine. I simply disdain to drink this kind of wine. It can't even be called wine. Yeah, what a coincidence. If you don't know, you'd think I was following you. Chen Yuan also made a joke. And his eyes have already turned on iris scanning. Lu Qingqing's personal information was also presented. Name, Lu Qingqing. Age, 27. Charm, gold 3 stars. Emotional experience, 3 times. Note, wind instruments. In fact, when they were in the restaurant, Chen Yuan already knew that Lu Qingqing was a golden-level charming woman. That's why I agreed to add the other person on WeChat. And like before at the Cartier store, the salesperson's charm was beneath gold. The system standards have not yet been met. So I didn't add WeChat. By the way, I also did a favor for Su Yaoyao. Chen Yuan, who originally just wanted to have a glass of wine and was about to leave, suddenly became interested. Mr. Chen is really humorous. If anyone wants to follow you, I will be the one to follow you. Why are you alone? Where is the beautiful sister from the daytime? Lu Qingqing glanced around Chen Yuan. He asked the question even though he knew the answer. It's very obvious. Spend money during the day and go home at night. It seems that this wealthy man has been lured by someone. For Lu Qingqing, being able to meet in this bar is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My mother called me home to sleep. A good girl, not suitable for night activities. Not like me, wild like the wind, drifting. Chen Yuan drank a glass of wine gently. Said with a smile. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Chen is such a tasteful person, how could he drink this kind of wine? Almost the same as water. How about I buy you a drink? Lu Qingqing knocked on the table. The bartender is a rebellious girl with a nose ring. It looks extremely wild. But the bartending skills are impeccable. Soon, 2 glasses of higher quality wine were brought to the two of them. When Chen Yuan saw this, he curled his lips and let others get there first. Come on, Mr. Chen, let's drink to our chance meeting. Lu Qingqing has raised her glass. Then he tilted his head back slightly. He actually drank the entire glass of wine. Naturally, Chen Yuan couldn't fall behind. He also raised his head and drank the whole cup. My drink is better. The most important thing is, it's cheap. Chen Yuan felt that the glass of wine just now was like a knife entering his throat. It turned into a stream of fire and penetrated into the stomach. It's quite refreshing. But he looked at the price, and 1 cup cost 108 yuan. Mr. Chen, is keeping a low profile your new hobby? Rich people like you, don't you think life is too boring? Only pretending to be poor occasionally can give you a sense of contrast and excitement. Lu Qingqing thought to herself. You old 6. If I hadn't seen you shopping in our store during the day. I actually believed it. Could it be that I'm not charming enough? Not enough to make the other party explode with gold coins? So that's how you see me. Well, I won't pretend anymore. Let's be honest. I'll pay for all your expenses tonight. Chen Yuan finally found an opportunity. He tapped the table with his hand. Soon. Another 2 glasses of wine worth 108 yuan were delivered. Then I'll take it seriously. Lu Qingqing's heart was already rippled. He picked up a glass of wine and drank it. It was also at this moment. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Consumption for a female with a gold charm level has been successful, and the Love Fund recharge function has been enabled. Immediately following. The content of the information update was also presented in front of Chen Yuan. Name, Lu Qingqing. Age, 27. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Sentiment value, 10 slightly intersecting. Advantages, blowjob. Eros reward, charm capsule. After taking a look at the reward, Chen Yuan was very confused. Then asked the system. Charm capsules, after taking them, can permanently increase the host's charm and temperament, including slight adjustments to the bones, and the skin tone can be adjusted at will, which is equivalent to Nuwa shaping a person, re-improving one's charm, limited to slight adjustments to the skin, bones, muscles, and facial features, and there are no side effects after the adjustments. Oh shit. Isn't this equivalent to being reborn again? There is simply no way for others to survive. Rich, handsome, and very elegant. Such a wonderful man. He is simply the best partner in the eyes of all sisters. Chen Yuan was already smiling from ear to ear. He wants this reward. Be reckless. How about we drink somewhere else? It's such a mess here. Chen Yuan suddenly suggested. And he has quietly recharged 1,000 yuan. The Love Fund instantly became 10 million. I instantly felt more confident. Change place? Where are you going? Lu Qingqing asked in confusion. I see there seems to be an empty VIP seat over there. Why don't we go over there? The environment is pretty good. Chen Yuan pointed to the booth not far away and said lightly. Lu Qingqing was slightly stunned. Really? The attributes of the super rich have been stimulated again. But the minimum consumption for that booth seems to be 8,800. There's no need to be so extravagant, right? Lu Qingqing said this. In fact, my heart is full of expectations. I came here today just to vent my emotions. For fun. The emotional value provided by the VIP booth. It is not comparable to other areas. Chen Yuan just smiled faintly. Then he waved. The girl who was responsible for receiving him just now is the source of customers in the store. Walk over in small steps. Can you give me that booth? Chen Yuan licked his lips and said, "Sir, are you sure?" the female customer asked in disbelief. When Chen Yuan walked in just now, he had already classified him as a low-income consumer. But now the other party actually wants to book a VIP booth. It was completely beyond her imagination. "Wait a minute, I'll call my mom." First he took out his phone to pretend, then Chen Yuan stopped joking and said seriously, "I won't tease you anymore, go ahead, I've decided." The female customer was very suspicious. The man in front of me seemed like a different person. When I first came in, I just asked for a glass of wine. He looks very lonely and a little decadent. But at this moment, he is full of vigor, humor, and confidence. It looks like he is spending a lot of money. The female guest Yun couldn't help but glance at Lu Qingqing next to her, and instantly understood. It turns out he was fishing for girls. Moreover, she is very beautiful, and her charm and beauty have overwhelmed the whole audience. No wonder they are willing to spend money like this. "Hello sir, that booth has been reserved before. But it's been 2 hours and he still hasn't come. I'll ask the store manager to give this booth to you." The girl said this and turned and left. Chapter 14. The dragon suddenly appeared, and the whole place was splendid. When the girl came to the backstage, she walked into the office. I saw a plump, sexy, and dignified woman sitting on the chair, calculating accounts and transactions. "Sister Xiao Xiao, someone outside wants to reserve Mr. Zhao's booth." Hearing the words, the woman slowly raised her head. "Then book it. Isn't it good for someone to book a VIP booth? Our store's performance this month is much worse than last quarter. Just order as many VIP seats as you can. What are you hesitating about?" Sister Xiao Xiao said happily. "But Mr. Zhao reserved this booth 2 hours ago. If the booth is reserved when he comes over, will he be angry and not come to consume in the future?" The girl looked worried. "Do you expect him to spend money at our store? Zhongshan nightclub has already closed down. What Mr. Zhao? He's just a fake second generation. Every time he comes here, he spends less than 10,000 yuan, and even asks for free drinks. Our restaurant cannot tolerate such customers. He scheduled 8 times a month, cancelled 7 times, and only came once. No need to show him this favor. I'll take care of it if anything goes wrong." Sister Xiao Xiao waved her hand. He said in a very firm tone. The girl then left with peace of mind. About a few minutes later, the girl came in front of Chen Yuan and made a gesture of invitation. "Hello sir, the booth has been reserved. We can move over now." Hearing the girl's words, Chen Yuan was very gentlemanly and helped Lu Qingqing move the chair away. Then the two of them came to the VIP booth. Suddenly, the eyes of several girls in the atmosphere group lit up. 6 VIP seats have been designated for tonight. The consumption levels of the remaining 5 are very average. Every time you open a VIP seat, for them, it's all about performance. Just dance a little and set off some electronic fireworks, and you can get a tip of 200 to 500 yuan. The decorations around the VIP booths are different, with a touch of luxury. Step into the VLP area. The first thing that catches your eye is the semi-enclosed high-back sofa with dark wooden carved edges. They are like elegant guards, quietly guarding this exclusive space. The leather of the sofa is soft and shiny. Every stitch is exquisite. The floor is covered with thick wool carpet. The color is as deep as the night sky. It makes no sound when you step on it, but you can feel the soft texture under your feet. There are several art paintings hanging on the walls surrounding it. The light shines softly on it. Every color and line is outlined vividly. A marble tabletop, the surface is as smooth as a mirror. The table legs are made of gold plating, shining with a low-key brilliance. There are exquisite crystal wine glasses on the table. There seem to be traces of champagne bubbles still inside the glass wall, reflecting colorful light. The moment I sat down, Lu Qingqing could feel the envious looks from people around her. "Dear Mr. Chen, I am your exclusive customer. My name is Jia Jia. This is our drinks list, please take a look." The girl Jia Jia handed over the menu. Chen Yuan just took a glance. The most important thing is naturally price. How about something stronger? Chen Yuan slowly raised his head and glanced at Lu Qingqing. "Let's start with something gentle. The night is long and the cycle is gradual." Lu Qingqing smiled slightly. How could he drink strong liquor right away? That makes me seem worthless. After hearing this, Chen Yuan just glanced at it indifferently. This dragon suit sounds very domineering. Is it wine? This was also Chen Yuan's first time to consume in this kind of VIP booth. I don't know much about the so-called Shenlong suit. I just became curious when I saw the price was so high. 38,800. Lu Qingqing is a frequent visitor. I have some understanding of this place. It's just that I didn't enjoy such luxurious services. I have seen other people order this kind of dragon set. This is an emotional value. Nightclubs are all about having fun and having fun. The wine itself is not worth much, but the service provided by buying this bottle of wine is different. Hear Lu Qingqing's explanation. Curiosity showed on Chen Yuan's face. Then come to this. Since we are playing, we must have fun. Let me feel it too. Chen Yuan pointed to the Shenlong suit worth 38,800 yuan and said to the female customer Jia Jia. Lu Qingqing wanted to say something. But seeing that Chen Yuan seemed very interested, he did not spoil the fun. Not to mention, she was also looking forward to it in her heart. After all, as a woman, who doesn't have vanity? Especially sitting in this VIP booth with Chen Yuan. Of course, it is also about enjoying the pleasure of consumption. As for Jia Jia, she was shocked again. I originally thought that the other party belonged to the first-class consumption level. But I didn't expect to book a VIP seat so easily. And as soon as he sits down, he orders the dragon set. Tonight's performance is enough in a moment. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it for you right away. Please pay first. In order to ensure tonight's performance, Jia Jia first took out the payment code. Because she couldn't eat it either. Is this guy in front of her just trying to show off in front of his female companions, or does he really have the ability? Chen Yuan didn't think too much about it and scanned the code directly on the spot. Receive payment notification. The smile on Jia Jia's face instantly became brighter. The gaze towards Chen Yuan also became hot. Then he quickly ran towards the backstage. Sister Xiao Xiao, Mr. Chen who just booked the VIP booth ordered the dragon suit. Hear what Jia Jia said. The store manager, named Sister Xiao Xiao, also stood up slowly. A tight short Chonsam shows off her curvy figure. He just booked a booth and ordered the dragon set. It seems that this customer is quite wealthy. She couldn't help her curiosity and walked outside. And glanced towards the VIP booth number 8. Then I saw Chen Yuan and Lu Qingqing chatting beside him. When Ling Xiaoxiao, the store manager, saw Lu Qingqing's personal appearance and temperament, he instantly realized it. The consumption of Channel 8 tonight is definitely not low. The fact that he can bring out such a top-notch female companion is enough to prove the strength of this guest named Chen Yuan. And at this time, Chen Yuan and Lu Qingqing were still chatting. As Jia Jia quickly ran backstage, the entire bar seemed to be penetrated by an invisible electric current. All eyes were focused on VLP booth number 8. The DJ's voice suddenly echoed in the bar, resounding in every corner. Welcome Mr. Chen to our Jiangshan nightclub. Spending the dragon set with generosity. Shouts. On the big screen, Chen Yuan's name appeared in the form of golden subtitles. Accompanied by colorful special effects, it's like a shooting star across the night sky. The sound from the subwoofer is deafening. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, the girls in the atmosphere group took quick action. A group of young ladies in bikinis lined up in a long queue. Each of them held a bottle of sparkling champagne in their hands and walked slowly along the aisle in the middle of the bar. When the team started to move, the surrounding lights suddenly dimmed. Only spotlights were left illuminating the girls and the bottles of champagne in their hands. The girls were sprayed with colorful streamers and glitter powder as they walked. Create a dreamlike scene. The air is filled with a faint scent of perfume and excitement, making people feel as if they are in a luxurious dream. The audience's response was even more enthusiastic. The people standing by the bar stopped what they were doing and turned to look at VLP booth number 8. His eyes were full of envy and curiosity. Chapter 15. I'm really looking forward to it. It's time to show off again. Those guests sitting in ordinary seats couldn't help but stand up and stretch their necks to see more clearly. Some people even recorded this scene with their mobile phones and prepared to share it on social media so that their friends could also feel the shock. As the girls approached VLP booth number 8, the atmosphere around them reached its climax. The leading girl handed the champagne in her hand to Chen Yuan, and said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Chen, Miss Lu, this is your Shenlong set, I wish you a good time tonight." Chen Yuan took the champagne, smiled and nodded. Excitement also appeared on his face. This 38,000 is really worth it. The emotional value is instantly maximized. At this moment, Lu Qingqing was also influenced by this atmosphere. But because the voice was too loud, Chen Yuan couldn't understand what was said. She had no choice but to get close to Chen Yuan and blow hot air into his ears. At this time, Chen Yuan was paralyzed by alcohol. He also became very bold. The big hand also rested on the other's shoulder. Suddenly, Lu Qingqing's mood value plus 10. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Really? As long as it is consumption. No matter what the method. Both can improve emotional value. Because they were talking too close. It seems ambiguous. The crowd around began to applaud and cheer spontaneously. They were deeply attracted by the scene before them and were completely immersed in the luxury and passion. Some people even raised their hands high and swayed to the rhythm of the music, with expressions of adoration and admiration on their faces. For them, being able to witness such a grand performance in person is a rare enjoyment. As the music gradually reached its climax, the girls in the atmosphere group began an impromptu dance. Their movements were graceful and energetic, as if they were presenting a special performance for Chen Yuan and Lu Qingqing. The surrounding audience was also infected, and many people joined the dance, turning the entire bar into a sea of joy. Even Lu Qingqing excitedly pulled Chen Yuan and rushed into the crowd, swaying her body. Her pretty face was filled with a happy smile. Lu Qingqing's mood value plus 5. Sure enough, women who are slightly tipsy are the most beautiful. Especially Lu Qingqing now, because of her plump and well-proportioned figure. When dancing, it is full of temptation. The emotional impact that the dragon suit brought to her was indeed powerful. The emotional value actually increased by 15 points. In comparison, this strategy is better than Su Yaoyao's. After they got tired of dancing, the two returned to the booth. Open the champagne and wash your hands first, it's a ritual. The moment Chen Yuan opened the champagne, Lu Qingqing was now supporting her chin with one hand. Watching him. Thinking in my heart. It looked like this was really his first time here and he wasn't just pretending. Young and rich. But he seldom goes to nightclubs. That would prove that he is not a rich second generation. But the first generation of rich people. For Lu Qingqing, the most difficult people to deal with are the first generation of rich people. Because this kind of person is very smart. But the Chen Yuan in front of him is different. He is still very young and full of curiosity about many new things. It is said that this first generation of rich people can be caught in the hands. You can change your destiny. Marry into a wealthy family. The children born will have the right of inheritance. Perhaps tonight is the time when the gears of fate begin to turn. Lu Qingqing knew that elites like these who became rich on their own were usually the loneliest. So lack of care. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing picked up the tissue. Then he came to Chen Yuan's side and gently wiped the wine stains on his mouth. For this subtle action, Chen Yuan tilted his head and stared at Lu Qingqing. Thanks. What are you thanking me for? You've spent so much money on me, so I should do this little thing for you. Lu Qingqing showed intellectual beauty. Mature and sexy. He is also considerate and caring. He personally poured Chen Yuan a glass of wine, and the two of them drank and chatted. Just at this moment, a young man came over holding a heavily made-up girl. When I saw Chen Yuan sitting in the booth, the young man frowned. The girl in his arms even asked, "Honey, didn't you reserve this booth? How come someone took it?" After hearing this, the young man snorted coldly. "I don't know which little jerk it is. You have no eyes. Didn't you know that seat number 8 is my, Zhao Qingtao's, exclusive seat? Zhao Qingtao is Mr. Zhao. Almost everyone in the Jiangshan nightclub knows him. But now the booth that belonged to him has been occupied by someone else. It would be fine if he didn't come. The reservation was made 2 hours ago. I was going to bring my new girlfriend here to spend some time today. We can get it done tonight. But now, it feels like someone slapped me in the face. Very hot." He even lost all face in front of his girlfriend. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingtao walked over with a very grim expression. See Lu Qingqing and Chen Yuan talking and laughing with Yipeng. And drinking. having a lot of fun. Zhao Qingtao felt even more unhappy. Because he found that the girls brought by this little jerk who relied on his card were even more beautiful. It's simply the best. Whether it's figure or appearance, they are all comparable to the top stream. If you put it on the internet, she would also be a female internet celebrity today. Then he looked at his girlfriend next to him, and suddenly a huge gap appeared. Driven by jealousy, Zhao Qingtao unceremoniously stepped on the coffee table. Suddenly, Chen Yuan and Lu Qingqing, who were disturbed, both frowned. The smile on his face disappeared. Especially Chen Yuan, he has already felt the opponent's fierce momentum. Friend, could you please move your feet? Chen Yuan pointed at the other person's feet and said in a cold voice. Who the hell is your friend? You don't even take a piss and look in the mirror, and you still want to be friends with me, Zhao Qingtao? Are you worthy? Zhao Qingtao grinned, his face full of ferocity. The girlfriend next to him showed even more admiration. You guys have no shame, don't you know you've taken our booth? This is my husband's exclusive booth. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Zhao Qingtao's girlfriend looked even more unfriendly. Don't underestimate his young age. He is very fierce when he throws a tantrum. Keep your mouth clean. We reserved the booth, how come it's yours now? Lu Qingqing pointed at the girl and warned her. The girl rolled her eyes with disdain. You are so brave, you little bastard. Come to Jiangshan nightclub and don't even ask who owns table number 8. I'm going to give you 3 seconds to get out of here, or else don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Qingtao took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Took a deep breath. Then he applied it on Chen Yuan's face. Chen Yuan waved his hand gently and stared at the other person. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. There are all kinds of people in nightclubs. A mixed bag. If you really provoke those gangsters, it is indeed very troublesome. Before he got the system, he would stay away from these thugs whenever he encountered them. Even though the system gave him strong financial resources. But now he has no ability to protect himself. But he would never leave in such a cowardly way. The consumer is God. He couldn't do anything about this gangster. But Jiangshan nightclub is okay. Qingqing, wait for me. When he said this, Chen Yuan had already stood up. Then his eyes fell on Zhao Qingtao. I'll give you 3 minutes. I'm going to the bathroom. If I come back, you're still here. You will die miserably. Chen Yuan said this and turned and left. Because he was so excited. I have to pee. It's finally my turn to get slapped in the face after showing off. He has waited for this day for too long. I need to calm down and think about the script. How to be domineering and step on the rich second generation. Calm down, calm down. Don't let the opportunity to show off fly away when it's right in your mouth. But in Zhao Qingtao's eyes, Chen Yuan's rapidly departing back looked like he was afraid that he would flee. Chapter 16 Money can make beautiful women work. Damn it, what a coward. You run fast. My beautiful lady, you have such bad taste. Where did you find such a loser? He left you here and ran away. I think you should stay and play with us. It will be more fun with more people. My name is Zhao Qingtao, I'm a regular customer here, and the owner of Jiangshan nightclub and I are friends. Come on, all the expenses tonight are on me. Zhao Qingtao sat down. But he simply ignored his new girlfriend. Lu Qingqing in front of me is really so beautiful. In contrast, his girlfriend was instantly turned into ashes. Not even qualified to be a green leaf. The girlfriend also had a resentful look on her face and glared at Lu Qingqing fiercely. I'm thinking of you, you slutty vixen. She actually steals men from others. Pooh. However, Lu Qingqing ignored Zhao Qingtao's invitation. Instead, he looked in the direction Chen Yuan went and waited silently. She believed that the other party shouldn't be so timid. This is purely malicious slander by Zhao Qingtao. Just jealousy. At this time, Zhao Qingtao discovered the champagne and red wine that came with the dragon set on the table. Suddenly my eyes lit up. I didn't expect that boy just now was so powerful. Even the small dragon set can be afforded. I really got a great bargain today. Get rid of that guy and the wine will be yours. Save it for picking up girls later. Zhao Qingtao was very happy. He picked up the champagne and poured a glass. Come on, have a drink. This beautiful lady, can you please give me a favor? Don't stare at him, that loser has already run away under the pretext of peeing. If he dares to come back, I'll break his legs. Don't bother with this kind of loser anymore. Let's add each other's contact information. When you come to Jianshan nightclub next time, I'll protect you. Just for fun. Zhao Xingtao patted his chest, he was so arrogant. And what Lu Qingqing despises the most is this kind of gangster. No money to install. At first I thought he was a rich second generation. But he didn't expect that after sitting down, he picked up the wine that Chen Yuan bought. The real rich second generation would not do this. From this we can see. This guy is just a poor pretender. But Chen Yuan hasn't come back yet, which makes Lu Qingqing a little restless. She checked her watch and waited a few more minutes. If Chen Yuan doesn't come back, she is leaving too. And the other side. Chen Yuan went straight to the backstage. It was Sister Xiao Xiao who received him. Mr. Chen Yuan, did you have fun tonight? Sister Xiao Xiao noticed Chen Yuan just now. The first consumer tycoon to activate the little dragon set tonight. Another achievement added. She greeted very warmly. It was quite enjoyable. But someone wants to take my booth. If I remember correctly, I reserved this booth half an hour ago. Chen Yuan said lightly. Although he can't fight. But he has the ability to make money. Money makes the world go round. What's more, in such a purely consumption place? As long as you have money, you can do whatever you want. Are you trying to show off? Fighting is too lame. As a veteran reader, he has long been tired of reading it. When showing off, the more beauties the better, and he has to show off passively. Active installation, too low. Sister Xiao Xiao's face changed instantly after hearing this. This kind of thing actually happens. Jia Jia, come here. Mr. Chen Yuan said that someone stole his card table number 8. Go and see what's going on. Sister Xiao Xiao took out the walkie-talkie and shouted. After getting a response, she looked at Chen Yuan with an apologetic look. Mr. Chen, I'll ask someone to find out the situation. Please wait for me for a moment. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, please believe me. Only then did Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Then he pulled out a chair and sat down. A moment later, Jia Jia's voice came from Sister Xiao Xiao's intercom. Sister Xiao Xiao, I just went there. It's Master Zhao who has occupied booth number 8. And he didn't spend any money. He drank the wine bought by Mr. Chen. When I heard this, Sister Xiao Xiao's face turned gloomy in an instant. Go call Hu Zi and the others over now. Right now. Sister Xiao Xiao gave an order and then put down the intercom. Mr. Chen, please follow me. I will give you a satisfactory explanation now. Sister Xiao Xiao made a gesture of invitation. Chen Yuan then stood up and walked towards booth number 8. At this time, Lu Qingqing could no longer wait. I was very disappointed. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan really slipped away. This person is too timid. Rich, young, and handsome. But he is a coward. This instantly greatly reduced her impression of Chen Yuan. Lu Qingqing has stood up and is ready to leave. See this scene. A smug smile appeared on Zhao Qingtao's face. He didn't tease the other person again. After all, you can't go too far when you bring your girlfriend here. What's more, this Lu Qingqing doesn't seem to be interested in me at all. Not that easy to fool. So I have given up in my heart. I just feel a little itchy in my heart. This beauty is really so beautiful. Beautiful lady, please leave me your contact information. Just make friends. Zhao Qingtao said in a very provocative tone. I never make friends with junk collectors. Lu Qingqing pointed at the wine glass in Zhao Qingtao's hand. The wine in this glass was bought by Chen Yuan. The other party was occupying a booth and drinking here for free. This behavior is really cheap. Feeling Lu Qingqing's contempt, Zhao Qingtao instantly got angry. I just wanted to say something. But at this moment, Chen Yuan walked back again. And Miss Xiao and Jia Jia were following behind him. That's not all. There were also 7 or 8 burly men who rushed to the booth in an instant. They all looked aggressive. Chen Yuan, why did you come back just now? I was so worried. Seeing Chen Yuan coming back, Lu Qingqing walked over with joy. I thought this guy had run away. It made her feel very disappointed. Don't worry, I'm fine. Then we can watch the show. Chen Yuan pulled the other person to sit down. Mr. Zhao, what's going on? Sister Xiaoxiao came over, supported herself on the sofa with both hands, and bent over slightly. The snow-white surge appeared in front of the chest. They are like two big white rabbits that can jump out at any time. Zhao Qingtao looked at them greedily. Sister Xiaoxiao, you're here just in time. I'm still looking for you. How come the booth number 8 that I reserved is occupied by someone else? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Zhao Qingtao crossed his legs and leaned on the sofa. He paid no attention to the strong men who were eyeing him covetously. Looks even more arrogant. If Master Zhao hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. If I remember correctly, you booked a booth 2.5 hours ago. We have done our best to keep it for you. But then a customer requested a booth, and we couldn't refuse. We have to open a business and make a living. Moreover, Mr. Zhao has reserved a booth at our house 13 times this month, but he only came twice. You are an old customer, so we don't mind it. But now you have seriously disturbed my guests. Could you please move to another seat, or to the number 7 booth next door? Sister Xiaoxiao appears to be very polite. It's a business after all. It was not easy for her to just kick him out. She welcomes all consumers. I won't go anywhere else, Channel 8 has always been my choice. Who in the entire Jiangshan nightclub doesn't know that this is my exclusive seat? I brought my girlfriend here today just to give you face. Why don't you let him go to booth number 7? Zhao Qingtao pointed at Chen Yuan. Chapter 17. Why is Mr. Zhao so scared? Since young Master Zhao insists on having card number 8. Then please pay for the booth first. In addition, we provided card counter number 8 to Mr. Chen, and Mr. Chen spent 38,800 here. So I have no reason to ask Mr. Chen to go to counter number 7, but I believe Mr. Zhao has the spending power. As long as you spend more than this amount, I will take care of Mr. Chen's situation. Sister Xiaoxiao stood up. Cross your arms across your chest. The two snow-white rabbits were squeezed out of shape. Even Chen Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances at this moment. After seeing this, Lu Qingqing, who was standing next to him, gritted her teeth and punched Chen Yuan. In front of me, you are still looking at other girls. You are committing a crime against the wind. Chen Yuan smiled awkwardly. Now it's time to watch the show. There's nothing to be angry about. Because the situation he had been looking forward to for a whole day finally happened. The pretentious and face-slapping plot in the novel. Although it's very cliché. But only those who are happy know. Zhao Qingtao smiled coldly. Stand up suddenly. Who are you looking down on, you bitch? Stimulate me with spending. I spend hundreds of thousands of dollars here every month. My girlfriend's eyes lit up when she heard this. The look he gave Zhao Qingtao was even more admiring. I even wish I could stick to his arms. I don't mean to look down on Mr. Zhao. On the contrary, I have been saying that Mr. Zhao has a strong spending power and is also a distinguished guest of our store. But now you see, Mr. Chen has already spent money here, so there is no reason for us to chase him away. Mr. Chen's meaning is very simple. As long as you, Mr. Zhao, spend more than him, he is willing to give up Channel 8. Sister Xiaoxiao spread her hands and said. Suddenly, Zhao Qingtao was speechless. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Yuan fiercely. Consumption, right? Okay, give me that little dragon suit. Zhao Qingtao waved his hand. Extremely arrogant. Jia, give the payment code to Mr. Zhao. As Sister Xiaoxiao's voice fell. Jia then handed the payment code to Zhao Qingtao. All of a sudden, the sturdy men around, including Sister Xiaoxiao, all looked at Yao and bowed, shouting in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for spending the Xinlong suit." But this Mr. Zhao scanned the code several times with his mobile phone. I don't know what's going on. Payment has not been made yet. Then he pulled out a few more credit cards. Swipe my card, WeChat limit. Mr. Zhao said calmly. Then Sister Xiaoxiao brought the POS machine. Swipe a card. Insufficient balance. I swiped another one, but it was still not enough. Then after drawing 7 or 8 pictures, Sister Xiaoxiao has stopped moving. As for Zhao Qingtao, he was grinning, looking extremely embarrassed. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept flowing down from his forehead. Mr. Zhao, do you still want to buy this? Sister Xiao asked again. Zhao Qingtao gritted his teeth. More than a dozen credit cards are all overdrawn. It's totally difficult to back down. Just when Zhao Qingtao felt embarrassed. Sister Xiao. Let me do it. Give me another Supreme Dragon set. Chen Yuan walked over directly and scanned the payment code with his mobile phone. Then paid 188,000. Supreme Dragon Suit, MVP of the game. It is the highest consumption in the entire Jianshan nightclub. The moment you received the transfer notification, Sister Xiao was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened. As for Jia and the several strong men around her, they all gasped. I have already paid the money. But this person disturbed my friend and made my friend very unhappy. I still need a satisfactory explanation. Chen Yuan clapped his hands and returned to his position again. Lu Qingqing looked at him in shock. Brother Chen Yuan, that manager is deliberately trying to incite you two to spend money. I don't have anything to lose, why spend so much money? And if your girlfriend knew about this, she would beat me up, right? Although she said this, Lu Qingqing was secretly delighted in her heart. The conversation is full of tea. It is said that one can risk one's life for the love of a woman. This Chen Yuan spends money too recklessly. Just to make myself happy, I'll open a little dragon first. Then he directly opened another Supreme Dragon set. It's just a nightclub. In just 1 hour, he spent more than 200,000 yuan. Is this what it feels like to be pampered and favored? Lu Qingqing finally understood what the girl who had dined with Chen Yuan in the restaurant during the day had felt personally. I'm so happy. From childhood to adulthood, I have never felt such a strong sense of security except from my father. As long as you are happy, it's worth it. The simplest sentence was spoken from Chen Yuan's mouth at this moment. It has become the most seductive love words in the world. Lu Qingqing has been completely attracted by Chen Yuan's heroic and domineering aura. Chen Yuan could also feel the change in Lu Qingqing's eyes when she looked at him. But the emotion value did not increase. Does Chen Yuan know why? After all, from the beginning to now, Lu Qingqing only gained emotional value. But nothing practical was achieved. Different from Su Yaoyao. What Su Yaoyao got was real gold and silver. When I think about this, Chen Yuan smiled and said, you can't drink these wines anyway, so they will all be in your name. If you want to sell them, sell them. If you don't want to sell them, keep them for yourself or bring your friends with you. After hearing this, Lu Qingqing instantly became excited. These wines are sold at half price. That's worth hundreds of thousands. That's not good. If your girlfriend knew. Forget it. Lu Qingqing shook her head. Don't think too much. It's just a few bottles of wine. She's not that sensitive. It's settled now. Chen Yuan said in a very domineering tone. This time, Lu Qingqing didn't say anything more, but her eyes looked at Chen Yuan even brighter. Even some brushing. Lu Qingqing's mood value plus 10. Really? Only when you get the actual value can the emotional value increase. Mr. Chen, thank you for your support and recognition of our store. I will give you a satisfactory answer right now. Sister Xiao finally came to her senses after saying this. He just glanced at those burly men. Suddenly, the men rushed towards Zhao Qingtao in an instant. He pushed him onto the sofa. Fuck it, let me go. What do you want to do? Whoever dares to touch a hair on my head will be killed miserably by me. Zhao Qingtao grimaced in pain, still yelling and cursing wildly. Mr. Zhao, you are the one who is shameless. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. You are pretending to be rich. You don't feel embarrassed and I don't want to bother with you, but you have seriously affected my customers. I'm giving you one chance now. Apologize to my guests immediately. Otherwise, I'll let you see the methods of our Jiangshan nightclub. Sister Xiao is not an easy person to deal with. As a woman, being able to be the store manager here, she must have her own unique side. I have already tolerated this Mr. Zhao for some time. If it weren't for the fact that the other party still had some purchasing power, she had already turned against him. Now I have offended this big customer again. Sister Xiao naturally won't be polite to him anymore. It seems that the other party has already made serious moves. Even the strong men became more violent. Zhao Qingtao began to panic. His eyes rolled and he said hastily, "Sister Xiao Xiao, it's all my fault, okay? Hurry up and let your men loose, my hands are almost broken." However, after hearing this, Sister Xiao Xiao showed great disdain. "I can let you go, but you have to apologize to my client immediately. Otherwise I'll never be done with you today. Even if your father Zhao Jianghao was here, he couldn't protect you. If you have the guts, you can give it a try." Sister Xiao Xiao suddenly became more heroic. She looks like a female version of a domineering president. There was an air of insignificance in his tone. Like a noble queen high above. Zhao Qingtao was completely scared. He also knew that the strength of Jiangshan nightclub was not something he could possibly cause. Even though it would be embarrassing to apologize. But if I don't apologize now, I'm afraid I'll be in real trouble. Chapter 18, The Touch of Consumption. He knew that these people were very ruthless. Zhao Qingtao had no choice but to apologize to Chen Yuan. But he hasn't spoken yet. Chen Yuan waved his hand impatiently. "Miss Xiao Xiao, don't let him get in the way here. I don't need his apology. If you look at this kind of person for even a second, you'll lose. Let him go." Chen Yuan waved his hand. I saw Sister Xiao Xiao nodded. His face was full of friendly smiles. When he turned around and looked at Zhao Qingtao, coldness appeared again. "You're lucky that Master Chen doesn't bother to argue with you. The great man does not care about the mistakes of the small man. Why don't you say thank you and get out of here?" Sister Xiao Xiao snorted coldly. Zhao Qingtao was so scared that he nodded and bowed. "I said thank you to Chen Yuan." The group of strong men in charge of security finally let go. Zhao Qingtao was about to leave. "I said get out. Pay attention to my pronunciation." Chen Yuan said this casually and then raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Qingqing next to him. They even drank wine from each other's cups. Zhao Qingtao's scalp suddenly went numb. Grinning. Gritting teeth. But when he saw Sister Xiao Xiao's threatening look, he had no choice but to hold his head and roll on the ground. He rolled slowly to the door and then fled. When the audience around saw the scene, they all started talking about it. There was an uproar. Young Master Zhao, who has always been so arrogant, suffered a defeat today. Being humiliated like this. This also made everyone looking at Chen Yuan look full of fear. It turns out that not all rich people are kind-hearted. He is the one who cannot be provoked. But there were a few rebellious girls, their eyes shining when they looked at Chen Yuan. It seemed as if Chen Yuan only needed to hook his finger. They are willing to give everything on their own initiative. But Chen Yuan didn't even look at them. The iris scan just now showed that they were all bronze level. A mediocre woman who can't even get silver. "Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. To express our apology, our store will give you a set of little dragons. Thank you Mr. Chen for recognizing my work." Following Sister Xiao Xiao's clap of hands. The original heavy metal music instantly turned into a roar. It was like a thunder that resounded throughout the entire venue. Accompanied by the DJ's words, "Great Wall Cannon." The atmosphere was instantly ignited. From the four doors of the nightclub, a huge golden dragon appeared and was lifted high. The lights are flashing. The east is supreme. To the west is the emperor. To the south is heaven on earth. The west is full of partying every night. With rose petals floating all over the sky, the atmosphere in the venue instantly reached its peak. A blonde girl wearing a bikini appeared from the sky, holding a bottle of Louis XIII in his hand. After landing on the ground, he sat on a sedan chair carried by 8 people. A group of men and women dressed in ceremonial guard uniforms, playing suona and scattering red flowers. Also at this moment, the DJ picked up the microphone and jumped onto the mixing desk, accompanied by an exciting English BGM. Pointing at the ceiling with one hand, he roared in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, Master Chen, for purchasing the Supreme Dragon set. The cost of a single unit is 210,000. Thank you, Goddess Miss Lu Qingqing, for visiting our store. Let us use the most enthusiastic screams to send our sincerest blessings to our king of tonight, Master Chen." Next second. Ah! Hundreds of people screamed, shouted, boiled, and roared in unison. It feels like the roof is about to be blown off. More than a dozen sculpted dragon heads sparkled with golden light. The blonde girl who was lifted up came to VIP booth number 8, then knelt on one knee and raised the bottle of Louis XIII with both hands. Chen Yuan did not go to answer it. But Lu Qingqing had already covered her mouth, unable to hide the excitement on her face. "Take that bottle of wine." A dozen girls in bikinis danced around Chen Yuan. More than 20 waiters all held up their signs and taps. Booth number 8 at this time has become the focus of the whole audience. Everyone knows that there is a wealthy person sitting there. Came in less than an hour. Crazy spending of 210,000. He even brutally tortured Master Zhao and forced him to crawl out. Crazy to the extreme. Arrogant to the extreme. It is the object of men's worship. The man that women dream of. Even for Ling Xiaoxiao, who often works in nightclubs, it's commonplace. At this moment, I was also overwhelmed by the atmosphere on the scene. He was full of strong interest in Chen Yuan, the wealthy man who suddenly appeared in front of him. "Brother Chen Yuan, I am so happy tonight. You gave me all this. I was very unhappy today, but meeting you is my luck." At this moment, Lu Qingqing could not withstand such a crazy attack. Feel the envious looks from the girls around you. Being able to sit next to a wealthy man who is like a king. Vanity was greatly satisfied. With her heart pounding and her heart excited, Lu Qingqing took the initiative to hug Chen Yuan's arm. She even leaned into his arms. The beauty was in his arms and the beautiful woman embraced him, but Chen Yuan was so happy. Perfect outfit. And make a beautiful woman smile. How can I describe his current mood with just one word? Cool. Watching Lu Qingqing take out her cell phone to take a selfie. Chen Yuan also tried to take a picture. Not for anything else. Just fishing. Post a circle of friends. You will definitely get likes from girls. Especially those beautiful girls. Cast a wide net and fish over a large area. This saves you from having to actively look for the target. However, Chen Yuan overlooked one thing. When he posted on WeChat Moments, he did not block anyone. But it is fully disclosed. It soon attracted a series of likes. Old classmate Yang Chunlei liked the post and sent a message. "My old classmate is doing well. Looking at the wine on the table, it should be Louis XIII, right?" Chen Yuan just took a look and didn't reply. This Yang Chunlei was also a rich second generation when he was in college. He was bullied a lot at that time. Because his family is rich, he is very popular in school. It can be as beautiful as possible. And Yang Chunlei also pursued Su Yaoyao. It seems like we were dating for a week. But this guy is too impatient. I didn't spend much money, but I had a lot of bad ideas. After being discovered by Su Yaoyao, he stopped the loss in time and broke up with the other party on the spot. Later, Yang Chunlei turned his attention to other girls. It is said that there were many scandals. As a result, one of the girls became pregnant. Later I heard that Yang Chunlei's family fell into poverty, and after graduation he went to work in a factory to make screws to pay off his debts. Chen Yuan did not reply to the other party's message. But this guy made another comment. "Isn't that a picture you found online? I don't even know you. Just that bottle of Louis XIII is enough to pay you a year's salary." See this comment. Chen Yuan smiled but did not respond. Because there's no point in pretending to be cool in front of this kind of person. It may even be very low. At the same time, on the other side, Su Yaoyao, who had already returned to the rental house, was chatting with her best friend on the phone. Wear all kinds of gold jewelry on your body and hands. On the other side of the video, the eyes of several female girlfriends lit up. Wow, 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 this isn't gold covered in silver. Which idiot bought so many for you? One of the girls wearing glasses had a face full of envy. Yao Yao, where did you get this rich guy from? He's actually willing to spend money on you. So many gold jewelry, it must cost thousands of dollars. The other girl seems to have no concept of money recently. After all, she only earns 3,000 yuan a month. I have always wanted to find someone who earns over 10,000 a month. But this dream has yet to be realized. I often run into obstacles during practice. You two bumpkins. This is more than 1,300 grams of gold, worth 560,000 yuan. Have you seen this? Su Yaoyao said this as she picked up the Cartier bracelet that Chen Yuan bought for her. Her pretty face was full of pride. Chapter 19. The school beauty has arrived, everyone get out of the way. Oh my god, isn't this the latest model of Cartier? It's got a circle of diamonds on it. How much does this bracelet cost? The girl with glasses asked expectantly. The other girl's face was already showing a mask of pain. Because jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Not much, just over 400,000. Su Yaoyao put on the bracelet happily and swayed in front of the screen. The girl with glasses' eyes swayed left and right following his hand. There was a greedy gleam in their eyes. The other girl curled her lips. Yaoyao was doing very well now. She must have met a rich man. You didn't even bother to find a sponsor for us two little sisters. The other girl hung up the video right after she finished speaking. Yaoyao, don't pay attention to her, she's just jealous. I still want to compete with you, it's so funny. Don't you even look in the mirror? Is the pee matte? Another girl with glasses said with a laugh. Xiaoying, you are still the best and understand me the best. As a reward, I'll give you a ring next time we meet. When Su Yaoyao said this, the girl named Sakura nodded heavily. Don't mention how excited I am. By the way, Yaoyao, I'm not sure if the person you're looking for this time is another retired old man. I almost got hurt last time. Be careful this time, don't let those old guys take advantage of you. Sakura asked hurriedly. TSK, this time it's different. I have found my Prince Charming. Let me tell you, he is my college classmate, from the same year and class. He suddenly became rich and handsome. It's absolutely perfect, I feel like it's a gift from God. Su Yaoyao said this while holding her hands, her eyes full of longing. She even fantasized about getting married to Chen Yuan. Then the child was born. Have a home for them. Live a beautiful and wealthy life. Wow, you are so lucky. Even I'm happy for you. He's rich, young, and handsome. You can meet him even with such a low probability. Send a photo of him quickly, so that I, your little sister, can open my eyes. The girl with glasses is rubbing her hands with anticipation on her face. It has even been decided. If he's really handsome, then leave this photo. After the relatives left, I looked at the photos and... You also know this person. Su Yaoyao suddenly said. Sakura, the girl wearing glasses, was stunned. She knows him too? How is that possible? Among the people she knows, there are no outstanding ones, they are all social slaves. Most of them are low-ranking men. I wish I could treat her to a bowl of 10 yuan spicy hot pot and fuck her 11 times. Don't be ridiculous. Where can I find such a sponsor? Please, please. Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me who it is. Sakura became even more curious. Chen Yuan. When you were still working, he was the one delivering packages to both of us. We both added him on WeChat at that time. Su Yaoyao said with a smile. The reason why she dared to expose Chen Yuan publicly was because Su Yaoyao had strong confidence in herself. Whether it's Sakura or the girl just now. In terms of appearance and looks, they are several levels behind her. Chen Yuan is not so short-sighted. No threat, that's why I share. What? The loser who picked up bottles and sold them for money when he was in college? You are kidding. I remember that he has been working as a courier. He even delivered a package to me last week. It was so shabby. He braved the heavy rain, eating steamed buns while delivering the package to me. From that time on, I made up my mind that I would never look for such a low-class job in my life. It would only lower my living standards. Besides, that guy is just average-looking and sloppy. Don't let him fool you. Sakura shook her head the moment she heard that. The impression of Chen Yuan emerged in my mind. Then you don't know. In just one day, Chen Yuan spent 1 million on me. The goods are genuine and are all displayed here. You transferred 110,000 yuan to me last night. He really has made a comeback. He said he won the lottery, but I don't believe it. I feel like he must be a second-generation rich man. When he was in our school, he came here to experience life. Now that he has graduated, he should be going back to inherit the property. After all, there are many examples of rich young men gaining experience like this. Su Yaoyao said with longing. This has always been her guess. Oh my God. Even salted fish can turn over. This is too unbelievable. But Yaoyao, this guy has been so nice to you since he turned over a new leaf, you better keep a close eye on him. You weren't with him late at night? He spent so much money on you, you have to give him a little sweetness. You have caught this big fish. Sakura spoke quickly. I think it's better to be sincere. And Chen Yuan is really nice to me. But you know, men, if you treat them too well, they will become puffy. He wanted to invite me to the hotel tonight, but I didn't go. I made up an excuse and went home. I still believe in my charm. Su Yaoyao said with a smile. But the next second, she was browsing her circle of friends when her eyes froze for a moment, staring closely at the photos sent by Chen Yuan in the circle of friends. This guy is actually in a nightclub. Moreover, judging from the drinks on the table, it seems that a lot of money has been spent. There was actually a bottle of Louis XIII and 2 bottles of Ace of Spades. That's not the point. The point is, through the photo you can see rows of long legs next to the table. Even through the screen. It's all dazzling. At this moment, Su Yaoyao's heart was in her throat. The confidence I had just now is now shaky. A man has money. It's a good relationship with people of the opposite sex. What's more, Chen Yuan was so generous. It is easiest to attract bad luck in love in this kind of nightclub. Isn't that girl like a wolf, targeting Chen Yuan, the little lamb? When I think of this, Su Yaoyao's heart continued to sink. A strong sense of crisis swept over my body. I have thought about the worst possible outcome countless times in my mind. Sakura, I think you're right. I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first. Su Yaoyao, who was no longer sleepy, hung up the video call. He picked up his phone and called Chen Yuan directly. The first video I sent, no one answered. Sent a voice message. Still the same result. Just make a phone call. A moment later, the other party answered the call. But it's very noisy over there. You can also hear many girls screaming and shouting. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Su Yaoyao forced herself to suppress the nervousness in her heart. She didn't dare to get angry. Even seemed a little cautious. Because at this moment, she felt completely insecure. Chapter 21 Master and 2 Servants, Chen Yuan, you are playing tricks. At Jiangshan nightclub. When Chen Yuan received a call from Su Yaoyao, his heart skipped a beat. Not good. To be caught. Because he had already sensed a hint of anger in the other party's tone. Only then did I suddenly think of the circle of friends I posted. I think Su Yaoyao must have seen it. It's too late to quibble now. Then you just have to have the courage to admit it. I'm playing outside, do you want to come over? Although Chen Yuan had already amplified the sound. But the background music was too loud. Su Yaoyao on the other end of the phone listened several times before she could hear clearly. What time is it already? You're still playing outside. I've already gone home and am getting ready for bed. If I hadn't seen your circle of friends, I wouldn't have known that you actually went to a nightclub. Well, Chen Yuan, are you doing me justice by doing this? Su Yaoyao is so angry now. He threw all the gifts Chen Yuan bought for him to the ground. The feeling is different during the day and at night. During the day, Chen Yuan gave her enough sense of security. But at night, this guy seems to have completely let himself go. It's really too much. He actually went to a nightclub behind her back. Because it was too noisy around, Chen Yuan had to get up and go to the door of the nightclub. I just came over to have a drink and have some fun. It's not what you think. Why don't you come over too? Chen Yuan said with a smile. Because just a few minutes ago, a sudden idea occurred to his mind. There is nothing to be afraid of. While Lu Qingqing is here, just call Su Yaoyao over as well. In this way, Su Yaoyao will definitely be jealous, even angry. When you are angry, you need to be coaxed. Then there are so many ways to coax people. But no matter what the method is, ultimately, it all points to consumption. If you don't spend the love fund in your hand, when will your emotional value reach the conditions for cash back? After all, he doesn't have much cash left. If the love fund is not returned yet, the system will exit. By then it will be too late to cry. Let us make this first pot of gold first. On the other side of the phone, Su Yaoyao heard Chen Yuan so confident. The jealousy in my heart gradually dissipated. But I am still full of worries. Then wait, I'll be there now. If I catch you with other girls, you're dead, Chen Yuan. After saying that, Su Yaoyao hung up the phone. Chen Yuan just waited at the door and smoked. About 10 minutes later, an online hailing taxi stopped at the door of the nightclub. Then I saw Su Yaoyao wearing a cool suspender. The lower body is denim hot pants. Snow white socks with a pair of white shoes. Show off your slender legs to the fullest. As soon as she got off the car, Su Yaoyao saw Chen Yuan standing at the door of the nightclub, waving at him like a lucky cat. Su Yaoyao walked over angrily. Since you like playing so much, I will play with you to your heart's content today. I want to see what attracts you here. When Su Yaoyao said this, she had already walked in. Then Chen Yuan hurriedly followed. Then he pulled Su Yaoyao to booth number 8. The background music isn't that loud anymore. As soon as Su Yaoyao sat down, she saw Lu Qingqing sitting opposite her. Moment. The two girls looked at each other. There was an invisible smell of gunpowder in the air. Hey, isn't this the manager of the restaurant? So it was you who invited our Chen Yuan to come to the nightclub to play. No wonder he's so happy that he hasn't come home yet. Su Yaoyao hugged her shoulders and crossed her legs. She looks like a real girlfriend. There is also a sour taste in the words. It turns out to be Miss Su. I'm afraid you misunderstood. It's not Mr. Chen that I made an appointment with. We just happened to meet here by chance. We just sat together and had a few drinks. Lu Qingqing explained very calmly. His official girlfriend is here. You can't always confront others head-on. What's more, this is indeed a misunderstanding. Then you and my Chen Yuan are quite predestined. Such a big city, and there are so many nightclubs. What a coincidence that you two met. After Su Yaoyao heard it, she didn't believe it at all. Anyone who believes this kind of nonsense is a fool. Do you really think of her as an innocent little girl? What's more, the Lu Qingqing in front of him is not inferior to himself in beauty. And she is a completely different style of beauty. Chen Yuan is now young and rich, and is at the stage where he is most likely to attract romantic interests. Even if he doesn't take the initiative, he will attract many people on his own. If he takes the initiative. Those girls are crazy. Yaoyao, this is indeed a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Qingqing and I really met here by chance. After I sent you home, I thought about coming here to have a drink and go back to sleep. Then I met Qingqing. Chen Yuan also explained. But it would be better if he didn't explain. The more you explain, the worse it gets. I watched Su Yaoyao's face become increasingly gloomy. Even the look he gave Chen Yuan seemed as if he wanted to hit someone. He was even rubbing his silver teeth back and forth. You're amazing, Chen Yuan. You're calling me Qingqing so sweetly so soon. Do you know each other well? Just because of a chance encounter, you ordered the Dragon Supreme set, Louis XIII, Ace of Spades? When Su Yaoyao said this, tears welled up in her aggrieved eyes. Don't even look away. Wipe nose with hand. Looks so charming and adorable. Seeing that the time was almost right, Chen Yuan hurriedly sat over. His hand just rested on Su Yaoyao's leg. He was pushed away by the other party. Yaoyao, it's not what you think. Don't you know who I am? How about I also give you a Supreme Dragon set? Chen Yuan said with a smile. But Su Yaoyao didn't buy it at all. Just at this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly walked over. She doesn't know what the situation is here yet. All I know is that there is a new customer at booth number 8. When she saw Su Yaoyao, Ling Xiaoxiao's heart trembled. More of a surprise. He is indeed a rich young man. The girls brought are more beautiful than each other. It's simply the best. If she were put on the screen, she would definitely be at the star and internet celebrity level. Whether it is Lu Qingqing or Su Yaoyao. They are two completely different types of beauties. This completely solidified Ling Xiaoxiao's impression of Chen Yuan as a playboy. But think about it. He is young, rich, handsome, and generous. Such a man is infinitely close to perfection. For most girls, it can satisfy their fantasies. Mr. Chen, excuse me for disturbing you. Because you spent 210,000 in our store, you are the MVP of this game. Our store will give you a gold membership for free, which has more privileges. Can we add your contact information? After Ling Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she took out her mobile phone and waved the WeChat code towards Chen Yuan. Suddenly, Su Yaoyao, who was already feeling very aggrieved, widened her beautiful eyes even more. When I came to my senses, my eyes were red. Staring at Chen Yuan fiercely. You big pig's hoof. At this time, Chen Yuan was also having a headache. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaoxiao also joined in the fun at this time. Originally, I just wanted to use Lu Qingqing to piss off Su Yaoyao. To promote consumption and improve emotional value. Achieve the goal of early cash back. But Ling Xiaoxiao's appearance instantly broke the critical point. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as making Su Yaoyao jealous. Chapter 21 Spending money is also an art. Well done, good job. Chen Yuan, I really misjudged you. Sorry to bother you all, I hope you have fun. Su Yaoyao stood up and pushed Chen Yuan away. He ran outside angrily. She covered her eyes and cried while running. Don't tell me how sad I am. Chen Yuan was also extremely embarrassed when he saw this scene. He grinned and smiled at Lu Qingqing and Ling Xiaoxiao. Go chase her, your girlfriend is angry. Just coax him. Don't worry about me, your girlfriend is the most important. Lu Qingqing said with a smile. Show mature and stable intellect. Gave Chen Yuan enough room to maneuver. As for Ling Xiaoxiao, she just stood there in a daze. Because she had no idea what was going on. It turns out that the one who ran away just now was Mr. Chen's real girlfriend. I'm so sorry, Qingqing. What a huge misunderstanding. Let's make an appointment some other time when we have time. Chen Yuan touched his nose and then stood up. Miss Xiaoxiao, please help me deposit the wine under the name of this Miss Lu. Thank you for your hard work. After leaving these words, Chen Yuan chased outside. If you don't chase me anymore. But it would be a complete waste of time and effort. At this time, Su Yaoyao ran outside and looked back several times, but found that Chen Yuan had not caught up with her at all. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. You damn Chen Yuan, I will never talk to you again. Say that. But I felt a little regretful. Why did you run out impulsively just now? Wouldn't that give those two vixens a chance? But to look back now would be really low. Chen Yuan will definitely look down on me. I had no choice but to go out. Chase me out quickly. Chen Yuan, you bastard. At this moment, Su Yaoyao wished she could bite Chen Yuan to death. Yaoyao, don't leave yet. Wait for me. Finally, a call came from behind. Su Yaoyao, who was originally very sad, couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise in her heart. I finally felt relieved. But he still walked forward quickly. Reflecting the light of the street lamp. The light shone on her body, stretching her shadow very long. She rubbed her eyes and cried, looking very sad. Chen Yuan finally caught up and ran in front of Su Yaoyao. He even held her in his arms. Pa. Su Yaoyao waved her little fists, which fell on Chen Yuan's chest like small raindrops. It's as hard to catch as a pig during Chinese New Year. Let me go. Go find your Qingqing, why are you looking for me? You're still chasing me during the day, and you're hanging out with other girls at night. Chen Yuan, what on earth do you want to do? If you don't like me, why do you bother me? Su Yaoyao was crying with tears in her eyes. Now. Even she herself couldn't tell whether she was reluctant to part with Chen Yuan as a person or his financial ability. Things are really not as bad as you think. Lu Qingqing and I did meet here by chance. If you don't believe me, we can check the surveillance. Or you can find the store manager, Ms. Ling Xiaoxiao. Everything will be clear as long as you ask. Chen Yuan grabbed Su Yaoyao's little hand. Explained one sentence. If I were guilty of something, would I still call you over? You will also be blocked in moments. I won't even answer your call. Because I'm innocent. Chen Yuan felt a little uneasy, as if PC had been arrested and his family had been notified to bail him out. Because of this, his explanation was deeply rooted in people's hearts. With such a wealthy fortune, he still has the patience to explain, which shows his sincerity. Su Yaoyao then stopped making a fuss, because she knew that if she continued making a fuss, there would be no way to end it. You really didn't lie to me? Su Yaoyao sobbed. If I lie to you, let me. Chen Yuan hadn't finished his words. It was covered by Su Yaoyao's little hand. Bah, don't say anything unlucky. Are you still angry? Nonsense, it would be strange if I wasn't angry. Dating me during the day, and hanging out with other girls at night. Then how can you make the little princess happy? How about I give you a gift? Hearing what Chen Yuan said, Su Yaoyao then snorted. Give each other a way out. If you don't step down, I'm afraid you will really have no chance. You can joke around, but you can't take gifts as a joke. What gift? The gift is to be your wish-making dragon once. No matter what your wish is, I can help you realize it. Chen Yuan didn't know what happened tonight. It seems like his skills in picking up girls have reached the top level. It's so exciting, I feel like my life has reached its peak. I even wanted to stand in front of my great master, Brother Tong, and shout out loud. Return. Have. Who? Tisk, no sincerity at all. Is there any difference between what you are doing and empty talk? Su Yaoyao curled her lips. This is not just empty talk, it comes from the heart. Pay for the mistake I made this time. Of course, the wish I'm talking about must be within my ability. If you ask me to build you an aircraft carrier, I definitely can't do it. Chen Yuan shrugged and said. You said it, don't regret it. Then I'm going to make a wish. Su Yaoyao said, standing on tiptoe and pouting. You're a little bastard if you go back on your word. Chen Yuan grinned. Then. I want a car, please. I passed the driving test when I was in college, and I have been saving money to buy a car over the past few years, but I am still far from my goal. When Su Yaoyao said this, she started to be shy, constantly watching the changes in Chen Yuan's expression. After all, Chen Yuan just spent more than 1 million. Take advantage of this opportunity to make a wish and ask to buy a car. She was afraid of causing Chen Yuan's disgust. Of course, as long as you are happy. Tell me, what is your dream car? Mercedes-Benz or BMW? Here it comes, this is the moment Chen Yuan has been waiting for. Millions were spent before. There is no reason to keep spending money. Then there is a lack of ups and downs. I also lost the sense of anticipation. The mood value will not increase either. But now it's different. He had just pissed off Su Yaoyao, and it also made him feel a sense of crisis. Now, in order to coax her, of course I have to give her a sense of security again. Consumption is a natural thing. Chen Yuan thought that this wave of emotional value should be quite a lot. In his impression, most girls would choose Mercedes-Benz because the interior is beautiful. Chen Yuan had almost guessed what wish Su Yaoyao was going to make next. High probability. Maybach. Unexpectedly, Su Yaoyao rolled her eyes and tapped her chin with her finger. It looks so cute. Mercedes-Benz and BMW are everywhere. I don't like Porsches either. Brother Chen Yuan, are you sure you really want to buy me a car? The car I like is very expensive. When Su Yaoyao made a wish, she still hesitated. Because the car model she likes is really expensive. It was also at work that I saw the car of their female boss. That car became her dream car. Are you afraid that I can't afford it? You still want to save me money? Just tell me. I'll buy you even if I break your bones. Chen Yuan hugged his shoulders and said with a smile. With Chen Yuan's promise, Su Yaoyao's eyes lit up instantly. I want a Land Rover. Su Yaoyao didn't finish. Just testing. After all, this Land Rover car also has different models. The lower and upper limits are worlds apart. The lower limit is hundreds of thousands. The upper limit is expensive. Millions. Chapter 22 Chen Yuan, you are pressing my hair. Buy it. Chen Yuan said without hesitation. Range Rover. Su Yaoyao added again. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Almost the moment Su Yaoyao finished speaking, Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. Really? This car costs more than 2.6 million yuan even if it is on the road. Brother, you are so nice. Su Yaoyao's mood value plus 10. Su Yaoyao's mood value plus 10. Current emotion value 60 heartbeats. Damn, just add 20 points? Critical hit. Buying a car adds so much. What if? At this time, there was an irrepressible excitement flashing in Su Yaoyao's eyes. She stretched out her arms without hesitation and threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms. At that moment, the thin clothes on her body trembled slightly with the movement. The unintentional contact made Chen Yuan's body suddenly stiffen. It was as if an electric current instantly passed through his whole body, and his hair stood up unconsciously. After a moment, the two separated and stared at each other. "I think it's getting late, how about I take you home first?" Chen Yuan asked tentatively. Su Yaoyao hugged Chen Yuan tightly, muttering, "I don't want to go home. I have to stay with you tonight. I can't let those bad people lead you astray." In fact, she had her own little plan in mind, fearing that Chen Yuan would change his mind after one night. After all, buying a car is too important to her. She just hoped to get through the night smoothly so that she could take Chen Yuan to pick up the car early the next morning. Hold this long-awaited surprise firmly in your hands. Chen Yuan listened to her words and smiled helplessly. "So, you're not going home tonight?" Chen Yuan asked tentatively. Then he saw Su Yaoyao's pretty face flushed and she nodded gently. As shy as a red apple about to ripen. So tender and juicy. It makes people want to take a bite. Chen Yuan was instantly distracted after hearing this. Suddenly turned his head. Then I saw the E-Sports Hotel next to it. But I feel it's not high-end enough. He pulled Su Yaoyao to the side of the road, hailed a taxi, and went straight to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, the room was booked at the front desk. The two of them took the room card and entered the elevator. "By the way, brother, didn't you drive yourself?" Su Yaoyao asked doubtfully. It seems like I have never seen Chen Yuan's car before. This also made him very curious. Is it a sports car or a business-oriented Rolls-Royce? After all, judging from how generous Chen Yuan was, his car must be worth tens of millions. "I've been drinking." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Chen Yuan's face, and then he found a reason in a flash of inspiration. "Who would believe it if I told them? Buy them a Land Rover as soon as you make a move. I have to take a taxi when I go out. There is only 8,000 yuan in the bank card." But he spent more than 200,000 in one night in the nightclub. The culprit is the system. I can only spend money on my goddess in the form of love funds. But this male god doesn't have a cent. It's quite abstract when you think about it. "Oh, that's right." Su Yaoyao nodded and didn't continue. Instead, he rubbed his two little hands back and forth. "Still looks nervous. I don't know what's going on in that little head." Soon we arrived at the floor of the room. Walking out of the elevator, the two stepped into the hotel's luxurious private room, and the decoration inside the room was luxurious. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, emitting a soft and warm light, illuminating the entire space. The artistic paintings and exquisite wallpapers on the walls make you feel like you are in an art exhibition. The soft carpet covers the entire room, and every step feels like walking on clouds. A king-sized bed occupied one corner of the room, covered with silk bedding that exuded a faint fragrance. To one side of the room was a spacious bathroom with a large jacuzzi tub big enough for two, surrounded by marble countertops and warm lighting. Next to the bathtub are rows of high-end bath products, from aromatherapy candles to a variety of essential oils, all of which show the high-end level of this place. The bathroom's glass door is frosted, which ensures privacy while adding a hazy beauty. After Su Yaoyao walked into the room, she seemed a little timid and nervous. Her eyes wandered around the room, and she seemed afraid to look directly at Chen Yuan. She clutched her handbag tightly, her fingers twisted together unconsciously, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Her heart beat faster and her breathing became rapid. This environment was both unfamiliar and full of unknowns to her. Chen Yuan noticed Su Yaoyao's uneasiness and tried to make the atmosphere more relaxed. As a freshman, facing the gorgeous school goddess in front of him, every cell in his body seemed to be boiling. My heartbeat speeds up involuntarily. But he knew that he had to stay calm and give the other person enough sense of security. So he walked silently to the bathtub. Gently turn on the faucet, and the warm water slowly flows into the bathtub, making a soft sound. The steam begins to rise and fills the entire bathroom, bringing a sense of tranquility and relaxation. How about we take a bath and relax first? Chen Yuan's voice was gentle and calm, trying to ease Su Yaoyao's tension. He turned around and looked at her tenderly, his eyes full of concern. It's safe here, don't be too nervous. Su Yaoyao nodded slightly, and an almost inaudible sound came out of her throat. She slowly approached the bathtub, staring at the flowing water, feeling both anticipation and uneasiness in her heart. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the air between the two was filled with subtle tension and uncertainty. The two of them took their time and finally took a bath in the bathtub. Then they came to the bed together. Chen Yuan had already thought of it in his mind. If you do something, you'd be a beast, but if you do nothing, you'd be worse than a beast. Before the system was built, he was a loser. But after owning the system, he becomes the king among losers. Ah! My hair! At the same time, Lu Qingqing, who had just returned home, saw harassing messages from the major shareholder. I couldn't help but feel a chill. I wish I could block the other person right now. But after hesitating for a long time, she finally calmed down. She needs money. If I lose my shares in the restaurant, not only will I have to stop paying for my house, but my sister won't be able to go to college. My mother's illness also requires money to maintain. On the surface, owning shares in a high-end restaurant means receiving hundreds of thousands of dividends at the end of every year. But who knows how much she is paid? I took off my clothes very tiredly, went into the bathroom to wash my body and get rid of the smell of alcohol. She then crawled into the quilt, but couldn't fall asleep. Bite. WeChat rang. Lu Qingqing picked it up and saw that it was a message from her boyfriend abroad. Chapter 23. After thinking about it, it seems that Chen Yuan is still the best. Qingqing, are you asleep? I have good news for you. I will be returning to China soon and I can only stay for 3 days. But I don't even have the money to buy a plane ticket now. Seeing these two messages, Lu Qingqing frowned. This so-called boyfriend is like a Tamagotchi living on the mobile phone screen. The last time we met was probably 7 months ago. And it was just a quick glimpse. Every message I send is just for money. Lu Qingqing really felt tired. But I can't bear to let go of this relationship. Then she directly transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party. After the other party received the money, they chatted briefly and then said goodnight to each other. But it's clearly daytime over there. Are you so impatient? I received the transfer and I'm too lazy to deal with it. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath. Sometimes she felt stupid and didn't know what she was holding on to. I even vaguely feel that my boyfriend abroad is cheating on me every time. There are many clues. But she didn't want to ruin this beauty. I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Lu Qingqing turned on her cell phone, and for some reason she felt a little more hopeful. Looking forward to that man sending me a message. But when I think about this moment, I'm afraid that man has already fallen asleep with his girlfriend in his arms. Or maybe, falling asleep. Are you home yet? I am really sorry for the misunderstanding today. Please don't take it to heart. We can meet again some other time if we have the chance. Just when Lu Qingqing was about to put down her phone and go to sleep, the man's profile picture actually jumped. 2 messages were sent. When Lu Qingqing saw these 2 pieces of news, her eyes lit up instantly. All the inner desires and expectations have been met. It's like going back to the time when I was in love with my boyfriend, looking forward to every message from him. It's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Your girlfriend will be jealous again after seeing this. Go to bed early, great lover. After sending these 3 messages, Lu Qingqing put her phone aside and turned it off. The reason for doing this. I want to leave a few messages and read them tomorrow morning. This way you will be in a good mood tomorrow. I don't know why. The appearance of Chen Yuan was like a glimpse of surprise. After it bloomed in her heart, it left indelible ripples. Especially when thinking about everything Chen Yuan did tonight at Jiangshan nightclub. They all seem to have an exclusive special favor. Nourish her heart that has been dry and numb for many years. At this time in the hotel on the other side, Chen Yuan was smoking a cigarette and holding his mobile phone, looking at the 3 messages sent by the other party. Especially the last sentence. Great lover. The resentment contained in these 3 words can breed an evil ghost. It seemed as if it was about to jump out of the screen and stretch out its ghost claws to strangle him to death. Chen Yuan grinned and sent 3 messages. They are respectively. Good night. I'm sorry that I couldn't prove myself. My heart is filled with roses. I'm like a whale heading for the sea, or a bird flying into the forest. I can't avoid it, and I can't retreat. Good morning. After sending these 3 messages, Chen Yuan planned to close his phone. Looking back at Su Yaoyao, who was already exhausted, she was lying sideways like a kitten. Another turn. The snow-white beautiful legs were placed on Chen Yuan's body. This moment, Chen Yuan felt as if he was in a dream. The campus beauty goddess from college is now lying next to me. What a situation! This proves what I said. Good morning, Chairman and Director. One is for living, the other is for enjoying life. It also made him suddenly understand a truth. Rich people own the youth of countless girls. But without money, and working very hard, he could only get a girl that a rich man had. The goddess you don't even want to touch with a finger. But his hair has been messed up by you. Chen Yuan smiled when he thought of this, and gently stroked Su Yaoyao's messy hair with his right hand. Just about to turn off the lights and go to bed. Suddenly a message came. Chen Yuan opened it casually and took a look. It was a message from a girl named Sakura. Are you asleep, Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan frowned slightly. This Sakura is also a college classmate. And she and Su Yaoyao are very good sisters. I also worked in the Laofeng Xiang jewelry store before. Later, it seemed that she started dating a rich boyfriend, and then she quit her job. It's very unusual that someone suddenly sent me a message in the middle of the night. You wouldn't ask him for a courier at this time, would you? And this woman doesn't look like a good person. The most bizarre thing happened was that one time Chen Yuan delivered a courier to the other party. The outer packaging carton was already damaged at that time. Chen Yuan just wanted to help the other person change one to make it look better. He instantly realized that this woman was not simple. Asleep. Chen Yuan sent a message casually. I just clicked on the other person's circle of friends, opened the photos, and after scanning them, I discovered a big secret. The information displayed in the information bar is as follows. Name, Su Ruoying. Age, 26. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charm value, silver 4. Emotional experience, 78 times. Note, fish ponds are flooded. Seeing this number of emotional experiences, Chen Yuan shook his head. A well-deserved master. It's made of iron. What's wrong with people nowadays? Hee, can you reply to messages after sleeping? I heard that you made a date with Yao Yao and bought a lot of gold jewelry. You must have gotten rich recently. Really? No one cares about me for 3 years as a bootlicker, but once I become a rich man everyone knows me. Obviously. Su Yaoyao must have been showing off in front of his good sisters. Otherwise, how could this Sakurabio send the message in the middle of the night? Why aren't you asleep yet? Chen Yuan didn't want to get entangled with the other party. I don't want this kind of stuff even if it's given for free. But I still don't have self-awareness. He actually dared to join in the fun. I want to talk about the degree of this credibility. If you don't have a mirror at home, don't you have urine? Is urine matte? I can't sleep. My relatives are coming. I'm so annoyed. It's been almost a month and they haven't left yet. Then the other person added a cute expression of sticking out the tongue. But Chen Yuan was disgusted. Not honest even during special periods. He immediately sent a message without hesitation. Haven't walked for a month? There's a razor blade in my pants. How could Chen Yuan not see through this little trick? Women are very weak during special periods. The other party said this. I just want some concern. If Chen Yuan shows any sign of concern, I'm afraid the other party will take advantage of the situation. After replying to this message, Chen Yuan turned off his phone. I don't want to hear any more nonsense from the other party. On the other side, after seeing Chen Yuan's message, Xiao Ying became so angry that her face turned blue. A straight man of steel, he doesn't understand romance at all. I don't know what Yao Yao sees in you. Humph, it's just a few bucks, you're just a nouveau riche. It'll all be gone in a few days. Let's see where you can cry when the time comes. Sakura cursed and started looking for her next target. Now Yao Yao is relying on Chen Yuan, that stinky loser. At least this loser has become a nouveau riche. I'm afraid that he will be very domineering in the next period of time. And she was not willing to be left behind. I also want to find a rich man to rely on. Chapter 24. This guy must be very rich. Hotel. The morning light gently shines into the room through the half-closed curtains, adding a faint golden glow to the interior. The sound of the hairdryer had long disappeared into the air, replaced by tranquility and warmth. Chen Yuan slowly woke up from his sleep and heard a slight noise by his ears. He frowned slightly, turned over and found that the bed next to him was empty. In a daze, he saw Su Yaoyao sitting in front of the dressing table, concentrating on putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Her figure looked particularly gentle in the morning light, her long hair like a waterfall, gently draped over her slender, snow-white shoulders. Sleepiness came again. Chen Yuan turned around and closed his eyes. A moment later, his consciousness gradually became clearer, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a sly smile. "Brother, it's time to get up." A gentle voice sounded softly in his ear, and with a slight vibration, the quilt bulged slightly. At this time, she had changed into a black hollow long dress. The one-shoulder design perfectly revealed her delicate collarbone, and her skin was as white as snow. "It seems to break upon touching." She stood up and her skirt swayed gently as she turned around, bringing with it a faint fragrance. Flesh-colored stockings and high heels, showing. On her feet, she was wearing flesh-colored stockings and a pair of high heels. The stockings were tightly fitted to her slender legs, outlining her perfect curves. High heels add a touch of nobility and sweetness to her. Chen Yuan couldn't help but look a little dazed at Su Yaoyao after she was carefully dressed up. The perfect combination of sexiness and sweetness. Like a noble princess. Elegant and luxurious. If he keeps a girl like this around, no one will believe him if he says he has no money. "Why are you up so early?" "I was so tired last night, let me rest for a while." Chen Yuan already felt as if his whole body had been hollowed out. Became a real empty gentleman. Although the goddess is beautiful, you can't be greedy. Going to northern Myanmar means I will open my heart to you. It's different with a goddess. It's very simple. No, you lazy bastard. The sun is shining on my butt. Get up quickly. Okay, baby. Su Yaoyao actually dived into Chen Yuan's arms. Let out a soft and coquettish sound. Chen Yuan's heart moved. It feels a little weird. When he used iris scanning and took a look at Su Yaoyao. Only then did I realize it. The emotional value has risen to 70 points without me noticing. Only 20 points left to cash back. When I think of this, Chen Yuan felt extremely proud and excited. I felt high spirits instantly. Seeing Chen Yuan so happy, he seemed to have forgotten something important. Su Yaoyao wanted to remind. But I was too embarrassed to speak. After all, it involves buying a car, and it's a luxury car among luxury cars. The starting price is more than 1.4 million. Maybe Chen Yuan was just saying that to comfort himself last night. The big cake. When she thought of this, Su Yaoyao felt instantly lost. The reason why I got up so early was to dress up carefully. Isn't it just to pick up the car? That was her dream car. Watching Su Yaoyao's emotions change was like turning the pages of a book. You were just acting like a spoiled brat. At this time, it has curled up its body and pouts its little mouth. As if he had suffered a great injustice. What's wrong? I just got up a little late. It's just that I was too tired last night. Besides, we have to pick up the car today, can't you just smile? Chen Yuan asked in confusion. Suddenly, Su Yaoyao suddenly stood up from the bed. The pretty face is really like turning the pages of a book. He smiled brightly again. Like a flower. It turns out that Chen Yuan didn't forget. It's not just empty talk. It's just that this guy is really sleepy. Thinking of this, Su Yaoyao felt extremely guilty. The battle last night was very intense. If it weren't for the great joy of picking up a car, I'm afraid I'll have to lie down for a day to recover. What's more, the cow that plowed the field last night was Chen Yuan. Baby, I'm sorry. I want to admit a mistake to you. When Su Yao was about to say this, she had already sat down on the edge of the bed. She stretched out her little hand and gently rubbed Chen Yuan's waist. The movements are also very gentle. Chen Yuan felt very comfortable, took a deep breath, his face full of intoxication and enjoyment. Why are you so serious so early in the morning? I was wondering why your mood suddenly changed. Tell me, what's going on? Chen Yuan asked with a smile, closing his eyes. I thought you were lying in bed and forgot about picking up the car today. I even thought that you didn't want to go at all and were just looking for excuses to delay time. Baby, I'm so damned, I actually missed you so much. It's a pity that you still care about me and want to comfort me. It's obviously my fault. I am a mean person and I am judging others by my own standards. Su Yaoyao said this and slowly lowered her head. Put his face against Chen Yuan's body. As he spoke, tears began to flow. So that's why. You silly girl, I really lost to you. I almost delayed such an important matter. I'll get up now and pick up the car today. When Chen Yuan said this, he was about to sit up. But Su Yaoyao held him down. No, you were so tired last night and now you haven't even had breakfast. When I woke you up just now. When she said this, Su Yaoyao's pretty face turned red. She has a very creative idea and used a very unique way to wake up. I feel so embarrassed thinking about it now. I'll go get you breakfast first. You can get up after you've had breakfast. Be obedient and wait for me in bed. After saying that, Su Yaoyao walked outside. Chen Yuan leaned on the bed, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. Money ability. Well. After breakfast, the two took a taxi directly. Go straight to the Land Rover 4S store in this city. Arrived at the store soon. The moment Su Yaoyao appeared. In the store, no matter if they were customers or sales consultants, as long as they were men, their eyes almost instantly fell on her. Then it was Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan could even think of it with his toes. What these people are thinking is simply, wow, this beauty is simply exquisite. Then when I saw him. Oh shit. This guy must be very rich. Chapter 25. Pick up the car at the 4S store. It's so great to have such a top-notch goddess by my side. Came to the Land Rover 4S store again. That must be consumption. In fact, this kind of thinking is very normal. If the one with money is Su Yaoyao, maybe the person next to her is not a male star, or a supermodel, or a business elite, or a highly educated person with 2 doctorates. But it definitely won't be Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan still has this self-awareness. But there aren't so many maybes. There are many ways for men to demonstrate their strength. For example, luxury cars, brand name clothing, and luxury watches. But most of them will be considered fake. At this time, you should prove to others one by one that everything you have is real. You can't show your car's registration to anyone. You can't put the receipt for the clothes you bought in front of someone's eyes. So having a top-notch goddess by your side can solve all these first impressions and senses. There is absolutely no need to deliberately prove your ability. Especially in today's society, it is an inherent iron law. When I didn't know the identity and ability of this man, I saw the beauty and temperament of the woman next to him. This has already determined the worth of this man. With a top goddess by your side, you will definitely have a luxury car. Luxury watches are also available. The fixed assets are definitely not bad either. It's purely a comprehensive display. It was also at this moment. A male sales consultant came running over happily. Hello, sir and madam. Welcome to the Land Rover 4S store. Do you have an appointment? As the male sales consultant asked. Su Yaoyao looked at Chen Yuan puzzledly. No appointment. Chen Yuan said in a very calm tone. Then I can serve you, sir and madam. The male sales consultant was very enthusiastic and asked with anticipation on his face. Suddenly, Chen Yuan was greatly disappointed. The look he gave the male advisor also became strange. I was thinking to myself, maybe you got the wrong script. If there is no appointment, shouldn't you show a look of contempt first? Then he sneered a few times. Tell him that if you don't have an appointment, please wait at the door. Or wait until you have an appointment. In this way, Chen Yuan can take Su Yaoyao to the Porsche store next door to take a look. Yes, of course. Su Yaoyao spoke first. At this moment, her eyes had begun to scan the surrounding cars. Is searching for her dream car, the Range Rover. Then please come this way, ma'am. Here are our Land Rover Velar, Laser, and Defender series. The male sales consultant was introducing the products while leading the way. At this time, Su Yaoyao was already extremely excited. I was so excited. She just followed the male sales consultant, as if she had forgotten about Chen Yuan. His eyes swept across the rows of cars in stock. The male sales consultant stopped in front of a brand new Land Rover Defender, and with a confident smile on his face, he began to introduce the functions and features of the model in a very professional manner. Ma'am, this Land Rover Defender not only has a classic exterior design, but also integrates modern technology and luxurious interior. It is equipped with an advanced all-terrain response adaptation system, which can provide excellent off-road performance whether on rugged mountain roads or muddy fields. At the same time, its stability and comfort are also excellent in city driving, ensuring that you can enjoy driving pleasure in any road conditions. He patted the door gently and continued, "This car is equipped with an efficient engine, which is powerful and fuel efficient. In terms of safety configuration, we have equipped the Defender with a number of active and passive safety systems, such as adaptive cruise control, lane keeping assist, and automatic emergency braking, to ensure your driving safety in all aspects." When talking about the price, the male sales consultant was a little cautious. Regarding the price, depending on the different configurations and options, the price range of the Land Rover Defender is roughly between 700,000 renminbi and 1.2 million. Of course, we can also provide you with personalized customization services to meet all your imaginations of the vehicle. Su Yaoyao listened with great interest, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she had already seen herself driving this dream car on the road. "Do we have a Range Rover in our store? I want the ready-made ones." Although Su Yaoyao also likes this Land Rover Defender very much. "But I still can't change my original dream." After hearing this, the male sales consultant was slightly stunned. After coming to his senses, a bright smile appeared on his face. It turns out that this goddess is actually going to buy a Land Rover benchmark. Land Rover Range Rover. The simplest Land Rover Range Rover starts at least 1.4 million. If you add a few more accessories, plus a series of expenses like purchase tax, it will cost at least over 1.9 million. This also made the male sales consultant look at Chen Yuan not far away with admiration. This spending power can be explained by having such a stunning goddess by your side. It's really enviable. It turns out that ladies like Range Rover. You have great taste. If you were driving it, the contrast would be very strong. After all, this car looks very domineering and has a strong aura. And you are so beautiful, ma'am. No one would have thought that a sweet and sexy beauty like you would get out of this domineering luxury car. The male sales consultant demonstrated high emotional intelligence. And that comfortable compliment doesn't cause any disgust. Until then. Only then did Su Yaoyao realize that Chen Yuan did not follow her. She hurriedly trotted to Chen Yuan. "Baby, I'm sorry. I was so excited just now that I almost forgot about you. What on earth should I do with my brain? I always make you feel wronged invisibly. Why don't we buy a Range Rover instead? Even if it's a punishment, let's buy a Land Rover Defender." Su Yaoyao took a deep breath and said, "In my mind, I was reviewing my many wrong behaviors. It's full of loopholes. It seems so useless. A car completely destroyed all the reserved image she had maintained before. The temptation of this car is really too strong. What nonsense are you talking about? Today I'm buying you a car, so of course you have to be my priority. There is no such thing as second best, just do what you like." Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Su Yao couldn't help her inner excitement and straddled his arm. "Hold me tightly this time, and follow me. Let's go and find out together. After all, I don't know that much, so don't be fooled." Su Yaoyao said happily. "Okay." Chen Yuan nodded. Then I followed the male sales consultant to a Land Rover Range Rover. The male sales consultant stood in front of the Range Rover with a smile and said enthusiastically, "Sir, madam, welcome to the Range Rover. This car combines luxury and performance, making it your ideal choice. The premium leather seats and exquisite wood and metal trims exude luxury. Equipped with a powerful V8 engine, smooth shifting and excellent driving experience. Equipped with high-tech safety systems such as adaptive cruise control, lane keeping, 360-degree panoramic camera, etc." Following a professional introduction, Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. But Su Yaoyao didn't listen at all. Just from the appearance, she was completely captivated. After all, most women buy cars because they are tempted by their appearance. She didn't buy this car for off-roading. But it's for the powerful aura that this car possesses. "Ma'am, the bare car price of this car is 1.47 million. If all the equipment is installed, the final price should be 1.91 million, and it can be put into use." The male sales consultant finally quoted a price. Su Yaoyao then turned her gaze to Chen Yuan. After all, add to that the more than 1.1 million spent yesterday. Adding them all together, that's a full 3 million. This is not a small number. After hearing the price, Chen Yuan hugged his shoulders but shook his head. The male salesperson couldn't help but feel lost. It seems that this sponsor has no intention of spending a large sum of money to please this top goddess. Chapter 26 Chapter 25 What? Full payment, Range Rover Evoque extended. No matter how you look at it, the beauty and temperament of this top goddess are worthy of the investment in this car. Maybe the financial backer is not that strong? At this time, Su Yaoyao had already come to Chen Yuan's side. Gently shook his arm with his hand. Baby, if it's too expensive, don't be embarrassed. Let's just buy that Land Rover Defender. Chen Yuan smiled. He gently scratched Su Yaoyao's nose with his hand. His eyes are full of pampering. It's not difficult. It's just that this isn't the car we want to see. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he looked at the male salesperson. If I remember correctly, there should be an extended version of the Range Rover, right? If the store has the car in stock, pick the color and we'll drive it away today. When I heard this, the male sales consultant's eyes widened. He took a breath of cold air. Even the female sales director who just passed by stopped. He looked at Chen Yuan with a very curious look. Just a glance. The female sales director's eyes sparkled. I originally thought it was some old, greasy boss. Bring your lover outside to buy a car. This is considered generous. But I've never seen anyone so generous. After all, she has seen a lot of these greasy bosses. That's very smart. Every penny spent must be recovered from these women's bodies. In particular, most wealthy and successful people will buy cars for their lovers. But those girls only have the right to use it. Even so, the girls were all very moved. Hugging an ugly man who was older than her father, calling him husband all the time, it is so sweet. But right now, a look of surprise appeared on the pretty face of female sales director Hiang Ying. Unexpectedly, the one who was so generous was not those greasy bosses. Instead, it was a big boy who was so handsome and looked younger than himself. There is an indescribable charm about her. This kind of charm exudes a strong smell of money. But before the order was completed, Hiang Ying wanted to see whether the other party was really willing to spend such a large sum of money to please a girl. She hugged her shoulders and watched from the side. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this Genesis Extended Edition? In fact, I have a suggestion for you. The ordinary Range Rover, whether in appearance, interior or performance, is more than enough for this lady to drive. But the price is quite different. This extended Range Rover creation, if calculated, will cost at least 2.6 million yuan. The quality of male sales is still good. At least, we don't just want customers to consume blindly. Just for my own commission. Instead, do your sales job sincerely. Because of the guests. In this regard, Chen Yuan had a pretty good impression of this male salesperson. Brother, what he said makes sense. The one just now was already very good. Let's save some money. Su Yaoyao was pleasantly surprised and said sweetly. I originally thought that Chen Yuan would go back on his word. But she didn't expect that Chen Yuan would give her another unexpected surprise. If you want to buy it, buy the top model. There is still a big difference between the Genesis parent and the ordinary Range Rover. I think it's best to buy this top-of-the-line model. You get what you pay for. Since I'm buying a car, and it's the first car I like, I must leave no regrets. Just tell me whether you like it or not. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Yes, of course. As long as you buy it for me, I like everything. Hubby, how great would it be if I had met you earlier? Su Yaoyao was completely filled with happiness. Even my brain started to feel dizzy. The mind is also completely dominated. I'm afraid Chen Yuan will put forward some excessive conditions now. She would agree and cooperate without hesitation. Then go and try it first. If possible, let's book it now. Chen Yuan said proudly. Then he saw Su Yaoyao jumping into the car. And he was still thinking in his heart, if he had met me earlier? We have known each other since college. So many years have passed, and it's only because I have money now. Only then can you be destined to meet goddesses. Chen Yuan knew this truth very well, but there was no need for him to speculate. Is there anyone in this society who is unrealistic? Just like him. If Su Yaoyao was not a goddess-level figure, would he still need to pursue her so much and spend so much money? Including the system. If you are not satisfied with the gold-level goddess, you won't get any coins. Su Yaoyao, who was sitting in the car, had her eyes completely lit up. Just like the stars. His saliva flowed out several times, and he gently touched the steering wheel. Feel the smell of money emanating from every inch of the interior. Great, this is the car I want. Honey, can we really make a decision? More than 2.6 million. Opening the car window, Su Yaoyao leaned against the window very cutely, holding her chin, gazing at Chen Yuan with deep affection. If you like it, buy it. Chen Yuan moved closer. Moment. Su Yaoyao hugged his head and kissed him deeply on the mouth. Hubby, you're so good, I love you so much. Me too. Hee, there's a lot of space in here, come and feel it. Good. Then Chen Yuan got in the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, he stretched out his hand and placed it on Su Yaoyao's beautiful legs. Rubbed it gently. Su Yaoyao bit her lips with her pearly teeth and gave Chen Yuan a seductive look. You little slut. Let me see how I deal with you tonight. Then Chen Yuan waved to the male salesperson outside who was already looking envious and admiring. The male salesperson is still fantasizing about when he can become so rich. You can also feel proud in front of the woman you like. Sir, please give me your orders. The male salesperson bent down with a very good attitude. This is the only one I have. Do you have any in stock? The male salesperson nodded hurriedly. Swipe the card, pay in full, and go through all the procedures as quickly as possible. It would be best if we could drive the car away today. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Okay, sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. Please wait a moment. Please wait a moment. The male salesperson instantly became excited. If this deal is successful, the commission alone will be enough for him to live a carefree life for half a year. The male salesperson took the card handed over by Chen Yuan and hurriedly ran towards the sales director He Ying, who was not far away. Director, the customer wants a ready-made car. Can I pick it up today? The male salesperson asked with joy on his face. You want to take it away today? So urgent. What is the other party's payment method and how much is the down payment? He Ying asked in confusion. Full payment, available now, the best-equipped Land Rover Genesis Extended Edition. When the male salesperson finished saying this, He Ying's eyes widened even more. A trace of shock passed across his face. Such an expensive car, and there are people who actually buy it in full. The cash flow is too huge. She receives quite a few clients, and most business owners choose to take out loans when buying cars. Some of them are limited in capital flow. Some are for other projects and businesses. But there are very few people who can actually get the full amount to buy a car. Especially when she saw that the other person was so young, He Ying's inner surprise was magnified several times. It turned out that I was not wrong. This young man is very capable, and I don't know what business his family runs. You can withdraw it, but if you pay in full, you will have to pay an additional 150,000 yuan. You go ask the client. Never mind, I'll go talk to him myself. You also go and prepare the contract. He Ying waved her hand and walked straight towards Chen Yuan. Chapter 27 Chapter 26 The goddess sheds tears, the tough guy's sin. Seeing the woman with the director's badge on her chest approaching, Chen Yuan looked puzzled. Hello, sir. There is one thing I need to tell you in advance. If you pay in full for the car, you will need to pay an additional 150,000 yuan, but I can apply for the highest discount for you, which can offset the 150,000 yuan cost on top of the discount. And we will give you lifelong basic maintenance and a series of packages. He Ying's tone was very gentle. Have a gentle attitude. Cross your hands in front of your stomach when you speak. Occasionally bend down and bow slightly. The service etiquette is very comprehensive, which can make people feel that they are valued. Thank you so much. After hearing this, Chen Yuan smiled. As for the discount, he completely ignored it. Now Su Yaoyao's emotional value has reached 70 points. At least 20 points are enough to meet the cashback requirement. So he wanted to spend all his money as quickly as possible. The more flowers the better. Strive for early cashback. It's my pleasure to serve you. Please wait for a moment, we will help you with the formalities. He Ying made a gesture of invitation. Then Chen Yuan was taken to the VIP reception room. Su Yaoyao, who was originally testing the car in the car, saw a female director talking and laughing with Chen Yuan. And she went to the VIP reception room, so she jumped out of the car in a hurry. Just like a little follower, he also entered the reception room and sat next to Chen Yuan. It's like a declaration of sovereignty. As a woman, how could He Ying not feel the signals sent by other women? The procedures were almost completed quickly. Then it's time to pay. When members enter their card number and password, a small note will be spit out with the payment being successful. Ying Ying's eyes brightened up again. He is indeed a rich man. This investment amounted to nearly 3 million. The moment the car keys were handed to Su Yaoyao. Su Yaoyao held the car keys, tears welling up in her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She slowly turned around and faced Chen Yuan, her voice trembling. Brother? This is like a dream, is it real? Why are you so good to me? Tears rolled down her cheeks, she held Chen Yuan's face and kissed him passionately, as if to confirm that all this was not an illusion. At this moment, all the gratitude, dependence and happiness are condensed in this simple and sincere action. From childhood to adulthood, even her father had never doted on her like this. Su Yaoyao hugged Chen Yuan tightly, and the emotion in her heart almost made her unable to breathe. She whispered softly, if one day you don't want me anymore, oh my god, woo-woo. The more she talked, the harder she cried. But it is also accompanied by the fear of gain and loss, and the fear of losing. The more you have, the more afraid you are. This scene made Chen Yuan laugh and cry. Silly girl, what are you thinking about in your little head? Why are you crying for no reason? Be happy soon. Chen Yuan grabbed her hand and said with a smile. What are you laughing at? Tell me now that you can never leave me in this life. Swear that you will only love me. Su Yaoyao sobbed and blinked her big watery eyes. Tears are hanging on the eyelashes. I feel pity for her, she looks so charming and lovely. I'm afraid that rejecting her at this time would be a heinous crime. When a woman feels loved, especially being surrounded by happiness, will become particularly sensitive. Most afraid of losing. I want to use various methods to make sure that the lover in front of me will not leave. Chen Yuan suddenly hesitated. Why are you swearing for no reason? Have a system and get cash back by spending money on the opposite sex. It is destined that Chen Yuan cannot hang on a tree. In the past, he could spend his whole life just for one person. Even if I become a bootlicker. But after owning the system, his mentality has completely changed. He doesn't trust anyone. Even the love fund is only used to output and complete tasks. Only the cashback money went into his bank card. He is the one who deserves his trust the most. Su Yaoyao, who originally had a look of anticipation on her face, gradually had her bright eyes dim. The pouting lips also lost their ups and downs. The heart seemed to have suffered a violent impact. It seemed as if all the beliefs collapsed at this moment. She thought she had met true love. She thought she had gained true love. She thought she would not be let down. She thought she would find out at the end that it was all just what she thought. It turns out that I have always been the one who was too sentimental. Yes. Someone like Chen Yuan is so outstanding, young, and rich. He is still so handsome and has such a good appearance. Good character. How come such a big pie just happened to fall on my head? She was the only one allowed to eat. The ancient emperor had 3,000 beauties in his harem. Generals, ministers, princes, and even confidants. Even if he is a wealthy man, he still has 3 wives and 4 concubines. It seems that from the beginning to now, it is Chen Yuan who has been paying the price. So every time he spent money, he never hesitated. I will never refuse. Flowers feel at ease. Woo woo. When Su Yaoyao saw Chen Yuan hesitate, she lost all mood. I feel extremely depressed. Don't cry, Yao Yao. As soon as Chen Yuan stretched out his hand, Su Yaoyao instinctively stepped back. Why don't you answer? What are you avoiding? So from the beginning, you never really wanted to be with me, right? Chen Yuan, I thought you were different from other men. Why? I just need a word and a promise. Even if it's just a lie to me. Su Yaoyao's attitude and tone became humble at this moment. She has changed. A complete change. At this moment, a promise from Chen Yuan seemed like an impossible luxury to her. It's more like begging. Begging for a sense of security. There is also a strong illusion. The moment you ask these questions, you're about to lose this man. When I think about this. She felt as if there was a huge stone blocking her chest. The emotion caused by the needle-like pain in the heart. So suffocating. Ying Ying, who was standing next to her, saw the sudden scene. I was also stunned. When he came back to his senses, The corners of his mouth curled up in an unintentional arc. This little girl is so naive. She actually wanted to tie up such a young, handsome, and wealthy man by force. Is that a bit too greedy? This time we messed up. At this moment, Chen Yuan took a deep breath. He knew he would have to face this problem sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Yao, I never wanted to lie to you. I don't even want to hurt you. I just want you to be happy, joyful, and carefree. Isn't it good like this? Chen Yuan also squatted in front of Su Yaoyao. Gently stroke her hair with your hands. The voice reveals extreme tenderness, but more of it is helplessness. It was the system that gave him the opportunity to counterattack. Then he must not let the system down. Don't let down your own life. If Su Yaoyao insists, then I'm sorry, Chen Yuan can only choose to give up. Although the cashback fund is not available. But there are not too many regrets. When Su Yaoyao heard Chen Yuan's words, she slowly raised her head. My eyes are red and swollen from crying. And she kept sobbing. There is a kind of heartbreak that will flow out of your eyes if you close your mouth. Chapter 28, Chapter 27, The Next Dreammaker, The Best Boss Lady. So, you don't even want to lie to me. So what do you take me for? Your vase? Or canary? Or lover? When she said the last two words, Su Yaoyao's emotions had completely broken down. This is what she is most resistant to and most unwilling to happen. Because when my mother was young, she was someone else's lover. In the end, he lost both his money and his life, a very miserable ending. To be precise. When she was a mistress, she never enjoyed a quality life. Everything was kept in the dark. The scumbag who cheated on her has always been making big promises. Even the gifts that had been bought were taken back by the original wife through legal means. Also because of this incident. My mother fell seriously ill. I am still very weak. 7 or 8 years have passed, but the impact this incident has had on my mother is a nightmare that will haunt her for the rest of her life. It is the mother's example that serves as a negative example. Su Yaoyao subconsciously regarded this as her bottom line. But I didn't expect it. Fate still didn't let her go. Why do you have to say it so harshly? I never meant that, and I will never treat you like this. Chen Yuan's attitude gradually became serious. He just can't promise too much to Su Yao. But it doesn't mean to treat the other person as a plaything. Ha ha. Men's mouths are deceiving. Can I still trust you? Su Yaoyao tilted her head with red eyes. Her red lips were trembling. Obviously he felt extremely aggrieved. Have I ever lied to you? Chen Yuan asked back. After Su Yaoyao heard this, her silver teeth sunk deeply into her red lips. Hatred gradually emerged in his eyes. That is to say, you will have many women in the future, and I will only be one of them. Share you with others? Su Yaoyao asked again. At this time, Chen Yuan had already lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Looks very sad. There was no response to the other party's words. Because he didn't know how to respond. Because he can't give the other person the uniqueness they want. I understand. When Su Yaoyao said this, it was as if all the energy in her body was drained away. The look in those beautiful eyes seemed dull and numb. There was no expression on his face. Looking like a zombie, he walked out of the reception room. As for the car key, it had been thrown on the ground. Yao Yao. Chen Yuan called out, but got no response. He sighed and picked up the car keys. Miss He, I'll pick up the car another day. I'll leave it in your 4S shop for now. After leaving a word, Chen Yuan quickly chased outside. At this time, He Ying shook her head. I witnessed with my own eyes a talented and beautiful couple showing off their affection. I also experienced the pleasure of showing off my affection and dying quickly. Outside the Force store. Su Yaoyao had a numb look on her face and walked forward without direction. We were already entering a busy street. A shrill whistle sounded. After seeing this, Chen Yuan's eyes widened, and he rushed forward and pulled Su Yaoyao back. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You're going to die. Chen Yuan also looked frightened and his face turned pale. My heart is in my throat. I'm fine, I want to go home. I don't want the car anymore, I don't want anything anymore. Su Yaoyao looked ahead with empty eyes and waved. He stopped a taxi and got in. Before driving away, he looked at Chen Yuan affectionately again. At this time, Chen Yuan didn't dare to look the other person in the eye. But don't look away. At this moment, he was like supreme treasure. With the golden hoop on, he can step on the clouds of red banknotes and appear in any high-end facilities with Su Yaoyao. Can save her material desires. Fulfill all her fantasies. But if you put down the golden hoop, you will go back to being the poor guy who was ignored by everyone, can't pick up girls, and can only be a bootlicker. Chen Yuan was very sober. He was very sure in his heart that if he didn't have the system, gained the ability to recharge money 10,000 times, will Su Yaoyao still love him? Will you still date him and become his closest lover? The answer has already become instinct. No need to think. Even from Su Yaoyao's affectionate eyes, Chen Yuan had an illusion. That is even if he has nothing now. Su Yaoyao will continue to follow him wholeheartedly as always. But this thought was shattered in an instant. It is said that there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. If Chen Yuan gave up the system today, he would only love Su Yaoyao. Then in the future, he was abandoned, despised, and given up. It's all your own fault. Watching Su Yaoyao leave, Chen Yuan sighed deeply. It seemed that he had no choice but to give up. Go find the next dream maker. At this time, behind the taxi, Su Yaoyao was crying with tears in her eyes, which made people feel distressed. Even the taxi driver almost called the police, thinking she had been hurt. Just as Chen Yuan was about to go home, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and frowned slightly. It was the boss's wife calling again. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan sighed. Then he answered the phone. Chen Yuan, you finally answered the phone, didn't you? The station is so busy, where have you been? Do you want to keep the salary? Do you still want to work? If you don't want to work, there are many people who can take your place. An angry woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Yuan, who was in a bad mood to begin with, said casually, "That's enough. I won't serve you anymore. I'm going to go over and resign with you now." After saying that, Chen Yuan hung up the phone directly. But after thinking about it, I was really too lazy to go. I was planning to send a WeChat message to the boss's wife to vent all the grievances I've felt in the past few years. Then block them. After searching for a long time, I finally found the boss lady's WeChat. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. When he clicked on the WeChat avatar, the photo of the boss lady appeared, and Chen Yuan swallowed his saliva when he saw it. The boss lady in the profile photo was wearing a sexy three-point bikini, with a graceful figure that is intoxicating. She has delicate facial features, a slightly chubby face, and two deep dimples when she smiles. She has a curvy figure with smooth lines. It's a killer for teenagers. If Chen Yuan remembered correctly, the proprietress is 35 years old this year. More than enough charm. As early as 7 years ago, she lost her husband in a car accident. Still unmarried. There are quite a few suitors. But I have never seen the boss lady bring any men to the site. This moment. Chen Yuan started the iris scan. Soon the proprietress's information appeared. Chapter 29, Chapter 28. Lock on the target. Didi moves out. Name, Wen Wanru. Age, 35. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Charm value, gold 5 stars, extremely plump plus 3 stars. Emotional experience, 1 marriage. Remarks, fire truck. After reading the message, Chen Yuan was dumbfounded. When I first met your boss's wife, I was truly amazed. Just a quick glance. Didn't look closely. But the impression in my mind is that the proprietress is still charming. Even if it is put on the big screen, he will definitely be a top-notch star. Especially with her slightly plump figure and wearing a tight-fitting base shirt, those two big bombs seem to be about to explode. All the old men living in the community near the station were fascinated. Every time the boss lady came to the station for inspection, the old bachelors in the station almost popped out their eyes. A face full of desire. Then secretly take out your phone to take a picture, and your hands will be airborne at night. This is by no means an exaggeration. But what Chen Yuan didn't expect was the stunner proprietress who looks like a slut actually has such a simple emotional experience. It turns out, only 1 marriage. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan stopped sending messages. I can't wait to go to the site and resign. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, Chen Yuan suddenly felt the car keys in his pocket. This car has already been bought. And it was bought for Su Yao Yao. It's not too much to borrow it for a while. Lock on the target, Didi brother set off. Chen Yuan drove the newly delivered Land Rover Range Rover to the station. Parked the car in a nearby underground garage. Then I entered the site and prepared to go upstairs. Because the office is on the 3rd floor. As soon as I entered the room of the site, I saw the employees busy at work. When I saw Chen Yuan, everyone showed a look of surprise. His face was full of surprise. After all, Chen Yuan hasn't come to work for some time. This would never have happened before. Several colleagues with whom I had a good relationship came over to ask. Chen Yuan, you haven't been here for a while. I called you but you didn't answer. I thought something happened to you. I went to your rental house to see you these past 2 days, but your door was always locked, and the landlord couldn't find you either. Yes, where have you been recently? The boss lady wants to fire you. It's so hard to find a job nowadays. You finally have a stable job. Don't mess around. Are you chasing that girl again? I'm telling you, stop wasting your energy. You two are from different worlds. Several employees all looked enthusiastic. Everything he said was for Chen Yuan's own good. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. But today I'm here to resign. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, then walked upstairs. Everyone was surprised. Chen Yuan is actually going to resign? Are you crazy? Chen Yuan had just arrived on the 3rd floor, and before he stepped into the boss's wife's office, he saw his supervisor Zhang Zitao walking out with a smile on his face. However, when his eyes fell on Chen Yuan, the smile immediately disappeared, replaced by a chill. How dare you come back? Zhang Zitao's voice was filled with anger. The lady boss is very angry now. Do you know what this means? I'm telling you, I gave you a chance before because of our friendship, but you didn't know how to cherish it. This time, even the Lord can't save you. There was obvious hostility and warning in his words. Zhang Zitao and Chen Yuan are college classmates. They met each other during their school days. At that time, Chen Yuan temporarily joined the site to work because of unsuccessful job search. Unexpectedly, I met my college classmate here, Zhang Zitao, the supervisor who was now standing in front of me. This former classmate always acted condescending in front of Chen Yuan, and would deduct 30 yuan from his classmate's salary as a punishment even if he was only 3 minutes late. Although the two are classmates, Chen Yuan is always bullied by the other party. Zhang Zitao seemed to enjoy using Chen Yuan as a negative example to establish his own prestige within the site. In the past 2 years, Chen Yuan has long been accustomed to this kind of humiliation. Due to financial pressure, he dare not resign easily and can only endure it silently. However, Chen Yuan seemed like a different person today. This made Zhang Zitao start to have doubts in his heart. A good dog doesn't block the road, can you roll away for a moment? Chen Yuan had a smile on his face. But his words were full of provocation. So much so that after Zhang Zitao heard it, he thought he was hallucinating. How dare this guy talk to me in such an attitude? Are you crazy? After all, Zhang Zitao still knew Chen Yuan's financial situation. If I lose this job, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep on the street. I can't even afford to eat. So over the past few years, no matter how he suppressed us, Chen Yuan just endured it. I never dared to resist. What happened today? What did you say? Repeat it again. Zhang Zitao instantly became furious. He pointed at Chen Yuan and asked coldly. He even swore. Do you have a father? You are an orphan, are you worthy? I told you to get out, are you deaf or a bitch? Make me repeat it again. Chen Yuan put his hands in his pockets. There is no opponent at this time. He can be as inflated as he wants, and no one can do anything to him. He was already in a bad mood after separating from Su Yao Yao. To provoke him at this time is to play with fire. Okay, Chen Yuan. You remember this. If you leave this site, you'll have to beg for food. If I hadn't protected you, you would have been fired long ago. Just when Zhang Zitao stretched out his hand and wanted to poke Chen Yuan in the chest. But Chen Yuan grabbed his fingers. Just twist it gently. Zhang Zitao let out a scream of pain instantly. Ah, it hurts, my fingers are going to break, let go, let go. Zhang Zitao's facial features were distorted. He gasped in pain. Chen Yuan also loosened his hand and kicked the other person to the ground. Don't mention your classmate relationship to me. I'm here to resign today. I've known for a long time that you don't like me. Great, I just like the way you can't get rid of me even though you don't like me. If you say one more word of nonsense, I will tell the boss lady that you embezzled the station transfer funds to buy a car. When Chen Yuan said this, Zhang Zitao, who originally had a ferocious look on his face, suddenly changed his expression. He gritted his teeth. He gave Chen Yuan a fierce look. Seems threatening. Just wait for me. After saying that, Zhang Zitao walked outside. And Chen Yuan also came to the door of the boss's office. Knocked on the door gently. Enter. A gentle voice came from inside. Chen Yuan pushed the door open and walked in. Then I saw the proprietress Wen Wanru lowering her head, concentrating on reviewing the site's funding list. She was wearing a black silk suit. The simple design outlined her elegant and mature curves. The neckline is slightly open, revealing a hint of seductive collarbone, which contrasts beautifully with the fair skin. The length of the skirt is just knee length, which is both dignified and feminine. She gently raised her hand, slid her fingertips across her ear, and tucked a strand of falling hair behind her ear. This unintentional action carries with it an indescribable charm, as if time has stopped at this moment. Every subtle movement of hers reveals the unique charm of a mature woman. Her every move and gesture is full of charm, which attracts people's attention unconsciously. In particular, from Chen Yuan's angle, he can clearly see two beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings overlapping under the desk. Paired with a pair of black high-heeled shoes with red soles, one of the high-heeled shoes is placed on the toes, revealing the back foot. Chen Yuan was stunned. Wen Wanru also felt a burning gaze. Then he slowly raised his head. When she saw it was Chen Yuan, she frowned slightly. You finally came here, didn't you? Chen Yuan, I've seen too many recent college graduates like you who have high expectations but low skills. I know I'm not satisfied with this job. I also want to sit in the office with air conditioning and drink tea. I have my own dreams and ambitions, but don't forget that this is reality. There are many people in the station who have higher education than you, but they can put aside their pride to make money, and the salary is not low. Even your college classmate, Zhang Zitao, is very good at his job, so he was able to get a supervisor position with a monthly salary of 10,000. Why are you so dissatisfied? You've been absent from work for so long without even saying hello. Where is your sense of contract? Wen Wanru began to explain the truth. Chapter 30 Chapter 29 The God of Love's Reward, Piano Talent at the Highest Level. To be honest, Chen Yuan's impression of the proprietress was still that the express delivery at the last station had been overwhelmed. The express delivery cannot be delivered at all. The boss's wife went down to the frontline companies in person. I just found a tattered work outfit and put it on. Help them with the sorting work. At that time, I could only see her face, but I thought it was amazing. But with this impressive figure now, it's more than just stunning. Chen Yuan finally had a taste of good pork su yao yao. But at this moment, I was still attracted by the mature charm of the proprietress. The seal of the baguette is also ready to move. I'm sorry, Madam Boss, I disappoint you. I had some things to deal with during this period and didn't have time to ask for leave. Chen Yuan said with a smile. That's not a reason. You've been absent from work for so many days without even saying hello. You haven't taken responsibility for your work, so there's no need for me to sympathize with you. So, you're fired. As for your previous salary, it's all here, not a penny less. After Wen Wanru finished speaking, she took out an envelope and put it on the table. He looked Chen Yuan up and down again. The reason why the other party is said to be overambitious is that he is not satisfied with his current job. It was because Chen Yuan was wearing a high-end Versace suit. It looks quite good. Obviously he went to apply for a job at another company. Such an outfit would cost at least 18,000 yuan. You are really willing to spend a lot of money. However, after dressing up like this, Wen Wanru also felt that Chen Yuan not only had better temperament, but his appearance had also improved a bit. Plus he already has cold white skin. A face full of sunshine. It's really handsome. So she couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chen Yuan didn't say anything more. He picked up the envelope, opened it and found more than 3,000 yuan inside. It was exactly his previous salary. Thank you for your care, Madam Boss. I was given a bowl of rice when I was in the most difficult time. In return, I'd like to treat you to a meal, and it just so happens that it's already noon. Chen Yuan has already started planning for action. How could I let go of a goddess of the same level as Su Yaoyao so easily? The old A8 is also A8. Although she is a little older, she has taken good care of herself. After hearing this, Wen Wanru frowned slightly. He raised his head and looked at Chen Yuan with eyes that seemed to show concern for the mentally retarded. There was a hint of disgust in his eyes. The last bit of good impression is gone. Have you found a job? Wen Wanru asked in a flat tone. Chen Yuan shook his head. Then you still want to treat me to a meal? If you can't find a job, you'll have to beg for food. Forget it, you. Wen Wanru declined. Obviously in her eyes, Chen Yuan was a guy who might not have enough food to eat at any time. I made a little money from investing recently, enough to last me for a while. Madam Boss, don't look down on me. It's just a meal, isn't it? I know that many of the people who pursued you before were bosses and elites, but I'm not bad either. I'll take these, but I'll still treat you to a meal. If you really don't want to honor me, then forget it. Chen Yuan said as he put the 3,000 yuan into his pocket. Wen Wanru shook her head and sighed immediately after seeing this. This guy disappeared a few days later. Suddenly became nervous. His tone became even louder. The key is, he is quite good at pretending. Just as Chen Yuan was about to turn around and leave, Chen Wanru put down the pen in her hand. Etc. You said you'd treat me to a meal, right? Well, I'll give you this chance. Don't default on your debt when the time comes. You can't afford the bill. When Wen Wanru said this, she had already stood up. She even used both hands to smooth out the wrinkles on her skirt. I plan to teach this kid a lesson. Don't go astray. Even if you leave the site, don't do anything illegal. Chen Yuan was still thinking about how to activate the boss lady as a cashback tool. Can't have dinner? Then I can only go out and buy a cup of milk tea and have it sent over. You won't be rejected. I guarantee you won't be able to finish it, pack it up and take it away. Chen Yuan grinned and walked outside. The two went downstairs together. Chen Yuan made an excuse to go to the supermarket and handed a box of chewing gum to the proprietress. I don't like this flavor. Wen Wanru said softly. It's enough for me to eat it, because I like the taste. When Chen Yuan said this, his eyes were fixed on Wen Wanru's lips. These plump red lips with a hint of strawberry flavor. Hey. It must be amazing. Especially thinking of the boss lady's note. Chen Yuan was even more full of anticipation. Fire truck. Excellent. Wen Wanru still picked up a piece of chewing gum, put it in her mouth, and chewed it gently. He turned around and looked at Chen Yuan casually and asked, Where are we going to eat? Don't ask me to go to the Malatang across the street. How is that possible? There's a restaurant I've been watching for a long time and always wanted to go there, but I have no one to go with me. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke. Which restaurant? After hearing Chen Yuan say this, Wen Wanru also showed curiosity. Cloud Restaurant. Oh. So luxurious. It's my honor to treat the boss lady to a meal. You seem to be different lately, you're so slick and quick to act. I'm afraid your 3,000 yuan won't even be enough for a bottle of wine later. Wen Wanru suddenly said with a smile. It seems like it's time to show our true strength. I originally thought that I could activate the attribute by buying the other person a piece of chewing gum. Until now, there has been no system prompt. Chen Yuan took out his cell phone directly. Then I found Wen Wanru's chat window and clicked on the transfer. Wen Wanru also heard the message alert, and Chen Yuan took out his mobile phone. I couldn't help but think of something. She picked up the phone doubtfully, but her eyes were always fixed on Chen Yuan. Because I always feel that this guy has become more mysterious. Until Wen Wanru's eyes fell on the WeChat screen on her mobile phone. When I saw the 2 WeChat transfer messages from Chen Yuan. Wen Wanru's beautiful eyes widened and her eyelashes trembled. Some looked at the transfer information in disbelief. Take it. This is just the beginning. If you don't accept it, we can't have this meal. Chen Yuan said, hugging his shoulders. Next second. Wen Wanru covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, you. Chen Yuan, are you here to make people laugh? You spent $2 on a transfer and it was like you spent $20,000. You are amazing. I'll take the money, thank you, boss. After when Wanru clicked the payment button, she put her phone away. Don't waste time, just go across the street and eat something. I have a lot of work to do this afternoon. After when Wanru finished speaking, she ran straight to the Malatang restaurant opposite. At this moment, the system prompt message sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Activation completed. Moreover, when Wanru's information has been completely updated. Name, Wen Wanru. Age, 35. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 59 kilograms. Charm value, gold 5 stars, extremely plump plus 3 stars. Emotional experience, 1 marriage. Remarks, fire truck. Love fund, 0. Emotional value, -5 contempt. Eros reward, full level piano talent. Seeing this reward from the god of love, Chen Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly. These are all essential skills for picking up girls. Madam Boss, are you really going to just give me a bowl of spicy hot pot? Chen Yuan said as he chased after him. About half an hour later, the two finished their meal and walked out together. When Wanru walked straight to the underground garage. I found out that Chen Yuan was also following me. Chapter 31 Chapter 30 Role swap, let the boss lady work for me. Are you done yet? Don't forget, you were my employee before, but now you are not. Don't bother me. Look in the mirror. The people chasing me can line up all the way to France. How can it be your turn? Don't think I can't see your little tricks. Do you think that I'm rich and you're pretty, so you want to be a little milk dog? I don't even like the muscular guys in the gym. Stop daydreaming, silly boy. If you have this mind, work hard and start your own business. Your adolescence is almost over. When Wanru intends to use these words to hit Chen Yuan hard. Let him put away those fancy thoughts. Put it on the right track. At your age, you're as fierce as a wolf, and you meet me, the fiercest one. Isn't that appropriate? Chen Yuan chased after him again. But when Wanru didn't even turn her head, and her high heels made a clicking sound. The speed is also getting faster and faster. As if trying to get rid of Chen Yuan. Would you please stop following me? If you dare to follow me again, I will call the police. Having arrived at the car, when Wanru suddenly turned around. He pointed at Chen Yuan and said, You come to pick up the car, and I come to pick up the car too. Why did it become that I followed you? Hearing what Chen Yuan said. When Wanru smiled instantly. There was a hint of sarcasm in the smile. When Wanru's emotional value 1. Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan, think more about what I said before. I was young once, and I took a lot of detours. At your age, you should work harder instead of daydreaming every day. With your current mental state, when will you be successful and when will you be able to drive such a luxury car? When Wanru patted her BMW 530 with her hand. The aura of a strong woman is displayed vividly. That's right. She just looks down on Chen Yuan. As a strong woman, only by being stronger than her can you win her favor. After hearing this, Chen Yuan shrugged his shoulders. He turned around and walked towards his car. At this time, when Wanru finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to open the car door and get in. By Biu. The moment Chen Yuan pressed the car key. When Wanru's eyes widened instantly. She even sat on the car seat with only one leg. Half of his body was still stuck outside. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost as she watched Chen Yuan open the door of the extended Land Rover Range Rover Evoque. The appearance of the super luxury car is extremely domineering. Even a loser will look more charming and charismatic the moment he gets on the car. What's more, Chen Yuan at this moment. The light suddenly shone brightly. When Wanru thought she was hallucinating, and after a long while she finally said, Is this the Range Rover Evoque? Yes. Boss lady, you still need to work harder. I believe that this day will come for you too, bye. After saying that, Chen Yuan got into the car. Then I heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground outside. When Wanru ran over with a curious look on her face, carrying a shoulder bag. He even directly opened the car door, looked at Chen Yuan's seat, and touched it with his hand. Madam Boss, what does this mean? Chen Yuan's face was full of question marks. I thought you got into someone else's car to save face in front of me. Let me see if the original owner of this car is here. Wanwanru said casually. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. Do you think this is a comedy clip? Open the car door and sit on the owner's lap. Then cry and beg others to say, brother, please don't say a word and let me fill the cup? Depend on. No wonder the sentiment value is negative. It turns out that in the boss lady's impression, he is a pure 24K loser. It seems like it's time to show our true strength. Not pretending anymore. Showdown. Chen Yuan took out his mobile phone without hesitation and recharged 3,000 yuan directly. Ding. Love fund exchange successful. The love fund is 30 million. The moment the system prompts. Chen Yuan grinned. Madam Boss, I said I'm worth 10 billion now. Do you believe it? After hearing this, Wanwanru shook her head instinctively and closed the car window without hesitation. Because in his opinion, Chen Yuan was too vain. Unrealistic. The young man was trying to save face by pretending to be rich. He probably spent all of last month's salary on renting a car. And you want to show off in front of me? It's really childish. Wanwanru felt that Chen Yuan was hopeless and was too lazy to preach to him anymore. He turned around and walked towards his car. Just at this moment, the WeChat notification sound rang. Wanwanru frowned, picked up her phone casually, and saw that it was a transfer message sent by Chen Yuan. Call. Wanwanru felt more and more disgusted. Now the members are no longer her employees. There is no need to pay attention to each other anymore. Just block him. Thinking of this, Wanwanru picked up her phone and opened the chat box. The moment I was about to block you. She brought the phone close to her face, her beautiful eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. 50,000 WeChat transfer equals. 50,000 WeChat transfer equals. 50,000 WeChat transfer equals. A transfer of 50,000 yuan. There are 5 in total. The total is 250,000. Wanwanru suddenly raised her head and saw that the parking space in front was empty. Chen Yuan had already driven the Land Rover Range Rover in front of her. Headlights flashing. Chen Yuan also opened the car window and waved with a smile. Boss lady, I've worked for you for so many years. My biggest dream is. Chen Yuan grinned slightly, roll swap. When I heard this sentence, Wanwanru's delicate body trembled. For a moment I thought I was hallucinating. What on earth does this guy want to do? If you're willing, this is your salary, paid daily. If you don't want to, forget it. Just consider it as a gift for our last meeting. Hearing what Chen Yuan said, Wanwanru came back to her senses instantly. I looked at my phone again and was absolutely sure that the transfer was real. Is this kid crazy? Where does the money come from? He transferred 250,000 yuan casually. Could it be that he disappeared during this period of time because he did something illegal? But even if someone does something illegal, they wouldn't dare to do it so blatantly and brazenly. Selling a kidney? Steal? Cheating old men and women? Beat the deaf, scold the dumb? Steal the pants of an old lady? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Wanwanru's mind. Almost all the crimes in the criminal law were charged to Chen Yuan. A moment later, Wanwanru opened the car door and got out. Chen Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. How are you thinking about it? Get in the car if you're okay. Chen Yuan smiled. Tell me first, where did you get the money? Otherwise I wouldn't dare to ask for it. And why did you transfer so much money to me for no reason? Wanwanru's attitude has changed. Because she is in urgent need of money now. The lease on the site is about to expire. Plus all the debts owed previously are almost overdue. He even borrowed money from loan sharks. If the money is not returned, the site will close down. If a house is mortgaged, the best outcome is judicial auction. The debt is overdue and there is no credit record. And the loan shark will never let her go. If it weren't for the desperate situation. With Wanwanru's personality, let alone 250,000. Even if it's 2.5 million. She also needs to think carefully before asking for it. My money is clean. If it were illegal, do you think I would still be standing here chatting with you? I'm transferring money to you so blatantly? Chen Yuan spread his hands and said with a smile. Chapter 32 Chapter 31 Who was calling a nouveau riche and scolding others? But I still don't believe it. Tell me first, where did you get all this money? Is this car leased or purchased? It's only been a few days and you've become so arrogant. This is so abnormal. Wanru asked again. Chen Yuan also felt speechless. Suddenly I felt that choosing to bind myself to the boss lady was a mistake. But we can't give up easily. Helplessly, he took out his mobile phone and showed the love fund in his bank card. When Wanru walked closer and took a look. When I saw the numbers inside, I was shocked again. She covered her mouth and took a breath. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. My house was demolished, so I got a lot of money. Do you need to explain anything else? Chen Yuan's face showed impatience. Wanru suddenly showed a silly expression and shook her head. Then get in the car. I'll take you to have some fun today. Consumption. Wanru was excited when she heard what Chen Yuan said. A blush appeared on her pretty face. He quickly opened the passenger door and was about to get in the car. But he found that Chen Yuan in the driver's seat jumped down. I said get in your car. This car is uncomfortable to sit in, you become the driver, and from now on, you have to work for me. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, looking a little evil. This is his ultimate move. Because he knew Wanru's general situation. I also learned from the gossip among colleagues that the boss's wife owed a lot of foreign debts. The express delivery station I run is not making enough money to cover its expenses. It is said that the house was mortgaged and the car was sold. Even the jewelry she used to wear was gone. Sometimes, some hooligans come to the site to cause trouble. This is enough to prove that the boss lady is in a very difficult situation now. What she needs most is naturally money. After hearing this, Wanru slowly got out of the car, feeling mixed emotions. She walked quickly to her car and was about to open the door and sit in the driver's seat. Wait, which one of us is the boss? Chen Yuan's voice came from behind, with a barely perceptible smile. Have you ever seen a boss open the car door himself? Wanru just felt that the other party seemed to be showing off intentionally, and the evidence was solid. For the much-needed 250,000 yuan, she gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Then he walked to the back door, gently opened it, made a gesture of invitation, and forced a smile on his face. Boss, please get in the car. But I was muttering to myself in my heart. If I wasn't burdened with heavy debts, especially the urgent loan sharking, I wouldn't care about your little money. However, the Chen Yuan in front of him is indeed no longer the same as before. The more than 30 million in his bank card proves that he has turned things around. This time, revisiting the old place is like returning home rich and powerful. Isn't it just to enjoy this huge contrast? The boss who was once high and mighty now has to bow his head and serve. The satisfaction brought by this change of identity must be what he is pursuing. Since that's the case, then provide this kid with enough emotional value. Then I can feel at ease with the 250,000 yuan I earned. Chen Yuan then gave a dry cough, bent down, got into the car, and sat in the back. This was a scene he had fantasized about countless times. As the proprietress Wanru got into the car and fastened her seatbelt, she saw Chen Yuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, through the perspective mirror and asked softly, "Where are we going? Where do you usually go? Or rather, what were you driving to just now?" Chen Yuan asked calmly. My best friend invited me to a small dinner party. You don't know the people who are going there, so there's no point in telling you. Wanru said casually while fiddling with her nails. Okay, I'm going to attend this party. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Wanru's eyes widened. Are you serious? No one knows you, what are you doing there? Wanru slowly turned her head, puzzled as to what was going on in Chen Yuan's mind. We'll get to know each other once we get there. Don't worry, I won't disrupt your life, I just want to understand your life. It's not like there's any loss. Chen Yuan suddenly smiled. But Wanru kept staring at him. Not enough money? Then add another 50,000. When Chen Yuan said this, he actually sent another transfer of 50,000. Wanru picked up the phone. Collect all the previous 250,000. A total of 300,000. Although it cannot completely solve my problem. But I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After the transfer, when Wanru transferred the money to the creditor Brother Long without hesitation. Brother Long has been chasing me too closely lately. He came to the site again and again to make trouble. They even found her home and threatened her in various ways. So much so that when Wanru hasn't dared to go home for several days. I have always lived in my relative's home. We even called the police, but the other party simply restrained themselves. But debt collection is still violent. There is no way around it. After all, if you owe someone money, you have to pay it back. On the other side, the office of Dafa Group. A bald man held his chin and fiddled with his mobile phone with a smile on his face. The room was full of men in black clothes and sunglasses. They all look extremely fierce. This girl finally paid back the money. Could it be that they have found a sponsor? This girl is pretty, but I don't care about the money she paid. Xiaohai, go check for me who Wanru has been in contact with recently. The bald man said this with his eyes slightly narrowed. Okay, Brother Long. I'll check it out right now. The man named Xiaohai nodded and walked out of the office. Little girl, I have never failed to get the woman I set my eyes on. You have the guts to pay back the money, right? Let's see what happens next. With the interest compounded, you still can't afford it. Brother Long grinned, his face full of cruelty. Meanwhile, on the other side, Baxianlu, a 5-star restaurant. As soon as Wanru parked the car at the door, Jinmen went around to the back of the car and opened the door. Not bad, you have some good eyesight. Keep it up. Chen Yuan jumped out of the car with a smile on his face. Wanru rolled her eyes. Wanru's emotional value won. Chen Yuan, who had just got off the car, stumbled and almost fell to the ground when he heard the system prompt. When Wanru saw this, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Never encountered such a situation before. Spending money. The emotion value actually decreased instead of increased. This woman is poisonous. Is there still law? Is there still law? Can someone come out and take care of this? Chen Yuan already wanted to change his target. But it's too troublesome to think about it. It's not easy to find a gold-level goddess. Not to mention. Now Chen Yuan is not only anxious about the cash back. He even took a fancy to the Cupid's reward on Wanru. He has reached the highest level in piano and is a great skill in picking up girls. He even fantasized about wearing an evening gown in a high-end place. Sitting in the elegant lobby. Play a song of Dong Fong Pa. These young ladies are so fascinated that they are drooling over it. The more he thought about it, the better it felt. Chen Yuan wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He slowly stood up and straightened his clothes. I'm telling you in advance, all of you here are successful people and business elites. The worst off are also white-collar workers, earning millions a year. Come in with me later, and don't talk too much. Don't show off your nouveau riche face. I can't afford to lose this person. Before going in, Wanru actually took the initiative to put her arm around Chen Yuan's arm. And gave a reminder. I was originally thinking about bringing a male companion with me today. Today's party. It was organized by my best friends. He said he wanted to introduce her to some successful men. High-quality human beings. How could Wanru be in that mood? I am deeply in debt and feel like I am falling into an abyss. Every day feels dark and gloomy. I'm almost depressed. What she wants most now is to pay off her debts and live a carefree life. Get ashore as soon as possible. Free from the sea of suffering, every day will be sunny. How can I have the mind to fall in love or meet a high-quality man? So when Chen Yuan suggested that he would accompany her to the party, Wanru hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Isn't this a ready-made shield? Chapter 33 Chapter 32 This boss lady is a bit rebellious. What is a nouveau riche? You didn't have this attitude when you collected the money just now. What kind of society is this? People still look at people with tinted glasses. Is it my fault that I have money? Chen Yuan spread out his hands, expressing innocence. Okay, I know you've turned things around now, but if your cognition doesn't improve, your money will be gone sooner or later. Before you were delivering couriers and only made 4 or 5,000 a month, that was how you lived and spent 4 or 5,000 yuan. Now you are a nouveau riche from demolition. You finally turned your life around, so you must be engaging in revenge spending. In my estimation, sooner or later, this little money of yours will be swindled away by women. But it definitely doesn't include me, because you won't invest so much money in me. Once a man has money, he'll be attracted to anyone he sees. When Wanru said this philosophically, even Chen Yuan almost believed it. Another call, hurry in. They must be waiting anxiously. After when Wanru finished speaking, she pulled Chen Yuan into the restaurant. Soon a waiter came to greet us and took them to the door of the private room. As the two entered the restaurant, they were immediately warmly received by the waiter and led to a luxuriously decorated private room. The moment you open the door, a warm and surprising picture comes into view. A newlywed couple is celebrating their union. They have just drunk the wedding wine and then kissed passionately. The applause and laughter of the surrounding guests mixed together, creating an extremely warm atmosphere. At this time, everyone's attention turned to the new guest. A girl with wavy hair and pink yoga pants and a tight t-shirt came up and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Wanru, why are you here just now? Yufei and Anton can't wait to start celebrating." As the girl's gaze inadvertently fell on Chen Yuan, the atmosphere in the whole room seemed to freeze in an instant. Several hostile eyes were directed at Chen Yuan at the same time, mixed with a few scrutinizing glances from women. "I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting." When Wanru quickly apologized and introduced Chen Yuan in front of everyone, "Meichi, this is my friend Chen Yuan." Although they were simply introduced as friends, everyone on the field could sense the unusual relationship between them from the way the two walked side by side. When Wanru and Chen Yuan stepped into the private room, Meichi's eyes were immediately attracted to Chen Yuan. She was slightly startled, and a trace of unconcealable displeasure flashed across her face. She never thought that Wanru would bring her employees to such a high-end social gathering. She had been to the site several times before. Although I am not familiar with the website run by Wanru and some of her employees, I do know them. And Chen Yuan even sent her a courier. Meichi walked quickly to Wanru and complained in a low voice, "What do you mean by this? I specially arranged this party for you, and wanted to introduce you to some outstanding men. Why did you bring one of your own employees instead? This is too disrespectful to me. Even if you're looking for a shield, find someone more high-end." Obviously. In Maggie's eyes, Chen Yuan is just a low-level employee. Although he was wearing a high-end suit, he looked quite decent. But if a man does not have a successful career and does not have sufficient financial ability, nothing is welcome. It's like a mollusk with its bones removed. "Sister, I'm already giving you face by coming here. I already said I wouldn't attend this party. Don't think I don't know. You just want me to help you take your career to the next level. If I'm not mistaken, the person you want to introduce to me should be your boss." When Wanru has seen a middle-aged man who keeps smiling at her. This person is Zhu Meiqi's boss, Zhou Wanshan. He is indeed a petty bourgeois boss. Owns several fitness gyms. She had met her good friend Zhu Meiqi before because she often visited her. I only heard about it from my best friend later. Her boss fell in love with her at first sight. I also know that she has encountered difficulties recently, so we came here to get together and see if we can help. Okay, I know you mean well, but I appreciate it. Dating is not poverty alleviation. In my current situation, I am not suitable for dating at all. It will only drag others down. When Wanru said in a low voice. The three views and attitudes are quite positive. This actually made Chen Yuan feel a little pressured. As the saying goes, everything will turn into the opposite when it reaches its extreme. Stay away from people with distorted values. But people who are too upright in their values are also very old-fashioned. Okay, now that you're here, you've even brought a light bulb. Let him have a meal here and get back to work. Zhu Meiqi pulled Wanru reluctantly, then pushed Chen Yuan away with her hand. Then he sat on the chair. Everyone was sitting on chairs, and although there were empty seats, there were no more chairs. And Chen Yuan just stood aside. "Waiter!" At this moment, Wanru discovered the situation and turned around to call out, "Bring me another chair, please." When the waiter came over, Wanru said with a smile, "Yes, miss." The waiter turned and left, and soon brought another chair. Only then did Chen Yuan sit down. Then he took out his cell phone and sent another transfer. Not much this time. Only 10,000. And sent a message to Wanru. "Well done, very thoughtful. They even knew I was standing and arranged a chair for me to sit on. This 10,000 yuan is your reward." When Wanru heard the message alert, picked it up and saw that it was another transfer from Chen Yuan. See information below. When Wanru pouted and took the money. Then he looked at Chen Yuan meaningfully. Gentleness emotion value +5. Chen Yuan? Children, do you have a lot of question marks? $10,000 in exchange for 5 emotion points. What the hell? Your emotion values were all negative just now. I spent more than 200,000 yuan but didn't see any increase. We have spent 10,000 and the price has increased by 5 points. This boss lady is a bit rebellious. Chen Yuan instantly revealed a meaningful smile. Come on, it's not easy for us to get together today. I'll have a drink first. Xu Meiqi was the first to pick up the wineglass and drank it generously. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became lively again. But everyone's eyes would fall on Chen Yuan from time to time. Especially the middle-aged man in the white sweater opposite. The look in Chen Yuan's eyes was like that of an adult facing a naked child. I even feel like reaching out and grabbing a chicken to eat. This made Chen Yuan feel very disgusted. But he ignored it. Ms. Wanru, we haven't seen each other for a few days. To be honest, I missed you a lot. If it weren't for Meiqi, I wouldn't be able to see you today. This is a gift, you must not refuse it, please accept it, it's my token of my appreciation. At this moment, the middle-aged man named Zhou Wanshan took out an exquisite gift box. Then he pushed it in front of Wanru. And turned it on. Suddenly, all the women at the table were attracted by the jewels inside. She couldn't help but let out a scream. Xu Meiqi, in particular, looked as if she had never seen the world before. She squeezed her face with her hands and opened her mouth. Wow, a diamond necklace. How much does this cost? Wanru, you are so happy. I envy you so much. Our boss hasn't been so nice to us, you must thank our president Zhou. Xu Meiqi even picked up the diamond necklace. He gestured to his neck. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. I'm so jealous inside. She even regretted introducing her best friend to the boss. I should have stayed if I had known. But the key is, the boss likes girls like Wanru. There is a hint of gentleness in the coldness. There is also a hint of freedom in the stubbornness. There is always an indescribable charm about her. But it is the most attractive to men. Chapter 34 Chapter 33 The Legendary Best Friend. Boss Zhou, your gift is too expensive. I dare not accept it. When Wanru hurriedly stood up and waved her hands. The smile was full of embarrassment. Ms. Wanru, I've already told you not to reject me. This is just a small token of my appreciation. It's only 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. You must not feel pressured. If you don't accept it, I will feel really bad. This necklace suits you very well, so you have to accept it no matter what. Zhou Wanshan said in a righteous tone. It was as if the gift he gave was rejected. It means the 10 most unforgivable crimes. And when he proposed the price, it seemed like 70,000 or 80,000 yuan was just a drop in the ocean in his eyes. But that's true. Owns several fitness gyms. At least he is a boss. The annual income must be over 100. Small jewels worth 70 or 80,000 are no problem for him. But everyone else at the table looked surprised. There were only 2 young men and a girl who didn't have much expression. As if it's commonplace. It is obvious that the identities and net worth of these 3 people are also extraordinary. Maybe it should be those white-collar workers that Wanru mentioned. Senior executives of large business groups. Even without doing business, there are elites who can earn millions a year by working. Chen Yuan was watching from the side. I want to laugh. For him, this kind of grand scene was like a max-level character returning to the novice village. This passive state made him feel like he was playing the pig and eating the tiger. What to do? Do you really want to pretend? How to install? Should I pretend actively or passively? Anyway, it was delivered to my door. Chen Yuan did nothing, as if he had become the most easily ignored person at the table. Good. He just likes this kind of scene. Wanru, why are you being so polite? Our boss has never given anyone such an expensive gift before. Take it quickly, and let me wear it for 2 days, just 2 days, and then I will return it to you. Xu Meiqi was the one who tried to persuade them. Even at this moment, she had already opened the necklace and put it around her neck. He is extremely thick-skinned. Please accept it, Miss Wanru. After all, it is a token of appreciation from Mr. Zhou. For Boss Zhou, something worth tens of thousands of dollars is just like a few dozen dollars for ordinary people. You don't have to feel pressured. At this moment, the young man named Anton next to Zhou Wanshan said with a smile. Yes, yes. It can be seen that Boss Zhou really put a lot of thought into choosing the gift. This diamond necklace is irresistible to any girl. If Miss Wanru refuses again, Boss Zhou will lose face. The girl named Yufei's eyes were shining. Ever since this necklace was taken out, she has never taken her eyes off it. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. So many people persuaded me. When Wanru couldn't refuse anymore, but she really didn't want to accept it. So she pursed her lips and smiled. It's considered as a default. This made Zhu Meiqi next to her very happy. Once I put the necklace on my neck, I don't want to take it off. From time to time, she even has the nerve to ask others if she looks beautiful in it. Others were just mildly embarrassed. But after seeing this, Chen Yuan felt really ashamed for the other party. This behavior is really too low. Although Zhu Meiqi's charm value has also reached 1 gold star. But this kind of behavior of going down. But Chen Yuan directly sentenced him to death. I'm the host today, so feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite. By the way, Wanru, the owner of this restaurant, is my friend. He got a few bottles of red wine from an Australian manor. I opened one, let's taste it together. This kind of estate is only available to you. You can't enjoy it even if you have money outside. As Zhou Wanshan clapped his hands gently, a waiter in neat uniform walked in gracefully from the side door, holding an exquisite wooden box steadily in his hands. The wooden box is engraved with delicate patterns, and you can tell at first glance that it is extraordinary. The waiter carefully placed the wooden box in the middle of the dining table and slowly opened it, revealing a bottle of red wine with a faint luster Romane Conti. Dear guests, the waiter said in a clear and pleasant voice, this bottle of red wine is also from the world-renowned Romane Conti brand, but what makes it special is that it is a special edition from an Australian estate. It is extremely rare on the market, and just one bottle is worth 120,000. The price outside is several times higher, and even if you have money you may not be able to buy it. Boss Zhou used his personal connections to finally get 3 bottles, one of which was specially given to our respected President Zhou. As soon as he finished speaking, the guests around him all exclaimed in amazement. Zhu Meiqi's eyes were full of admiration and envy. She unconsciously moved closer to Zhou Wanshan, as if she wanted to feel the honor at a closer distance. Zhou Wanshan's eyes were always fixed on Wanru's face, trying to capture every change in her expression. However, when Wanru's expression was unusually calm. She only smiled occasionally, and it seemed that she was not very interested in all this. The other guests were also full of anticipation, nodding their heads in agreement. Seeing this, Zhu Meiqi smiled and said, Wanru, look how good Boss Zhou is to you. We are all benefiting from you. Otherwise, how could we have the opportunity to taste such precious red wine? Anton and Yufei also nodded in agreement. Even an executive of a large company like Anton, who earns $1 million a year, would be reluctant to spend such a huge amount of money on a bottle of red wine. It was indeed thanks to Wanru. The waiter began to pour wine for each guest. The crystal glasses were gradually filled with deep red liquid, emitting an enticing aroma. However, when the waiter walked in front of Chen Yuan, he stopped what he was doing. When Wanru noticed this, took a sip of red wine, and asked in confusion, Chen Yuan, why don't you drink? She then turned to the waiter and said politely, could you please pour a glass for this gentleman as well? The waiter looked embarrassed and his eyes involuntarily turned to Zhou Wanshan. Zhou Wanshan's face darkened slightly, and he was obviously reluctant to do so. Zhu Meiqi rolled her eyes and took the opportunity to interrupt, Wanru, this wine is really expensive, and you may not be able to buy it even if you spend money. Such a precious wine can only be tasted by people who know how to appreciate it. After all, not everyone has such taste and appreciation. Although Zhu Meiqi's words seemed to be an explanation on the surface, they actually contained a derogatory meaning. Obviously, he thought Chen Yuan was not worthy of enjoying such expensive red wine. What she meant was that Chen Yuan was just an ordinary employee at a courier station. When Wanru temporarily brought him in as a shield, so he spoke without restraint. When Wanru frowned slightly and realized Zhu Meiqi's intention. But she did not respond immediately, but waited quietly for Zhou Wanshan's reaction. Wanru, there is only 1 bottle of this wine, and I opened it especially for you. Everyone is also benefiting from it. What Meichi said is not wrong. People who don't understand wine can't taste the beauty of this wine and will only waste it. Mr. Chen, you wouldn't mind if I ordered you a bottle of slightly higher-end red wine? Zhou Wanshan smiled and said. It not only expressed his friendship as a landlord, but also showed his grace. He also used some words to remind Chen Yuan that his identity was too ordinary. Chapter 35 Chapter 34 What you demolished is the Great Wall? That's not necessary. I'm just curious, is this wine really so precious that I can't buy it even if I have money? Why shouldn't I believe it? Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, staring at the bottle of wine. A faint smile appeared on his face. In response, Zhou Wanshan just shook his head and said nothing. Because he was too lazy to explain. There are some things that just don't make sense to people of different identities and fields. He is not a person of that rank at all. Chen Yuan, why are you so troublesome? Let's not talk about whether this wine can be bought. Even if it can be bought, it costs 120,000 yuan a bottle. Can you afford it? If it weren't for Wanru, do you think you have the right to sit here and eat? Just eat your meal quietly. If you don't understand something, don't ask. You're not good enough. Shu Meichi's attitude was extremely contemptuous. These words were spoken without any regard for human feelings. Oh? Meichi, you can't say that. It's so rude. Wanru's friend must be no ordinary person. How can you say he can't afford it? It's just a bottle of wine. Zhou Wanshan was like an old fox. As a successful person. For this kind of young man who is just starting out. He never takes it seriously. He didn't even bother to do it himself. The people around him are enough to kill him. Compete with him for a woman? To bring humiliation upon oneself. It's time to let him see what society is and what reality is. It's not that bad. Meichi, you are exaggerating. After all, she is Wanru's friend. Don't speak so harshly. Anton also spoke up to persuade her. But what he was more curious about was the identity of the member in front of him. Since he is the man brought by Wanru. It's certainly one to be simple. With Wanru's conditions, finding a successful person like Boss Zhou is no problem at all. Although Boss Zhou is indeed a bit old. But the assets are also abundant. Meichi, what are you doing? Maybe Mr. Chen is just being low-key, why are you making fun of him like that? For Wanru's sake, stop talking. The girl named Yufei is trying to persuade her. But in fact it is stirring up trouble. As a woman, with Wanru's beauty, she is naturally the object of jealousy. Even if we find Anton, a senior executive who earns $1 million a year. Yufei still felt a little unsatisfied. Especially after seeing how generous Boss Zhou was. I also really hope that Anton can buy me a piece of jewelry like this one day. However, under the persuasion of everyone, Shu Meichi became even angrier. I disliked Chen Yuan more and more. Wanru, I'm introducing my boss to you for your own good. You can also see how good our boss Zhou is to you. It's red wine and jewelry, which together cost 200,000 or 300,000. Don't you feel their sincerity? You had to bring a lousy courier from your station here to be a shield. Not only did you lower your own status, but you also didn't take Boss Zhou seriously. Shu Meichi exposed Chen Yuan's identity on the spot. It also instantly shocked everyone present. It's all unbelievable. Originally, many people thought that Chen Yuan should be a rich second generation. It's just that the control at home is strict. The monthly living expenses shall not exceed 50,000. After all, Chen Yuan's outfit costs about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. You can't be trying to show off and spend a lot of money to buy it just to attend this little gathering. But after hearing what Shu Meichi said, everyone looked shocked. No one expected that this Chen Yuan, who they mistakenly thought was a rich second generation. It turns out that he is just an employee of one site. Send Express. This is too ironic. Meichi, what on earth are you doing? Chen Yuan didn't offend you. Besides, I just brought him here for a meal today. When Wanru also frowned. Why do you have to be so aggressive? She always felt that her best friend's behavior was too extreme. Women's vanity. A man's face. Both are very important. In front of so many people, Shu Meichi didn't care about Chen Yuan's face at all. This made Wanru feel very uncomfortable. After all, she was the one who brought Chen Yuan here. Not to mention, Chen Yuan is not that bad. There are tens of millions of dollars in the bank card. Wanru, why are you defending him like this? You don't want a boss, but you want to be with a loser, are you crazy? You are not young anymore, it's time to sober up. At least our boss Joe can still help you a lot. What can he do for you? Besides the fact that you are at your age and are as fierce as a wolf, it is most appropriate for you to meet the most fierce one. What else is there? He has nothing and can't give you what you want. Shu Meichi is becoming more and more bold in her words. Very explicit. Even when Wanru was left speechless by her. Forget it, I'll tell you clearly. Chen Yuan is not as bad as you say. His house was demolished and he lost at least 30 million yuan in compensation. Isn't he very low-key? When Wanru felt a little sad when she said this. The face of that nouveau riche Chen Yuan. I just transferred more than 200,000 yuan to her via WeChat. Just to experience the feeling of swapping identities between boss and employee. What? Demolition, compensation of 30 million. My silly sister, you believe this nonsense? Is it the Great Wall that his family is demolishing? Shu Meichi was almost laughing out of anger. Anyone with a little common sense should know that it is difficult to reach this price for demolition compensation. There may not be even 1 in 10,000 people. Especially with the current policies, most of the compensation is for relocation housing. Rarely give cash. Even if it was given, it wouldn't be such a large amount. Ms. Wanru, Meichi is doing this for your own good. It's human nature to worry about you being cheated. And as far as I know, with the current policy, the demolition compensation doesn't seem to be that much. Even if there is, it will be divided into areas. I also want to know, Mr. Chen, where your house is being demolished. In order to cooperate with Shu Meichi in fighting against counterfeiting, Zhou Wanshan looked at Chen Yuan and asked. You don't believe it because you haven't seen the balance in Chen Yuan's bank card. When Wanru still said with a firm look on her face. If you don't have the confidence of 30 million in deposits. How could Chen Yuan suddenly become so generous and magnanimous? Hire her as an employee for 1 day for 250,000? That's right, my house was not demolished. However, while when Wanru was still helping Chen Yuan to prove his guilt, Chen Yuan himself admitted it. The slap in the face came too quickly. When Wanru turned around with an expression of disbelief and glared at Chen Yuan fiercely. Indeed, I deceived you. I'm going to go out for a while and I'll explain to you when I come back. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside. Some things. Do it. Can prove it. But if I tell you, it will cause too much trouble. What Chen Yuan fears most is trouble. Seeing Chen Yuan suddenly leave, everyone showed a tacit expression of ridicule. See? He was found an excuse to escape after being exposed. Wanru, you were fooled by such a trick? Sister, I'm really worried about you. You're too naive. When Shu Meichi said this, she picked up a glass of red wine and took a deep sip. Then he sat on the chair, looking very disappointed. At this time, when Wanru had a dazed look on her face. I never expected it. I was actually deceived by Chen Yuan. So much so that she felt a little embarrassed now. I wish I could find a place to hide in. Chapter 36, Chapter 35. Okay, Godfather, thank you very much. That's not the way to say it. It just shows that Miss Wanru was too naive. I have to be more careful next time. Fortunately, I didn't suffer any loss. Just consider it a lesson learned. Come on, let's keep drinking. Zhou Wanshan helped Wanru to smooth things over with just one sentence. Demonstrated high emotional intelligence. Then everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together. And now outside. Chen Yuan came to the bar, looked at the waiter who had just poured the wine, and said with a smile, just now you said, how many bottles of that wine did your boss have? The waiter was stunned at first. Then he said, 3 bottles, but now there are only 2 bottles left. Is your boss here? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. No, not here, he's gone. The waiter stuttered a bit. I really don't understand what this customer wants to do. Gone? Died young? Chen Yuan asked with a frown. What are you talking about? Our boss just went out to the Chaumet Paris Jewelry City across the street to prepare a gift for his 60th birthday girlfriend. How can you speak so unlucky? The waiter complained. Oh, sorry, misunderstood. Thank you. Dean Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, then left the restaurant and went straight to the Chaumet Paris jewelry store across the street. After pushing the door open and going in, Chen Yuan saw a man talking to a sales lady in front of the counter. Looks like she's planning on buying a diamond ring. There are not many customers in the store. After all, this is a high-end luxury brand. And the man in front of him is the only one who best fits the characteristics of the owner of the restaurant opposite. Because the other customers are all women. Chen Yuan came to the man's side. Hello, are you the owner of the Eight Immortals restaurant opposite? Chen Yuan asked with a smile. The man turned around and looked at Chen Yuan in confusion. Excuse me, who are you? The man asked calmly. In the private room upstairs. I heard you have 3 bottles of red wine, all of which are specially supplied by Romane Conti's Australian estate. I want to buy 2 bottles from you. Chen Yuan went straight to the point. No extra nonsense. Because he couldn't wait to go back and slap his face. The little script in my mind has already begun to be constructed. Oh, you must be a friend of Lao Zhou and the others. I'm not selling my red wine. There are only 2 bottles left, and I'm planning to give them to my girlfriend for her birthday. The man shook his head. I thought to myself that this person must be sick. These 3 bottles of red wine were obtained with great difficulty. We gave away a bottle because Boss Joe often comes to our store. The annual consumption amount meets the standard conditions. Just to give back to old customers. But the young man in front of him didn't look like he could afford it. What's the point of talking to him about this? Miss, I am also an old customer of yours. I've been following your family for 3 years. Can you give me a discount on this ring? The owner of Baxianju said with a smile. He really doesn't have that much money. After all, this store also belongs to my girlfriend. This time, I also spent a lot of money. I just want to give my girlfriend a surprise on her birthday. Then you will get more feedback. After all, she had her eyes on a sports car, but she was still 500,000 short of the price. I'm really sorry, Mr. Huang, after all, you are not a member of our family. And this diamond ring is a limited edition in our store. There is no discount on it. The saleswoman smiled politely. Mr. Huang frowned inside. This ring is beyond his budget. And what I'm most afraid of is that the 60-year-old girlfriend accepted the ring and didn't give any feedback. I put all the money into the down payment for my most beloved sports car. So much so that Mr. Huang was in hesitation at this time. I bought this ring. Swipe the card now. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chen Yuan took out the bank card and threw it on the counter. So much so that the female salesperson was slightly stunned after hearing it. Mr. Huang next to him stared at Chen Yuan with a cold expression. How? Not for sale. Chen Yuan looked at the saleswoman and asked. Seller, please wait a moment. The female salesperson came to her senses and hurriedly brought the POS machine. Brush in front of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan also entered the password. The payment was successful very quickly, and a small note came out of the POS machine. The diamond ring worth 480,000 yuan now belongs to Chen Yuan. What do you mean? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? I have been observing this ring for a while. How could someone steal it like you did? Mr. Huang became angry instantly. It was more because of his hesitation that Chen Li's ability to spend money was revealed. We are both men. Don't you want to save face? At this time, the female salesperson had already packaged the ring and delivered it to Chen Yuan. And bowed very respectfully. Chen Yuan took the gift box of the ring and handed it to Mr. Huang. Since you don't want to sell those 2 bottles of wine, I'll trade with you. You only have this one chance. If you don't change, forget it. Chen Yuan spread his hands and said with a smile. After hearing this, Mr. Huang showed a look of disdain on his face. I have never seen such an arrogant person. He just didn't believe it, so he waved his hand and took the ring gift box. Come on, follow me upstairs. You really have good taste. Hee, those 2 bottles of my treasures are really worth more than money. Mr. Huang held the ring gift box with excitement on his face, thinking that he had saved a lot of money again. He led the way in front, opened the door on his own initiative, and waited by the side. Go back and get the wine first, and then deliver it to our room in person later. Prepare a small iron basin for me. Chen Yuan waved his hand with an impatient look. Okay, I'll do it right away. By the way, brother, I don't know your name yet. With such a wealthy man who is generous, I naturally have to find a way to make friends with him. Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan said lightly. Okay, Godfather. Thank you very much. I'll go back and prepare it now. After saying that, Mr. Huan walked towards the store happily. At this point, the question has become meaningless. I just want to know the other person's name. As for this name, of course, call it in the most affectionate way possible. He helped so much and gave me 480,000 yuan. Help him solve such a big problem. Now that I'm about to get the sports car, it's not too much to call me Godfather. This is closer than brothers. At this time, Chen Yuan's eyes fell on the female salesperson. The saleswoman's gaze was like a radar scan. At one point, Chen Yuan mistakenly thought that the other party also had a system. What I want to know more is, if the other party has the system, will the information tag revealed at this time include the item Macho Man? Hello, young lady? Wake up! Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and waved in front of the female salesperson's eyes. Because sales had a sudden awakening. His face was full of apology. Oh, sorry sir. Do you need any help? The saleswoman responded quickly. Which necklace is the most valuable in your store? Chen Yuan licked his lips. Chapter 37 Chapter 36 Are you looking for the gap between people? It's this one sir. Please move over here and take a look. After the female salesperson finished speaking, she hurriedly introduced Chen Yuan. I was so excited inside. It seems that today's performance and commission have been obtained. The handsome guy in front of me is very generous. Soon. Chen Yuan paid 1.28 million and only bought a necklace. He also told the saleswoman to go to the 80 Mortals building opposite and bring the necklace over after a while. Then Chen Yuan put his hands behind his back and walked towards the 80 Mortals residence. In the private room, when Wanru was dealing with a conversation between several people. While lowering his head and fiddling with his phone, he sent several messages to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, where have you been? Why did you leave me here alone? You coward, didn't you just say you wanted to be my boss and protect me? Several messages were sent in succession. The other party did not reply. This made Wanru begin to doubt whether Chen Yuan had really run away. Could it be that the balance in his bank card is fake? Just want to show off in front of myself. The demolition was exposed, and even he admitted it. What's wrong with young people today? Why live so vainly? When Wanru no longer had any hope for Chen Yuan's eye. I planned to go home after this party. As for that boss Joe, she really wasn't interested. As for the necklace given to myself, it has already been worn by Zhu Meiqi and has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, when Wanru instantly breathed a sigh of relief, no longer feeling the pressure she had just felt. Wanru, what are you doing? Boss Joe wants to talk to you. Are you still thinking about your little employee? Oh my god, that guy is obviously a liar. When he was working in front of your station, he seemed quite down to earth, but now he has become so fake. This little puppy is not reliable at all, you should give up on him as soon as possible. Zhu Meiqi was still mocking. Zhou Wanshan even gave her an approving look. I'm feeling a little unwell, so why don't we just stop drinking here today? When Wanru suddenly raised her head and a comfortable smile appeared on her face. Although I know Zhu Meiqi has good intentions. Know that you are in trouble. We need successful people like Boss Zhou. Only then could we pull her ashore. But when Wanru has her own ideas. I don't want to date someone I don't like in this way. Not to mention. This Boss Zhou doesn't seem that reliable either. After all, when Wanru has experienced too much. There are so many suitors. But once you know she owes so much debt. And the pressure on my shoulders. He would have been so scared that he ran away. Especially successful people like Boss Zhou. He is rich, but he is not sick. Once they know about her debt situation, I'm afraid they will become like those people before. It would have been scared away a long time ago. Ms. Wanru, what's wrong with you? How about I take you to the hospital now? If you are unwell, you must seek medical treatment in time and don't delay. Zhou Wanshan once again showed the care of a mature man. Very considerate. But when Wanru was in a dilemma. She just wanted to get away and go home, she didn't need anyone to send her off. But for a moment, I couldn't find a reason to refuse. Just at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone's eyes turned towards the door. Chen Yuan came back with a relaxed look on his face. He pulled out a chair and sat down. When Wanru also tilted her head, with a look of disbelief on her face. I originally thought that this guy had escaped by pretending to pee. I didn't expect that I could come back. Where did you go just now? Why are you coming back now? When Wanru asked in a complaining tone. I've been urinating more frequently lately. My kidneys aren't doing well. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chen Yuan said with a grin. Bah, who's worried about you? You're just dreaming. When Wanru spat. I don't know why. I feel so relaxed and comfortable when I am with Chen Yuan. There's no need for an occasion like this. Appears very reserved. You have to remain a lady. It's not that I have any good impression of Chen Yuan. Not to mention admiration. Just in front of Chen Yuan, she doesn't need to disguise herself too much. Certainly. I have no other feelings towards Chen Yuan. So it will seem more relaxed. Chen Yuan, you've already left, why are you coming back? I'm just wondering, can't you see that you're the most redundant person here? Why are you being a light bulb here? Do you understand what we are talking about? Just then, Zhu Meiqi said in a very impatient tone. I didn't expect that Chen Yuan would dare to come back. Is he a masochist? Obviously, he has already been humiliated. If it were anyone else, they would have taken the opportunity to slip away long ago. How could I possibly stay and humiliate myself? What a profound topic. Wearing yoga pants while practicing yoga, is that borderline? I really don't understand this, but I can understand it. When Chen Yuan said this, his eyes looked towards the other person's lower body. There is even sarcasm in the words. The look in his eyes was even more unscrupulous. Based on Chen Yuan's understanding of Zhu Meiqi, this woman is not just a marginal girl. He is also the real Aquaman. All the men in her circle of friends have been hooked by her. It is said that the yoga pants that are taken off will be put on Xianyu for sale. There are always a lot of losers with strong tastes, pushing up sales. From the moment they sat down, Chen Yuan could see that Zhu Meiqi just wanted to bring her boss Zhou Wanshan and Wen Wanru together. You stinking loser, what are you talking about? Don't you have any manners? You're just a filthy scoundrel, spewing shit all over your mouth. Zhu Meiqi slammed the table angrily on the spot, scolding at Chen Yuan. Little brother, this is where you are wrong. Men can be lustful, but they must have class. What you just said was so vulgar. Beauty is to be appreciated. How come it becomes a dirty joke when it comes out of your mouth? Just at this moment, Zhou Wanshan also slowly stood up. A righteous accusation. It's like he is the messenger of justice and a gentleman of high character. An old monk settled down. What he said sounded as if he was as holy as Buddha and was not interested in beauty. But what is the reality? What I hate to hear the most is you talking, shut the hole. Why are you pretending to be so noble? With your shifty look, when Zhu Meiqi stood up to pour the wine just now, do you dare to say that you didn't see her? You were clearly aiming at the gap between people, yet you still dare to quibble. Chen Yuan said with a mocking tone, hugging his shoulders. Not the slightest bit of panic. The logic is clear. Sharp words. Chapter 38, Chapter 37. You've already started fishing, you old hypocrite. You're talking nonsense. Meiqi is an employee I value. I have seen everything. How could she be as shameless as you and Peak? It's a disgrace to us men. After hearing what Chen Yuan said, Zhou Wanshan also showed a look of anger. It was as if I had suffered a great injustice. Hurry to clarify yourself. But Chen Yuan had a disdainful smile on his face. He pointed at the other person and said, you were the one who stared the most closely and for the longest time just now. It's because Zhu Meiqi is your employee that she wouldn't dare to say anything even if you spied on her. You old pervert, why are you pretending to be a gentleman? You're so fucking stupid. The moment Chen Yuan said this, everyone's eyes instinctively turned to Zhou Wanshan. Swish, swish, swish. Yufei took a look and quickly turned her head away, with embarrassment appearing on her pretty face. After Anton took a look, he immediately grinned. The red wine in my mouth almost spit out. As for Zhu Meiqi and the man next to her, they also glanced over instinctively. Also discovered the situation. Just as Chen Yuan said, this old ghost Zhou Wanshan really started playing. Zhou Wanshan instantly transformed into a Wudong master and sat down awkwardly. The old face turned red. How disgraceful. Wanru, how can you hang out with such low-quality hooligans and lower your status? This guy is so tacky, he has a dirty mouth and a dirty mind. Zhou Wanshan became angry and embarrassed. Start the personal attacks. And when Wanru did lower her head and couldn't help laughing. Because she just took a quick glance. It was almost just an instinctive glance. Also found something strange. I thought to myself, this kid Chen Yuan has such a vicious tongue. Even dirtier. A large-scale social death scene created by myself. Chen Yuan, you are just a loser, a low-class person with no future. You deserve to be a delivery man for the rest of your life. I'm telling you, Wanru is just using you as a shield. Stop daydreaming. You have no money, no career, and you come here to eat and drink for free. Do you have any shame? The funniest thing is that you're still pretending to be a nouveau riche, and you've been exposed again. Aren't you embarrassed? We're all ashamed for you. You would have left, but you came back to humiliate yourself. Did you see my necklace? Boss Joe spent 70,000 to give it to Wanru. What about you? Do you have nothing but a sincere heart? Wake up, you are only worthy of drinking some beer while sitting here. It depends on our mood. If Wanru hadn't brought you here, you would never have the chance to experience such a scene in your life. Finally, at this moment, Zhu Meiqi found the opportunity to perform. He also helped Boss Joe to clear away the flies around Wanru. It's just a so-called shield. Who let her know Chen Yuan's background? After Zhu Meiqi's ridicule, she gave Zhou Wanshan a look that looked like a demon attacker. Zhou Wanshan nodded. At this time, Anton and others all showed a sense of superiority. Especially Anton. I didn't expect that such a beauty like Wanru would fall to this point. Find a low-level employee to act as a shield. This is too casual. They all look a bit shabby. We should look for someone like him, a senior executive of a large company. Originally everyone thought that Chen Yuan's past had been exposed. He will definitely leave in disgrace. But I didn't expect Chen Yuan to be sitting on the chair. At this time. Instead, when Wanru stood up. Meiqi, you're going too far. Chen Yuan didn't offend you, why are you scolding him like that? Besides, you're being too obvious. I've already told you that I have no plans to fall in love. Is this kind of matchmaking interesting? When Wanru was also a little angry. I originally thought that my good sisters were worried about my situation and condition. Took too much pressure. I want to help her find a successful partner to relieve her stress. But now take a look. It seems the taste has changed. Why does it seem like it's for her own benefit? Wanru, are you helping Chen Yuan like count me? I just have good intentions and want to help you. Given your current situation, you are deeply in debt, and those loan sharks have already tracked you down. How is our boss Joe unworthy of you? Why are you pretending to be so noble? Everyone knows who is who. Zhu Meiqi also felt that her face was lost. He started fighting back on the spot. Are you helping me? You are helping yourself, don't give such a high-sounding reason. I hope this is the last time, otherwise, I will be angry with you. When Wanru slapped the table with her hand when she said this. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Zhu Meiqi gritted her teeth, very dissatisfied. He stared at Chen Yuan fiercely. This guy is responsible for all this. Alright, stop arguing. Since it's my fault that made everyone unhappy, I'll give you 2 bottles of red wine as an apology. Chen Yuan suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile. Stop pretending here. You're giving me wine? What can I give you? Your life? Who dares to drink the red wine you gave me? Zhu Meiqi hugged her shoulders, her face full of sarcasm. Little brother, you are not talking about the Great Wall red wine. Anton, who was standing next to him, also made a sarcastic remark. Meiqi, don't be angry. Don't hurt the relationship between you 2 sisters because of an irrelevant person. Yu Fei also started to persuade. At this moment, the smile on Chen Yuan's face became more intense. Because he finally became the target of public criticism. The source of all evil that caused public outrage. Very good. This is the easiest time to attract hatred. What's next? That must be a show-off moment. Otherwise, is he listening to these guys nagging here because he is mentally retarded and lacks knowledge, so he needs to make up for it here? No, no, no. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for. Show off. The moment Chen Yuan picked up his phone and looked at the time, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Wanshan casually said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Boss Huang came in with two waiters, each holding a bottle of red wine, smiling. "Boss Huang, why are you here? Hurry, hurry, please sit down. You are really giving me face. Not only did you send me wine, but you also came to keep me company." When he saw that it was the owner of Baxianju, Zhou Wanshan hurriedly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Especially when he saw the wine in the waiter's hand, his eyes lit up. He quickly reached out to take it. But at this moment, Boss Huang reached out and helped Zhou Wanshan. Then he smiled and said, "Old Zhou, didn't I already sell you one bottle? These two bottles are not for you." When I heard Boss Huang's words, the few people who stood up all looked puzzled. Even the boss is here. Anton, Zhu Meiqi and others had already stood up and were ready to welcome them. When I heard Boss Huang's words, Zhou Wanshan also looked confused and frowned. Then he saw Boss Huang coming to Chen Yuan with two bottles of red wine. Chapter 39 Chapter 38 The habit of washing hands has not changed. Mr. Chen, these are the two bottles of red wine that I treasure. Let me tell you, there are only these two bottles in the whole Qingzhou. If you can find another one, I will eat the bottle too. Thanks to Mr. Chen's generous help today, I will remember it in my heart. All the expenses of everyone present here today will be charged to me, as if it was my treat for Mr. Chen. Why don't you two open the wine and sober up Master Chen? Boss Huang finished speaking. The two waiters hurriedly opened the red wine. But everyone was completely confused. Mr. Chen? Which Mr. Chen? The boss of this Baxianju is really awesome. What nonsense you are saying. Especially Zhou Wanshan, his face became extremely gloomy. Then he coughed dryly. Xu Meiqi took the opportunity to ask Boss Huang with a smile, "Boss Huang, did you recognize the wrong person? There is no such thing as Mr. Chen here." After hearing this, Boss Huang put his hand on Chen Yuan's shoulder. It's like long-lost brothers. Her face was full of bright smiles. "Little sister, don't joke with me. Mr. Chen is standing right here, and you're asking me where he is. Can you please stop making trouble?" The moment Boss Huang finished speaking, Chen Yuan impatiently slapped the other person's hand away. This guy is really good at getting close to people. He just bought you two bottles of wine, but you still wanted to take advantage of it and try to gain friendship with him. It's basically a one-time deal, okay? Who are you trying to get to know? Suddenly, everyone gasped. My scalp is tingling. Xu Meiqi's eyes widened, thinking she was hallucinating. As for Wen Wanru, she was also full of confusion and looked back at Chen Yuan. At this time, Chen Yuan took a small iron basin from the waiter. Then placed it on the table. And pointed with his finger. "Just put the wine in here," Chen Yuan said shockingly. The two waiters were a little hesitant when they heard Chen Yuan's words. After all, these two bottles of wine are too expensive. If anything goes wrong, they can't afford to pay for it. So everyone looked at the boss. "Why are you looking at me? Listen to Master Chen. Mr. Chen has a lot of appetite, so he must drink from a basin. But speaking of which, Master Chen, your habit of drinking high-end red wine from a basin makes you look more like a nouveau riche than I do. But I like it," Boss Wang said, patting Chen Yuan's shoulder. When Chen Yuan pushed him away again. "You like Dur. This guy is so annoying. It's just that he took advantage of me. Why is it never ending?" After serving the wine, he left quickly. After receiving the instructions, the two waiters poured the two bottles of red wine into the small iron basin. The others all looked confused. Until Chen Yuan rolled up his sleeves, then stretched out his hand and inserted it directly into the small iron basin. "Wash your hands with expensive red wine exclusively supplied by an Australian estate." And he rubbed it symbolically. What the hell is this habit? Nearly 300,000 worth of red wine was sold just like that. Even Boss Huang was shocked when he saw this scene. Too luxurious. Are you crazy? This is not it. He feels that having too much money is a pain in the ass. It turns out that this iron basin is not for drinking, but for washing. Mr. Chen, this is a bit too. The first one to react was Boss Huang, who pointed at the iron basin and stammered. What's wrong? Chen Yuan glanced at the other person. It's nothing, I just feel like it's quite enjoyable. Can you let me have some fun too? Boss Huang actually had a look of desire on his face, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Nearly 300,000 red wines were washed away. Even though he was supported by his 60-year-old girlfriend, he did not dare to be so extravagant. So I wanted to borrow some light. It's not your turn yet. Madam Boss, come and try. Chen Yuan smiled and made a crazy invitation to Wanru, who had a dazed look on her face and was unable to recover from her shock. Whatever the wine is. It's used for washing hands anyway. Wanru shook her head after seeing this. At this time, her mind was completely confused. I have no idea what the situation is now. Isn't Mr. Huang a friend of Mr. Zhou? Why does he look so familiar with Chen Yuan? There are only 3 bottles in total, exclusively supplied by the Australian estate, and one was sold to Boss Zhou. But he gave 2 bottles to Chen Yuan. Even a fool would realize that something was wrong at this point. Boss Huang, you are kidding me. You actually gave away 2 bottles of such expensive wine. We have such a good relationship, but you only sold me 1 bottle. You really don't take me seriously. At this moment, Zhou Wanshan suddenly asked. He is a frequent visitor to Baxianju. Every time I come here, I spend tens of thousands of dollars. This year, there are at least hundreds of thousands of consumption. But being treated like this. What's more, the person Boss Huang gave the wine to was not someone else, but Chen Yuan. How could Zhou Wanshan swallow this? Boss Zhou, where did you get this from? Isn't Mr. Chen a friend of yours? There's nothing to distinguish between you and me. Boss Huang said with a smile. Bullshit, who is his friend? He's just a little jerk, what right do he have to be my friend? You asked me to buy a bottle of wine, and then you gave away 2 more bottles. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me, Zhou Wanshan? If that's the case, I won't come here anymore. Zhou Wanshan waved his hand and said with a cold face. Yes, Boss Huang, our CEO Zhou spends a lot of money here every year, right? Then why did you give this wine to someone else? Xu Meiqi also asked to help. When Boss Huang heard this, he realized that Zhou Wanshan and his gang were not friends at all with the generous Mr. Chen in front of them. And look at the situation. There seems to be a contradiction. Thinking of how lavishly Chen Yuan had spent money just now, Boss Huang believed that he was definitely a rich second generation. And he is wealthy. At least better than him. As for Zhou Wanshan, he is indeed a frequent visitor. But it's nothing more than spending money here. He was very generous when he first came, but later he became stingy. Although it comes frequently, the so-called expenditure is less each time. And you have to have a good relationship with him as the boss, so you can either get a free bill or get free wine and dishes. Using consumption as an excuse and as a regular customer, you can take advantage here. The more you maintain such a customer, the more he will become inflated. Especially after you get familiar with each other. And becoming more and more shameless. Even so, Boss Huang didn't want to offend anyone. So he smiled and said, Boss Zhou, you are wronging me. You are a frequent visitor to our house and my friend. And this Mr. Chen is also my friend. It's not that I gave him 2 bottles of wine for free, but he also gave me a very valuable gift just now. A ring worth 480,000 yuan. As a return gift, is it okay for me to give you 2 bottles of wine? Hearing Boss Huang's explanation, everyone was stunned. Even when Wanru looked at Chen Yuan with doubt. This guy just went out to give gifts? But this is too generous. He is simply a spendthrift. 480,000 yuan for 2 bottles of wine doesn't sound like a good deal. Wait, what did you say? He spent 480,000 to give you a gift. Did I hear you correctly? Boss Huang, even if you make up an excuse, make it credible. He's just a courier, can he afford such an expensive gift for you? Zhou Wanshan narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously he didn't believe what Mr. Huang said. Think that the other party is just making excuses for themselves. Chapter 40 Chapter 39 Super Luxury Brand, Chaumet Paris. That's right, Boss Huang, who would believe you if you said that? Let alone 480,000, he can't even come up with 48,000. Were you deceived by him? Just now he was pretending to be a nouveau riche from the demolition business. Xu Meiqi took the opportunity to add. Boss Huang scratched his head. After hearing what the two said, even he began to reflect. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't make sense. It was absolutely true just now. Chen Yuan bought that ring from the luxury jewelry store opposite. The ring cannot be fake. He may not trust Chen Yuan, but he absolutely cannot question the jewelry city. Although he already had the answer in his mind, Boss Huang did not say it out loud. Because he didn't want to get involved in this dispute. Just at this moment, there was another knock on the door. Everyone looked over in confusion. Then I saw the door being pushed open again. Immediately following, everyone could see a girl in a uniform OL suit walking in with a beautiful gift box in her hand and a smile on her face. When I saw this girl, Boss Huang's eyes lit up. Shaoli? What are you doing here? Boss Huang recognized the girl at a glance. Wasn't she the salesperson from the jewelry store across the street? I just introduced the ring to him. Boss Huang, excuse me, I'm here to give this lady Wan a gift. After the female salesperson named Shaoli responded. His eyes swept around and finally fell on Chen Yuan. At this time, when Wanru was even more confused and said, I didn't buy anything, did you make a mistake? When I saw the work tag hanging on Shaoli's chest. When Wanru shook her head repeatedly. Chaumet, the king of luxury jewelry brands. Even before she was in debt, she couldn't afford the jewelry inside. Especially now. Xu Meiqi and Zhao Wanshan were also surprised. I also saw the Chaumet brand through Shaoli's work badge. Especially the exquisite gift box. It looks very valuable at first glance. After hearing Wen Wanru's words, Shaoli realized that the person she was looking for was the beauty in front of her. Hello, Miss Wen Wanru. Your gift is custom made for you by Mr. Chen Yuan. Please open it and take a look. If you are satisfied, please sign here. When Shaoli finished speaking, there was an uproar among the crowd. All of them were stunned. Xu Meiqi even covered her mouth. She is very knowledgeable about jewelry brands. Chaumet is a high-end brand that is superior to Bulgari and Cartier. World famous. Certainly. The price is also not cheap. It is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even if it's just a small earring or a brooch. The starting price is more than 200,000. Precious jewelry such as rings can be worth hundreds of thousands. And when he found out that such a precious gift was sent by Chen Yuan, everyone was silent. You can hear a pin drop. They all looked at Chen Yuan, who was sitting on the chair with a smile on his face, with an expression of disbelief. Ah! Chen Yuan sent it? When Wanru also showed a look of surprise, then slowly turned around and looked at Chen Yuan. What are you looking at me for? Take it apart. A gift for you. See if you like it. Chen Yuan smiled and made a gesture of invitation. When Wanru heard that it was a gift for her, her heart was shocked again. Especially since Chen Yuan had already pushed the gift box in front of him. When Wanru didn't know what to think. As if possessed by a ghost, he stretched out his hands and gently opened the gift box. The saleswoman next to him had a look of envy on her face and was jealous inside. From time to time, she would throw a coquettish glance at Chen Yuan. I've been working at the counter for so many years. Rich people have seen a lot. However, there are not many people like Chen Yuan who are young, rich, and generous. First of all, they are young and rich, which has already screened out a large number of people. The rest of those who were generous were all greasy old men. Just looking at it makes me feel sick. But every time the female salesperson sees those greasy old men spending huge amounts of money to please those young and beautiful girls, she also wishes to have that day too. Disgusting is disgusting. But if there really is a greasy old man who treats her so well, she is willing to give everything she has to please him. When Wanru's hands trembled slightly as she slowly opened the velvet lid of the gift box. As the gift box was opened, a soft light illuminated the treasure inside. A diamond necklace from Chaumet, Paris. Its dazzling brilliance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Each diamond is like the brightest star in the night sky, inlaid on an exquisite platinum chain, sparkling with a brilliance that is impossible to look away from. In comparison, the diamond necklace around Xu Meiqi's neck, which was worth 70 or 80,000 yuan, seemed to be overshadowed at this moment, as if it was just a foil. Even a layman can clearly tell the difference between the quality of these two diamond necklaces. To the extent that, the moment this diamond necklace was unveiled, all the women in the private room had shining eyes. It was an instinctive attraction. The blood in the body seemed to be ignited. It would be best if it were a she-wolf in estrus, wishing to eat this gem necklace alive. This is Chaumet's Star Dream series, the saleswoman Shirley said with a hint of admiration and envy that was difficult to conceal. This necklace is called Eternal Star and is designed for those who pursue the ultimate beauty. Shirley continued, you see, each diamond on this necklace is carefully selected. Not only do they have perfect cutting proportions, but they all meet the D-color grade and if internally flawless clarity standards. Such quality ensures that each diamond can reflect light to the maximum extent and show the most dazzling fire. She gently picked up the necklace and showed it to Wenwanru. In addition, the platinum chain of this necklace is also specially customized. It uses traditional French hand-weaving technology, which not only ensures the flexibility of the necklace, but also gives it a unique texture. Every detail, from the hook to the chain buckle, is handmade by Chaumet Paris top craftsmen to ensure safety and comfort when wearing it. And the most special thing is that this Eternal Star is not just a piece of jewelry, it also carries a story. Shirley's eyes were full of enthusiasm. According to the brand tradition, every customer who buys this necklace can name it and give it a unique meaning. Mr. Chen Yuan named this necklace Gentle Heart, which means his deep love and blessing for Miss Wenwanru. It can be said that female salespeople have high emotional intelligence. You can make up a story even if there is none. It seems like this is the service that comes with buying luxury jewelry. Chen Yuan didn't even have to prepare his lines, because the salesgirl Shelley had already prepared them all for him. Suddenly, Chen Yuan gave Shelley an approving look. Shelley was also very happy. It is an honor for her to receive the praise of the rich man. As for marrying up, she had developed an inferiority complex after seeing the beautiful and dignified Wenwanru in front of her, and gave up that unreliable idea. When she heard the name, Wenwanru's heart seemed to skip a beat. She gazed at the necklace that symbolized endless affection and felt the weight of the love. Everyone present was moved by this gift, and the air was filled with a quiet and touching atmosphere. Xu Meiqi also lowered her head silently, and the screen of the mobile phone in her hand reflected her slightly complicated expression. It was obvious that she also realized something at this moment. For Wenwanru, this Eternal Star from Chaumet is not only one of the most precious jewels in the world. It was also an expression of deep emotion from Chen Yuan, which made her feel extremely warm and touched. So much so that she completely ignored the price. Chapter 41 Chapter 40 Millions of jewels for a beauty smile. Is this really for me? Wenwanru slowly raised her head, stared at Chen Yuan, and asked cautiously in a low voice. Of course it's for you. No one in this place is more suitable than you. Chen Yuan stretched out his hand with a smile and picked up the necklace. Then, in full view of everyone, he went around behind Wenwanru. As Chen Yuan placed his hands lightly on her shoulders, his two little fingers gently pushed away the hair that was blocking her neck. The two black shoulder straps were also gently lifted by Chen Yuan and pushed aside. Wenwanru's pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head embarrassedly in front of so many people, and did not try to stop Chen Yuan's actions. Wenwanru's emotional value plus 10. Suddenly hearing a prompt sound in his ear, Chen Yuan tilted his head slightly, with a charming curve at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, spending money is an art, and consumption is the sublimation of art. Some people are more suitable to be beaten with money, while others need to be beaten in an elegant way. For example, Wenwanru right now. If you spend money directly on her, she will laugh at you and call you stupid, unsophisticated, and even think you are pretending in front of her. But if it is done in this form, it will be different. It's like a packaged rose. Even if you forget to cut off the thorns and it cuts the goddess' fingers, for the goddess, it is still a bloody romance. Do you like it? After putting on the necklace, Chen Yuan took a step back slightly. Wenwanru stood up slowly, and Shelley gently handed the mirror to her. When the Chaumet diamond necklace gently fell around her neck, it seemed to light up the entire room instantly. The snow-white skin, tender neck and delicate collarbone look even more charming against the backdrop of sparkling diamonds. However, what is unexpected is that this luxurious necklace, which should have been the protagonist, did not steal the show. On the contrary, Wenwanru wears it in a dignified and natural way. She stood there, like a goddess walking out of a painting, sexy and generous, yet dignified and refined. Each diamond sparkles softly under the light. The men around were all stunned, their eyes filled with amazement and admiration. Anton was so attracted by her gaze that Yufei, who was standing next to him, pinched him with her hand and made an awkward sound. Especially Zhou Wanshan, he could hardly take his eyes off Wanru, his mouth slightly open, as if even saliva was about to flow down. I like it. I didn't expect you have such good taste. If it's really given to me, I won't be polite. Will you really accept it? Wanru was still not sure whether Chen Yuan would give her such an expensive gift. You know, this guy spent a lot of money on WeChat alone, sending himself red envelopes of nearly 300,000 yuan. Now he bought such an expensive necklace. Although she didn't know much about the Chomet brand, she was completely fascinated when she saw this necklace and couldn't let it go. How could it not be worth tens of thousands of dollars? By this calculation, in less than a day, Chen Yuan had spent more than 300,000 yuan on himself. What on earth was this guy trying to do? Of course, swords are given to heroes and jewelry are given to goddesses. As long as you like it. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Boss Wang next to him finally came to his senses, opened his stiff mouth with his hand, and then pointed at the necklace. This necklace, as I recall, is the latest limited edition in your store. Xiaoli, how much does this necklace cost? Boss Huang's admiration for Chen Yuan reached its utmost at this time, and he began to guess that this guy must be from an important background. He just casually gave himself a diamond ring worth 480,000 yuan, just to exchange it for 2 bottles of red wine to wash his hands. This is so high that he can only look up to him in his life. I would like to call him the god of beep. Now he bought such a beautiful necklace, and he couldn't even imagine the price of this necklace. Is it really necessary to be so extravagant and wasteful just to pick up girls? As he thought about it, he felt that he had turned the tables. After all, he was spending little money to achieve great things, unlike Chen Yuan, who was so generous. Boss Wang, you are right. This tender heart is indeed the latest model in our store, and it is a limited edition. The price is 1.288 million. Xiaoli said with a smile. Suddenly, when she announced the price, everyone in the room gasped, followed by an uproar. After hearing this, Zhu Meiqi dropped her phone to the ground, not knowing what was going on. Boss Zhou was even more frightened and sweating. Thinking back to the diamond necklace worth 70,000 or 80,000 yuan that Zhu Meiqi had just given him and which she had worn around her neck and shown off to, he felt so embarrassed that he wished he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with his toes. A diamond necklace worth 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Not even a fraction of what the other person gave me. This time, I was really embarrassed. As soon as he thought of this, Boss Huang lowered his head and quietly sat back in his seat. When Mr. Huang heard the price, he said oh, and his heart instantly felt relieved. Although his baby was a little old, at least he didn't have to invest so much, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford it by selling blood. How could he compare with Mr. Chen? Sure enough, I went out and met the big boss today, and I'm sure I'll have him as my stronghold. The way Boss Huang looked at Chen Yuan at this moment was as if he was looking at his ancestor. He wished he could carry a board and put Chen Yuan on a pedestal right now. Everyone in the room looked at Chen Yuan with burning eyes, as if they were looking at that diamond necklace, wishing they could eat him alive. Chen Yuan could naturally feel the meaning in everyone's eyes, but when he saw Boss Huang looking at him with the same eyes, he wanted to kick him. Why the hell are you joining in the fun? What did you say? 128,80,000. When Wanru heard the price, she was so shocked that she started stuttering. She even thought she had heard it wrong. She asked in disbelief. Are you kidding me? You bought an S-Class Mercedes for a necklace? And you just wear it around your neck? Yes, that's right, miss. It is indeed 1.288 million. Xiaoli nodded. She had already said the word envy so many times that she could only hide her jealousy in her heart. She was thinking that she would be born into a good family in her next life and have such a good appearance. This world is a huge game of appearance. Beautiful women always enjoy high-quality resources. Just like Wanru now, she feels that the diamond necklace on her neck is too heavy, and she instinctively reaches out to take it off. What are you doing? Chen Yuan took a step forward and grabbed Wanru's hand. This was the first time the two had had such intimate contact, and they instantly felt as if an electric current was sweeping through their bodies, touching every nerve. Almost instinctively, they both withdrew their hands and stared at each other. No, this necklace is too valuable. I can't have it. You were my employee before, but now you have resigned, and maybe we will be strangers in the future. When Wanru said, shaking her head. Who said it was a stranger? Don't forget the agreement we made before. From the moment you received the transfer, it was already accepted. Chen Yuan paused here. Then he came to the other person and said, "You are now working for me. Please pay attention to your identity. You cannot take off this necklace." Hearing Chen Yuan's domineering words, Wen Wanru, who was so close to him, could even feel the masculine aura emanating from him. As a young widow who had felt helpless and lonely for many years, at this moment, she seemed to be reborn. She would never have thought in her dreams that someone would be willing to give her jewelry worth 1.28 million. There were many men who had pursued her before, including many successful people and business elites, and many of them had given her expensive gifts. But they all have one purpose, which is to covet her body. And the so-called valuable gift was not even as good as the diamond necklace Zhou Wanshan gave her, let alone Chen Yuan's necklace. Chapter 42. You can't be a prodigal son. Okay, here is the text after correcting the typos. Chen Yuan, I believe your house has been demolished and you have money now. But you can't be a spendthrift. Money will run out sooner or later. You should spend it in the right place. If you continue to squander your money like this, you'll become a pauper sooner or later. When Wanru couldn't help but start preaching again. Chen Yuan sighed. I'll listen to you and not waste money. But you must accept this necklace. Chen Yuan emphasized again. When Wanru instinctively reached out and touched the diamond necklace around her neck, but ultimately she couldn't resist the temptation of the jewelry, and nodded obediently. Now, let's continue eating. I didn't even eat enough. Boss Huang, please give me another portion of the food on this table. I don't really like to eat other people's leftovers. It's not like we can't afford it. Chen Yuan said this, and actually reached out his hand and pulled Wen Wanru to sit down together. When he said this, his gaze swept from Zhu Meiqi to Zhou Wanshan, and finally fell on Anton. Anton's body shook violently as if he had been hit by a bullet. Mr. Chen. I don't mean anything else, please don't misunderstand me, I didn't say anything before. Anton waved his hands quickly and explained awkwardly. Okay, Mr. Chen, we have a deal today. I'll pay the bill. You have to give me this face. Boss Huang said with a firm face. I finally met such a rich young man, I must secure the relationship with him, otherwise I will miss this opportunity forever. Not to mention Emil, even if young Master Chen treated this place as a canteen, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. After hearing this, Chen Yuan shook his head. He didn't want to take advantage of this. Why should I ask you to pay the bill? Can't I afford it? Chen Yuan turned around and asked lightly. What are you talking about, Master Chen? I just want to make friends with you. Can you give me a chance to show my abilities? If I ask you to pay, it would be a slap in my face. When Boss Wang said this, he had already stretched out his hand and scratched his face, as if he was going to scratch his face if Chen Yuan continued to pay the bill. Chen Yuan was stunned and frightened when he saw this scene. It's just a matter of paying the bill, what else there to grab? He was too lazy to go through so much trouble, so he waved his hand impatiently. Then, Boss Huang was seen nodding and bowing, calling the waiter with a flattering look on his face. He cleared all the food on the table, and put up all the signs in the store again, filling up the table. In order to please Chen Yuan, Boss Huang moved almost all of his wine collection over. Boss Huang, would you like to have a drink too? Chen Yuan extended an invitation. After all, he was the one paying the bill and was so enthusiastic, so it would be unreasonable not to treat him to a drink. After hearing this, Boss Huang nodded, his face full of excitement. Just as I was about to sit down, the phone rang. Then he picked up the phone. What the hell? Pull on the bed. My dear, please don't move. I'm going home now. After hanging up the phone, Boss Huang looked extremely embarrassed and waved at Chen Yuan. I have to go back, Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. I'll treat you to dinner some other day, you must show your favor. And Miss Wan, you must come and patronize us often. Don't mention paying the bill when you come to our house next time. Boss Huang walked out while speaking and repeatedly instructed the waiters to take good care of Mr. Chen and Miss Wan in this private room. If there was any mistake, they were to pack up and leave. The waiters were all standing in the private room, waiting to be served at any time. As for Zhou Wanshan and others, they had already been stunned where they were. Mr. Chen, please forgive my poor eyesight. I know some of the rich second generations, successful people, and entrepreneurs in Qingzhou, big and small. But I've never heard of your name. Old Joe, may not be very talented, but at least I've been on the media in Qingzhou, but I've never seen you show up before. Zhou Wanshan was very unhappy. All the limelight today had been snatched away by Chen Yuan. How could he be willing to see the beauty about to fall into the arms of another man? Although Chen Yuan is generous, the money may not be his. What if he borrowed it from a loan shark or took out a loan? Young people nowadays, without any money, dare to buy luxury cars with zero down payment. Anything can be done. In order to pick up girls and save face for a while, one can say that he is willing to give it his all. He had seen many such examples. Especially in his circle, no one had ever heard of Chen Yuan, so he became suspicious. You're not good enough. What level, you still want to know me? In response to the old man Zhou Wanshan's questioning, Chen Yuan hugged his shoulders, threw the chopsticks on the table, and said proudly. His words were so domineering that even Anton, who was standing next to him, took out his cell phone to record them after hearing them. Next time I attend a class reunion, I will definitely be able to use this sentence in a dimensionality reduction attack situation. It is really very cool. When Zhou Wanshan heard Chen Yuan's contemptuous words, he immediately frowned. He then secretly glanced at Wen Wanru and found that this woman's eyes were always staring at Chen Yuan. He was very angry. He originally wanted to show his strength today, but then he learned that Wen Wanru's current financial situation was that she was in debt and was in a very embarrassing situation. He originally wanted to be a hero and save the beauty with his money. By then you will have a reputation and have a beautiful woman in your arms, wouldn't that be wonderful? But Chen Yuan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This guy was pretending to be so perfect that he didn't even smell anything. You are indeed young and reckless. Since young Master Chen is so confident, I am even more curious about what kind of business young Master Chen is in. Or what kind of business do your parents run? Tell us about it and let everyone here learn more. Zhou Wanshan still refused to give up and insisted on finding out the details of the guy in front of him. How could Chen Yuan not see what this old man was thinking? Even the others were aroused by Lao Zou's words and became curious. They also wanted to know who Chen Yuan was. Is this rich young man's personality real or just a pretense? Even when Wanru looked at Chen Yuan with curiosity. It seems that the reason of demolition is no longer valid. After all, it had been exposed before, but for a moment, Chen Yuan couldn't find any excuse or reason. I'm afraid that even a randomly fabricated identity cannot be hidden from that old ghost Zhou Wanshan. On the contrary, it is easy for the other party to see through it, which is a bit embarrassing. Chen Yuan couldn't say that he was relying on the system Dad's Love Fund, right? Just at this moment, an idea flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought that there really was such a big shot in Qingzhou. Chapter 43. The loan shark comes to the door, the goddess is in crisis. Boss Shou, you keep asking questions, aren't you just doubting my identity? It's not that I don't want to tell you, I just think you won't know it. I'll mention a business, you guess it yourself. When Chen Yuan said this, he raised his head and stared at the other party, then smiled and said, Ocean Export Trading Group. When Chen Yuan said the name of this company, Zhou Wanshan raised his eyebrows slightly and his mind started working quickly. I racked my brains, trying to guess the connection between Chen Yuan and this group company. When thinking about the major shareholder of this ocean-going export trading group, Zhou Wanshan stood up suddenly, took a breath, and looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Your father is Chen Yu? Chairman of the Ocean Export Trading Group and the largest shareholder. Zhou Wanshan asked with a look of surprise. So when he asked this question, there was an uproar all around. There is no one who doesn't know about the Ocean Export Trading Group in Qingzhou. That is one of the largest companies. How many talented and elite people are trying their best to get into this company? Although it is not a state-owned enterprise. But the welfare benefits are much better than those in state-owned enterprises. Especially Anton, he dreams of joining the Ocean Export Trading Group. Even though he is now a white-collar in the company and earns $1 million a year, that is also due to a lot of luck. If the benefits are not good, $1 million annual salary will have a discount. But Sino-Ocean Group is different. He has made friends with several white-collar elites who earn $1 million a year. The salary has not changed for 7 years. Only going up, never going down. He was so envious. I never expected that the ignored courier in front of me was actually the son of the chairman and major shareholder of the famous Sino-Ocean Group. Isn't this incredible? At this time, Chen Yuan pursed his lips, neither admitting nor refuting. It's like it's accepted by default. But in fact, he was resisting in his heart. How could I be someone's son for nothing? Damn Chen Yu, no matter how rich he is, can he be as rich as him? At this moment, Jumechi's beautiful eyes had already widened, and she felt extremely regretful. She would never have thought of it. Chen Yuan actually has such an identity. But why did this guy go to Wanru Station to work as a courier? Chen Yuan, are you really the son of the Chen family? Even when Wanru believed it. He asked somewhat dully. The son of the chairman of Sino-Ocean Group worked for himself for 2 years? I was scolded by myself for 2 years. This joke is a bit too much. Oh, Master Chen, I still don't quite believe it. As far as I know, Chairman Chen does have a son, but he is studying abroad. Then where do you come from, young master? Could it be a bastard? At this moment, Zhou Wanshan came to his senses and suddenly said with a sneer. It is obvious that Chen Yuan did not admit it himself. It has not been confirmed. He still couldn't believe that a low-level courier was actually the son of the chairman of Sino-Ocean Group. Go on a secret visit and experience life at the express delivery station? This is reality. Not a TV show. What a joke. Boss Joe, you are so suspicious over and over again. Guessing that others are illegitimate children. Then have you ever thought that with your character, is it possible that you are not your father's biological child? Go back and check the DNA, maybe there will be a surprise. Chen Yuan said with disdain. These words instantly made Boss Joe's face look very ugly. Just about to explode. Suddenly, the door of the private room was violently kicked open. Then a man with a scar on his face rushed in with a group of ruffians with tattoos on their faces. The waiters and waitresses were all so scared that they stood against the wall and dared not move. The scarred man in the lead was actually Xiao Hai, one of Brother Long's men. At this time, he walked in with his hands in his pockets and a playful look on his face. He walked directly behind Wen Wanru and put his hands on the chair. Wen Wanru was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. What a good time, everyone! Who's hosting today? Miss Wen Wanru. You have money to spend here, but why don't you have money to pay the bill? Xiao Hai tilted his head slightly, almost lying next to Wen Wanru's ear, and said with a frivolous look on his face. These actions are no different from those of a hooligan. This made Wen Wanru even more nervous, and she shrank her neck and instinctively dodged to the side. Isn't this Brother Hai? Why are you here? When he saw Xiao Hai, Zhou Wanshan stood up with a smile on his face. Hey, isn't this Boss Joe? I'm so sorry I didn't see you just now. I'm here to see Miss Wanru today. I hope I didn't disturb you? Xiao Hai said with a smile when he saw Boss Joe. It can be considered as giving enough face to the other party. After all, Brother Long has some friendship with this guy. What are you talking about, Brother Hai? How about sitting down and having a drink? Don't make things awkward. Zhou Wanshan made a gesture of invitation. It was obvious that he wanted to help Wen Wanru out of the predicament. Especially when he saw Xiao Hai being so polite to him, Zhou Wanshan straightened his back inadvertently with high spirits. With an extremely arrogant look, he glanced at Chen Yuan beside him. Personal connections are also a man's charm. Isn't this guy very awesome and rich? Let us see today if he dares to be the first to speak out. Boss Joe, there's no need to drink. We can talk about it another day when we have time. I'm here for serious business today. If you give me face, don't meddle in other people's business. If you don't give me face, don't blame me for turning hostile. Xiao Hai pointed at Zhou Wanshan and warned him, then turned around and looked at Wen Wanru. Miss Wen, shouldn't we settle the accounts between us? You've been hiding for so long, and our brother Long has been taking good care of you, so he hasn't pursued the matter. But now half a year has passed and you can't pay back the principal yet, you should pay back the interest first. Xiao Hai said in a calm tone. I will definitely pay you back when I have money. But your interest is not legal at all. It is already 3 times the principal. If possible, according to the normal interest rate, I can pay you back in one lump sum even if I sell the site. When Wanru dodged, her voice revealing nervousness, and then she heard the other party's mocking laughter. He. Miss Wen, do you think we are doing charity? The bank didn't dare to lend you money at the beginning, why should we dare? There is no such thing as a free lunch. I told you at the beginning that if you are overdue for more than 2 months, the interest will be doubled. You've been overdue for more than half a year. We didn't increase your payment by 5 times. We've already given you enough face. Of course, if you really can't pay it back, I still say that the conditions our brother Long proposed at the beginning, as long as you can meet them, the interest can still be negotiated. Xiao Hai knocked on the chair with his hand. The words are full of intriguing meanings. Everyone was very curious about what conditions brother Long offered. So generous. These loan sharks are inhumane. The interest is their profit. How could I give up so easily? When Wanru heard this, she quickly shook her head. I will return the money to you, but I will never agree to this condition. Give up on this idea. Wanru seemed to be greatly stimulated. It seemed that this condition was full of fear for her. Miss Wan, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Come with me? Talk to Brother Long in person. Don't resist and make it difficult for me. Otherwise, I will make things difficult for you. Your delicate skin and tender flesh will be ruined if you get scratched or left with scars. TSK. Xiao Hai has issued an ultimatum. Chapter 44. In ancient times, Lu Bu had unparalleled fighting power, and now I am here to spend money and make you panic. This also made Wanru feel desperate and full of fear. I didn't even dare to raise my head. Especially when being chased here by loan sharks. It made her feel like she had lost her dignity and she was too ashamed to face anyone. Brother Hai, it seems like I owe you so much money. You tell me the amount and I'll pay it back. Zhou Wanshan suddenly spoke first. After hearing this, Chen Yuan wanted to bite him to death. These are all my words. You old ghost, you react pretty quickly. And Zhou Wanshan also felt Chen Yuan's strange look. A smug smile suddenly appeared on his face. I thought to myself, young people are young people. Although they are quick-witted, they are not decisive enough. Even without strength. It seems that my guess was correct. This kid is totally creating a persona for himself. He is not Chairman Chen's son at all. Otherwise, how could Brother Hai not recognize his identity? After all, Dafa Group is also a branch of Sino-Ocean Group. Brother Long and Brother Hai were cultivated by Chairman Chen himself. How could he not recognize the young master of the Chun family? Boss Zhou, are you sure about what you said? You come and pay back the money. At this moment, Xiao Hai slowly raised his head, with maliciousness in his eyes. But Zhou Wanshan, with a smug look on his face, didn't notice it. Instead, he nodded heavily. That's right, I'll pay back the money on behalf of Miss Wan. Zhou Wanshan repeated it again. You old pervert, you are attracted by my beauty. Since you want to be a hero, I'll help you do it. Miss Wan took 3 sums of money from us. The first time was 200,000 yuan, the second time was 300,000 yuan, and the third time was 500,000 yuan. The total principal is 1 million, and the rolling interest for half a year is 3 million including principal and interest. Will you pay by cash or card? Xiao Hai snapped his fingers when he said this. A red-haired young man behind him threw the POS machine with a cold and arrogant look on his face and threw it on the table in front of Zhou Wanshan. Hiss. When he heard that the principal and interest was 3 million, Zhou Wanshan took a breath. My heart trembled. He sat down on the chair right away. 3 million. Are you kidding? He instantly felt extremely regretful. I never thought that when Wanru owed so much money to others. Not to mention 3 million, even if it was 1 million in principal, he couldn't take it out. It's not that I don't have that much money. It just feels not worth it. To pick up a girl, even one as stunning as Wanru, spending 1 million is too much of a price. What's more, it's 3 million. After all, he's just after beauty. Boss Zhou, I'm asking you a question. Is it principal or credit card payment? Are you fucking deaf or dumb? Seeing Zhou Wanshan's expression, Xiao Hai sneered. After hearing this, Zhou Wanshan finally came to his senses, waved his hands repeatedly, and put on an apologetic smile on his face. Brother Hai, I can't afford so much money. Just think of it as a fart I just passed. Don't take it to heart. Zhou Wanshan had just finished speaking. Brother Hai had a ferocious look on his face. He picked up the bottle in his hand, took a step forward, and smashed it hard on Brother Hai's head. There was a loud bang. The bottle exploded on Zhou Wanshan's head. Zhou Wanshan screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his head was full of blood, and he fell to the ground holding his head, rolling back and forth in pain. Xiao Hai stepped on his foot. He even spat on the other person. You have no money, but you are still pretending to be here. You are just lighting a light in the toilet. Are you looking for death? After cursing, Xiao Hai then slowly turned his head and looked at Wen Wanru. But Wen Wanru almost instinctively pulled out the chair and leaned towards Chen Yuan. Boss lady, do you really owe them 3 million? At this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly asked. Wen Wanru bit her lip, feeling very humiliated. But the fact of owing money is there. I did take 1 million, it was for emergency, I really had no other options. But I didn't expect their interest rates to be so horrible. I just overdo it twice, and I paid back part of it, but it still increased so much. When Wen Wanru said this, she was already in tears. I feel pity for him. A debt of 3 million can really overwhelm a person, ruining a person's life. Don't even think about turning things around in this life. I'm afraid no one can help her anymore. Even if one has the ability, who would be willing to be taken advantage of? That's 3 million. It's just this little. I thought you owed a lot of money. What a big fuss. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief instantly. What he was most worried about was that the love fund he had was not enough to pay back Wen Wanru. You have to charge money yourself. I racked my brains but never imagined that I only owed such a small amount of money. When Chen Yuan said this, suddenly, a wild laugh was heard from the side. It was Brother Hai. Damn it, there are people showing off every year, but there are especially many today. Here comes another pig with a green onion stuck in his nose, pretending to be handsome. Boy, you are so arrogant, how about you pay back the money? If you can't pay it back, then you'll end up like this old devil. You wasted my breath, and you have to leave today. Brother Hai pointed at Zhou Wanshan, who was still screaming on the ground. The other people around were already so frightened that they dared not even breathe. Watch your words and attitude when you speak. Are you here to collect a debt or to quarrel? Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, hugged his shoulders, and spoke in a calm tone. Look stable. This is the confidence. The confidence that his ability to make money brings him. If it had happened before, in such a situation, he would either remain silent or leave under the pretext of going to the bathroom. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You can't just confront them head on. The so-called anger for beauty is just a plot in novels. What can I use to fight? Are you going to rub someone's fist with your face? He was beaten up and felt extremely embarrassed. The goddess also laughs at your weakness and incompetence. But it's different if you have money. In ancient times, Lu Bu was brave and good at fighting. He could fight 1 against 100 people and stand alone against 10,000 men. Demonstrated strong force. Being admired by women and having enough sense of security. Nowadays, fighting power has been replaced by money. In this era, if you win a fight, you will go to the police station, and if you lose, you will go to the hospital. In the end, it will be a lose-lose situation. But the ability to use money is different. As the saying goes, a skilled person is bold and a money-given person is daring. Seeing that Chen Yuan dared to be so arrogant in front of him, Xiao Hai showed an amusement on his face. When Wanru next to him actually took the initiative to grab Chen Yuan's hand, shook it vigorously, and even signaled him with her eyes not to be impulsive. At this time, Xiao Hai waved his hand, and the subordinate beside him handed him a knife. Then he walked towards Chen Yuan. It was impossible for Chen Yuan to say that he was not nervous at this moment. But now the atmosphere has been set. It's hard to get off the tiger. Force something to happen. He didn't believe that in this open and honest world, the other party dared to do anything to him. Chapter 45 hit the wall. Boy, you are really crazy. How do you want me to talk to you? You are so arrogant in front of me. You want me to have a good attitude, right? Money talks. When Xiao Hai came to Chen Yuan, there was a pair of scissors stuck on the table. The girls around were so scared that they all screamed. Shumeichi even squatted on the ground with her ears covered, like a quail, completely ignoring the marks left by her yoga pants when she squatted. The thugs brought by Brother Xiao Hai were all staring with wide eyes. My saliva is almost dripping onto the ground. What on earth do you want? He is my friend, he is just standing up for me, please don't make things difficult for him. I will definitely find a way to pay you back the money I owe you. Don't go too far. If you push me too far, I can do anything. When Wanru was about to collapse emotionally, The more fearful I am inside, the more I cannot stand this atmosphere. She stood up and stood in front of Chen Yuan. She didn't want Chen Yuan to take the blame for her and cause innocent people to be implicated. After all, this is all the fault of my own making. Never let others get involved. Oh, I finally figured it out. No wonder you didn't agree to Long Ge's conditions. It turns out you have a crush on a gigolo. Hey, little beauty, you're not young anymore, why are you still so fond of this? When you're facing a huge debt, can your little puppy only hide behind you and tremble in fear? Do you think you can hold him back? Since you're so scared, then pay him back, or agree to Long Ge's terms and sleep with him for a few months. When our Longu gets tired of him, your debt will be written off. Otherwise, not only will I make you look bad today, but I will also cut the tendons of the little puppy you love the most. Brother Xiaohai gave an order. All the thugs behind him rushed forward. They surrounded Chen Yuan in an instant. Two thugs even stretched out their big hands and pressed them on Chen Yuan's shoulders. This scene frightened Wanru so much that her face turned pale. Just as she was about to rush over, Brother Hai grabbed her hair. Just at this moment, Chen Yuan took a deep breath and took out his cell phone. Then he shook it towards Brother Xiaohai. Put your hands away. 3 million, right? Swipe the card now. Chen Yuan casually threw the credit card on the table. I'll give you 5 million. So domineering. Outrageous. Crazy and insane. But in Brother Xiaohai's eyes, there was no ripple at all. In his opinion, this little puppy is pretending to be an elephant by sticking a green onion in his pig nose. He still has to rely on beautiful women for support. I don't know what is wrong with my brain. Ha ha, did you hear that, brothers? This guy said he would give us 5 million. How generous of you to throw money at me. I'm really scared. Brother Xiaohai patted his chest and pretended to be very nervous. This instantly caused the surrounding brothers to laugh wildly. This guy must have watched too much TikTok, the average net worth is over 100 million. You haven't even grown all your hair yet and you're already showing off. Do you King think this is a joke? A red-haired young man behind Chen Yuan grabbed Chen Yuan's hair with his hand. Chen Yuan still hugged his shoulders with a smile on his face. But this smile reveals a danger that is about to explode. Monkey, swipe his card. If you can't brush it out, cut off 2 of his fingers first. A ferocious look suddenly appeared on Xiaohai's face. He nodded at a brother next to him. The gangster named Monkey came over with all his might. Still picked up the POS machine casually. Then he stared at Chen Yuan with a sneer on his face and inserted the credit card into the POS machine. Enter your password when prompted. Monkey handed the POS machine to Chen Yuan. At this moment everyone was staring at Chen Yuan. Everyone is wondering if he can pay the money. Was the extravagance just now just an act? You can verify it right now. But Chen Yuan had no expression on his face and casually entered the password on the POS machine. Accompanied by a ding sound. The little note was actually spit out. The monkey, who originally had a sneer on his face, tore off the note. When you see the payment record and details displayed above, the smile on his face froze instantly. Turning around, he handed the note to Xiaohai. Brother. Hi, Brother Hai, the payment was successful. 3 million has arrived. As soon as the monkey finished speaking, Xiaohai also picked up the note and took a look at it. Next second, his eyes widened and he gasped. Before he could react, Chen Yuan slowly raised his head. His eyes fell on the red-haired young man and another thug. Being looked at like this by Chen Yuan, the 2 men retracted their hands almost instinctively. Chen Yuan then put his hands on the table, tilted his head slightly, lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took a deep puff. Then he held the credit card in his left hand and took the POS machine from the monkey's hand with his right hand. Just brush it lightly. Enter the password quickly as if you were playing. He spat it out again along with the small note. Chen Yuan tore off the note and threw it to Xiaohai. This time he didn't say anything. With a cigarette in his mouth, he just stared at the other person coldly and pointed at the small note on the table. Chen Yuan's eyes made Xiaohai feel uneasy. When he picked up the note and looked at it again, his eyes almost popped out and his hands began to tremble. Also at this time, his phone suddenly rang. Xiaohai quickly picked up the phone. Brother Long's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's going on? I received a deposit of 3 million. Did you get the money back? You did a great job, Xiao Hai. I'll have a celebration party for you when I get back. After hearing this, Xiao Hai's scalp went numb and his head shook. After speaking briefly to Brother Long, he hung up the phone. It is absolutely certain that the 3 million has been credited. And the note in his hand showed that Chen Yuan had just paid another 2 million. Brother, what do you mean by this? At this time, Xiao Hai felt unsure. He is not afraid of the tough ones because he is tougher. He is not afraid of hard things, because no one is harder than him. But what scares him the most is this kind of ruthless person who throws millions away casually. What do you mean? I just said I'd give you 5 million, what's going on? Missing? Bring the POS machine over here, I will transfer another 5 million to you, just take it and that's all. Chen Yuan lay on the table and hooked his fingers. At this time, Monkey, Xiao Hai and others were completely dumbfounded. This is fucking insane. Paying 3 million casually has exceeded everyone's imagination. I originally thought the other person was a loser. But he didn't expect that the clown turned out to be himself. And an additional 2 million was paid. This is fucking scary. Even Xiao Hai, who had seen strong winds and waves before, was not calm at this moment. Fine beads of sweat kept sliding down the forehead. What kind of trick is this? No. This is not a routine at all. He was indeed hit with money. I finally realized that the young man in front of me was not the loser I had imagined. But when you really have the strength. Xiao Hai doesn't dare to be so arrogant anymore. He is so generous that he can throw out millions at will. Can this be an ordinary person? It must be someone important. Who knows, he might be the son of some big group. Chapter 46. I don't want to slap you in the face, but you just come over here. If I offend a certain boss, wouldn't that be courting death? Not to mention him, even Brother Long, who is in charge of Dafa Group, is just an employee and has some shares. I'm afraid that the other party is a ruthless person that even Brother Long can't afford to offend. The atmosphere at this moment was somewhat subtle. Originally it was Chen Yuan who was nervous, but after throwing out the 5 million. The ones who were frightened were Xiao Hai and others. Xiao Hai's heartbeat echoed in his ears like thunder, and every second seemed like a stretched torture. He clearly realized that he had just made a fatal mistake. He underestimated the man in front of him. When Chen Yuan easily paid 3 million and an additional 2 million, Xiao Hai's heart had changed from initial confidence to deep fear. At this moment, Xiao Hai forced an awkward smile on his face, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. His palms were covered in cold sweat, his throat seemed to be choked by something, and his voice became a little hoarse. Brother, stop joking, this is all a misunderstanding. We have already received the money, please don't take it to heart if we offended you just now. However, Chen Yuan's answer was like a ray of ice, instantly freezing the air in the entire room. His sneer sounded particularly harsh in the silence, and there was a cold, murderous look in his eyes. Since I've spent the money, I think it's worth the experience. You say it's a misunderstanding, so what? Who do you think you are? I think this matter is not over yet. I can afford to spend a few million, and I can also spend tens of millions, but the problem is, I am very unhappy today, and the consequences are serious. The moment Chen Yuan uttered this sentence, it seemed to nail everyone to the spot. Xiao Hai felt his heart suddenly shrink, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. He knew very well that he was not facing an ordinary rich second generation, but a ruthless character who could mobilize huge amounts of money at any time. He could easily take out tens of millions, and such strength made him dare not underestimate it anymore. Xiao Hai's mind was in a mess, his thoughts were running fast, trying to find any possible way out. He knew he had to quell the crisis as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. But at this time he had completely lost the initiative. The red-haired young man and another gangster had already been intimidated by Chen Yuan's aura. Their legs went soft and they knelt on the ground. Their faces were as pale as paper, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat, and they kept swallowing and licking their dry lips. It seemed like even breathing had become difficult. The remaining few people also had fear in their eyes and their bodies were trembling slightly, as if they would collapse to the ground in the next moment. What was originally thought to be just a small conflict has now turned into a huge crisis. Even Brother Hai is scared. That means they have hit a wall this time. Met a real ruthless person. This kind of thing has happened before. I met the son of a gangster boss before. That time. 3 of their brothers were beaten into a vegetative state. 2 brothers mysteriously disappeared. No wonder the other party didn't panic at all from beginning to end. I have the confidence. This is a big deal. Xiao Hai knew that he had to find a solution as soon as possible, otherwise things might develop in an uncontrollable direction. Brother, let's talk it over. Xiao Hai's voice was almost trembling. He tried to stay calm, but he could hardly hide his inner panic. We have absolutely no ill intentions. This is all a misunderstanding. Can you give us a chance to make amends? Chen Yuan did not answer immediately, but just looked at Xiao Hai coldly, the smoke from the cigarette in his hand slowly rising in front of him. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, making Xiao Hai feel like he had nowhere to hide. Chen Yuan didn't want to pretend, but the atmosphere was already like this. And Xiao Hai knew that at this moment, any word or action might determine his future fate. The air was filled with a suffocating tension, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Chen Yuan's next move. Every second seemed so long, as if time had stopped at that moment. Various thoughts kept flashing through Xiao Hai's mind, but he knew that his only choice at this moment was to admit his mistake and beg for forgiveness. Suddenly, Chen Yuan slowly stood up and his eyes swept across everyone present like a knife. Do you want me to repeat it again? I said, give me the POS machine. Chen Yuan had already arrived in front of the gangster called Monkey, snapped his fingers, and hooked his finger. Give it here. The monkey almost instinctively prepared to hand over the POS machine. Xiao Hai was quick to grab it. Are you kidding? If this was money to buy lives, I'm afraid all his brothers would be left here today. Brother, stop joking, I am wrong, isn't it? Just tell me what I should do to satisfy you. Xiao Hai no longer cares about his face. I just want to quickly appease this evil spirit. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. How come I ended up offending such a spendthrift guy? I really can't afford to offend you. Seeing Xiao Hai begging for mercy, he nodded and bowed, no longer having the arrogance he had just had. A smile finally appeared on Chen Yuan's face. But in Xiao Hai's eyes, his smile was full of evil. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. As for the people around, they were already dumbfounded. I was completely stunned by the scene before me. Wen Wanru, who was standing next to her, had a complete blank mind. The only thing left in my mind was the image of Chen Yuan swiping the card just now. That's not handsome. That's an outward display of arrogance. It seems like a sense of security that can only be experienced from movies and novels. If you want money, I'll give you money, but I want to be happy. Can you give it to me? Can you afford it? Chen Yuan suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Xiao Hai's shoulder. Then he slowly turned around and came to the red-haired young man. He grabbed the young man's red hair and pulled him up. Then he blew away all the red hair on the ground. From beginning to end, the red-haired young man grimaced in pain. In fact, I didn't dare to make any noise at all. You like touching other people's hair so much? Chen Yuan went up and grabbed another handful. This time the red-haired young man lay directly on the ground, holding his head and crying, Brother, please stop scratching me. If you scratch me again, I will become bald and I won't be able to pick up girls. Chen Yuan smiled and stopped. Then he picked up Wen Wanru's coat and bag and hung them on his arms. Came to Xiao Hai again. Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and gently patted him on the face a few times. Remember, no matter what the occasion, when you see me next time, continue to be as unruly as you were just now. Did you hear that? Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Xiao Hai nodded almost instinctively like a chick pecking at rice. How dare I resist at all? Seeing that this evil god was about to leave, he was finally leaving, and now the other party asked him to kneel down. Xiao Hai would definitely not have any hesitation. Chapter 47, The Ultimate Goddess, a Water Sign? Let's go! Chen Yuan reminded Wen Wanru softly. At this moment Wen Wanru suddenly came to her senses. He was dragged out by Chen Yuan with a confused look on his face. Wen Wanru's emotional value plus 10. Chen Yuan's heart moved. The jewelry and the settlement of foreign debts both brought great shock and impact to Wen Wanru. Another 10 points of emotion added. Taking away the previous negative numbers, it has now reached a positive value of 13 points. It seems like it's been a busy day. Not a big gain? After thinking about it, he thought of a very important question. That is from the beginning till now. He overlooked a very important key point. Think of this. Chen Yuan suddenly stretched out his hand, very boldly, placed it on Wen Wanru's shoulder, and gently pulled her into his arms. Wen Wanru, who was originally frightened, gradually recovered and felt a strong shoulder. I recall Chen Yuan's domineering behavior just now. At this time, she tilted her head slightly and secretly looked at the big boy in front of her. Only a few hours had passed, but it overturned her 3 years' impression of Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan suddenly stretched out his hand, boldly placed it on Wen Wanru's shoulder, and gently pulled. Wen Wanru was still frightened at first, but after feeling that strong shoulder, she gradually came to her senses. She raised her head slightly and secretly looked at the big boy in front of her. In just a few hours, Chen Yuan's performance completely overturned her preconceived impression of him. The immature boy 3 years ago now showed his dominance and decisiveness, which caused a strange ripple in her heart. Her heart beat faster, not because of fear, but because of a long-lost sense of tension and excitement. I haven't had this feeling for many years. It's as if my whole body has been reactivated and I'm full of new vitality. Wen Wanru's face flushed slightly, and her heart was beating like thunder, as if she had been caught stealing. She secretly looked up at Chen Yuan and found that he was looking at her quietly, with a hint of tenderness and determination in his eyes. At this moment, the air was filled with a subtle and ambiguous atmosphere, and time seemed to stand still. She felt her breathing quicken and her heartbeat echo in her ears. Although she didn't know what would happen next, a complex emotion surged in Wen Wanru's heart, including shyness and anticipation. Wen Wanru's emotional value plus 10. Damn. It is indeed so. Flirt with a pure young woman like Wen Wanru. Consumption has become a supplement. All the money spent before was just preparation, waiting for the sudden explosion at this moment. A sly smile appeared on Chen Yuan's face. His hand also slowly fell down Wen Wanru's shoulders. He also stopped and stood still. Wen Wanru's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple at this moment, and she was about to bleed. As for Chen Yuan, his mouth was already wide open. He suddenly discovered a major secret. The best. The lady boss is very likely to have the legendary special physique. Water sign Eucharist? Holy crap. No wonder it has a gold 5-star level charm. Wen Wanru's emotions plus 5. 28 points of familiarity. Oh shit. Holy crap. Is this an outbreak? The previous accumulation finally reaped a great harvest at this moment. Chen Yuan was so excited that his hands were numb and his eyes were red. And his burning eyes. It made Wen Yuan, who was standing there, feel even more at a loss. Just like a frightened little rabbit, it avoids looking and turns its head away. Wait a minute, I need to go to the bathroom, I'll be right back. After saying this, Wen Wanru seemed to be running away. At this moment, the proprietress in Chen Yuan's mind was in a miserable state. While Chen Lo was waiting, Zhou Wanshan was pulled up by his hair in the private room. I saw brother Xiaohai patting his face with his hand. Who was that guy just now? Does anyone know? Hearing Xiaohai's gloomy question, everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to respond. Only Zhou Wanshan was trembling, and suddenly thought of the identity that Chen Yuan had just hinted at. He quickly said, "We don't know much about it either, but he just mentioned Sino-Ocean Group." When Xiaohai heard the name Sino-Ocean Group, his heart skipped a beat. ISNT, that the group company of my old employer, the big boss behind the scenes. You should know that Dafa Group is just a branch of Sino-Ocean Group, not even a branch. Not large in scale. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Although it is an economic and financial company on the surface, it is actually engaged in lending business and some business transactions generated by its linkage with banks. And Sino-Ocean Group is the real master. As for these minions, they are just some small shrimps. He only dares to show off in front of ordinary people. In front of those big guys, they are like chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs. Sino-Ocean Group? What do you mean? What's his relationship with Sino-Ocean Group? Xiaohai, who finally came to his senses, asked hurriedly. I'm not too sure. Anyway, Mr. Chen just mentioned Sino-Ocean Group. Zhou Wanshan didn't dare to say it too clearly. After all, this matter has not been verified. He didn't dare to tell anyone about it. If you get into trouble, you will be in big trouble. He can't afford to offend these evil spirits. What did you say? The man's surname was Chen? Xiaohai grasped the key point and grabbed Zhou Wanshan's collar and pulled him up. He asked with his eyes wide open. the spit sprayed all over the other person's face. Yes, his last name is Chen, I think his name is Chen Yuan. Zhou Wanshan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Xiao Hai glanced over. Look at everyone. Shumeichi, Anton, Yufei and others also nodded. Yes, his last name is Chen, and his name is Chen Yuan. Boss Zhou is right. He did mention Sino-Ocean Group just now. Everyone said in unison. Xiao Hai was completely at a loss now. Considering that the other party's surname was Chen and he was so generous, he mentioned Sino-Ocean Group again. Are you kidding me? The big boss of Sino-Ocean Group is also surnamed Chen Yu. One of the top financial bosses in Qingzhou. Could it be that this young Master Chen? When he thought of this, Xiao Hai's hands trembled. He lit a cigarette tremblingly and calmed himself down. Then he made another call. The call was connected soon. This matter must be verified, otherwise you will ruin yourself. Chapter 48. What is Big Brother? This is it. Brother Long, I seem to be in trouble. Xiao Hai began to stutter as he spoke, and then he recounted everything that had happened. Brother Long on the other side of the phone also frowned deeply. Fuck you. I was just praising you, but now you're letting me down. How can you do anything if you can't even recognize a person? If you really mess with the boss's son, even if he's a distant relative, you and I will be in trouble. What the hell are you still standing there for? Return the money back immediately. You have to suppress this order no matter what. Brother Long cursed. Xiao Hai was scolded severely. Return them all? Xiao Hai asked tentatively. Brother Long pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, I can't return all of it. I will only take 1.5 million of the principal and return the rest. If it really is Mr. Chen's son or relative, we can also say it. After all, we are also working for Mr. Chen and we are Mr. Chen's people. It's not excessive to charge the principal. Besides, ignorance is innocent. We didn't know that Miss Wen was so lucky to have such a backer. When Brother Long said this, he kept taking a deep breath. After so many years of wandering around the world, I finally found such a stable job. He only needed to lend money and collect interest from time to time, and the money earned from time to time plus the year-end dividends, but Mr. Chen never treated him unfairly. But he also knew Mr. Chen's methods. If you anger Mr. Chen's relatives or even his own son, not only will you lose your iron rice bowl, but you may also not be able to survive in Qingzhou. Even the lives of the brothers may not be saved. This is not an exaggeration at all. Who is Mr. Chen? He is a famous figure among the top 10 richest people in Qingzhou. Okay, Brother Long, don't worry. Although I won't return all the money, I still understand the etiquette. I promise that the other party won't be able to find any fault with me. Xiao Hai made a few quick promises and hung up the phone. Then he ran outside with his men. At this time, Chen Yuan, who was standing at the door of the restaurant, suddenly heard the transfer information. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. Full of question marks. There was actually a transfer of 3.5 million in his name. This discovery made Chen Yuan instantly excited. Could it be that the love fund was cashed out early? Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone to check and found that the person who sent the money was actually the recipient of his transfer, a man named Long Tianbiao. Isn't this the boss of that loan shark named Brother Hai? The head of the Dafa group. Could it be that the money was transferred to the wrong place? Chen Yuan wanted to transfer the money out, but he was helpless to find that after the money was transferred back, it automatically went into the love fund. Finished. Swallowed. I wanted to fix a bug. It seems that I was overthinking it. Just when Chen Yuan felt helpless, the sound of footsteps came from a distance. He was startled when he looked up. I saw Xiao Hai and his men rushing over. Looks a bit aggressive. Chen Yuan also instinctively took a few steps back. Could it be that these guys have come to their senses? That's not right either. I've spent so much money, and they still dare to touch me? When Chen Yuan thought of this, he felt more confident. I saw Xiao Hai and others had already arrived in front of me. Immediately following, including Xiao Hai and those thugs, they all knelt on the ground. Mr. Chen. It was all my fault just now. I was blind and didn't recognize your true face. Please be merciful and don't argue with me. I have already discussed this with Brother Long. I only took the principle that Miss Wen took at that time, and I will return all the remaining interest to you. Brother Xiaohai was kneeling on the ground so straight. The others didn't even dare to raise their heads, but the red-haired young man kept secretly glancing at Chen Yuan. I also want to admire the majestic figure of the Chen family's rich son from Sino-Ocean Group. Seeing Chen Yuan's calm and composed look, the red-haired young man's eyes almost turned red with admiration. What is Big Brother? This is the Big Brother. In the past, Brother Long was already superior to them. But now I see, it's better to have money. Money makes the world go round. Money can make Brother Hai sit on his knees. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It scared me. I thought these guys were extremely vicious and cruel, and they would fight to the death if they wanted to escape. It turned out that the money was transferred by the other party. Hearing the other party's name, Chen Yuan was also a little stunned. I didn't react for a moment. Mr. Chen, please let us go. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and my old mother is lying in bed in the middle. We really don't know who you are. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have dared to do it even if we had 100 guts. Brother Xiaohai's face was full of pleading. At this time, Chen Yuan also saw Wen Wanru walking out of the bathroom. Alright, stop wasting time here. I don't care about what happened just now. You guys should get up quickly and don't scare my friend. Chen Yuan waved his hand impatiently, then walked towards Wen Wanru. Xiaohai and the others stood up from the ground happily as if they had been pardoned. Then I saw Chen Yuan pulling Wen Wanru quickly into a BMW. Xiaohai ran over happily again and wiped it with his sleeve. Mr. Chen, please walk slowly and be careful on your way. This is my business card. If you need anything, just give me a call. I guarantee it will work. Xiaohai shamelessly stuffed his business card into the car. Only then did Chen Yuan open the car window and casually took the business card. No. Chen Yuan nodded and casually put the business card into his pocket. Wen Wanru still felt scared when she saw this group of people. She nervously shifted the gear in the wrong gear, and when she was reversing, she almost rolled the red-haired man under the car. Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and patted her hand gently. Don't be afraid, I'm here. With Chen Yuan's words, Wen Wanru nodded heavily, took a breath, and shifted the car back into gear. Drive away slowly. Brother Hai and the others also felt relieved. All of you, keep your eyes open. Brother Long has already investigated and verified the identity of this Mr. Chen. It is most likely true. Even if he is not an illegitimate child, he is probably a distant relative. In the future, if we see rich young men like this, we should avoid them if possible, but if we can't avoid them, we should go over and say hello. The world is dominated by the rich now, and poor people like us can only bow and scrape. Following Xiaohai's few words of advice, everyone nodded heavily. They all felt a lingering fear. On the way, Wen Wanru kept looking at Chen Yuan, feeling indescribably complicated inside. A young widow who runs a courier station. Not only was she losing money, but her husband left behind so much debt after his death. Relatives didn't understand and she couldn't go back to her parents' home, so a young woman had to become self-reliant. She doesn't want to be so strong, and also wants to have a shoulder to lean on. But over the years, she has seen too much hypocrisy and has long been disappointed with men. When it comes to debts, those men who made a pledge of love to each other run away faster than ostriches. But the Chen Yuan in front of her, a sunny boy, could be said to have turned the tide and pulled her out of the darkness. If Chen Yuan wasn't here today, Wen Wanru didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. If she was taken to see Brother Long, she might. Chapter 49 The Boss Lady has Thoughts. Chen Yuan, thank you. If you weren't here today, I would be in big trouble. Wen Wanru thanked him from the bottom of her heart. What can she give back now? It seems like there is nothing left except thank you. Are you still being distant with me? Don't forget, you've received my salary and are still my employee. I didn't need enough just now, and those people are really disgusting. How about taking me to your house for a meal? I heard before that Jumechi often went to your house for meals and said that your cooking skills are very good. I also want to try it. Chen Yuan suddenly smiled and said. When Wen Wanru heard that Chen Yuan was going to her house, her heart suddenly trembled. I have been single for so many years and have never brought anyone of the opposite sex home. Especially recently, in order to avoid debt, she has been hiding from place to place and it seems that she has not been home for some time. Okay, then I will cook for you myself today and reward you, my hero. Anyway, Chen Yuan, thank you so much. When Wanru said this, her eyes were red and crystal tears appeared. Chen Yuan didn't say anything, just stared quietly at the beauty in front of him. Then the two of them went to the vegetable market and bought some vegetables that Chen Yuan liked. Wanru also took the initiative to put her arm around Chen Yuan's arm, and they bargained in the vegetable market like a young couple. Wanru's mood value +2. Wanru's mood value +2. I bought some seafood and some vegetables, and my mood value increased by 4 points. Sure enough, there are different strategies for different women, it's not just about throwing money at them. After buying groceries, I came to the house where Wanru lived. After opening the door, Wanru bent down to change her shoes. The perfect curve showed off a perky peach, and from Chen Yuan's angle, he was instantly distracted. My nose almost bleeds. If there were no system, perhaps the biggest interaction with the boss's wife in this life would be when I received my salary from her. Sometimes, even when you get your salary, you may not be able to see the boss's wife. But now it's different. The moment he possessed the system, the gears of destiny had already started turning. Wanru changed into slippers and took out a pair of pink shoes from the cabinet. I'm sorry, there's no man in my family, and my parents live in my hometown. Besides Meichi, there are no other guests at home, so I can only ask you to put up with it and wear women's slippers. Wanru said in a very gentle tone. It's fine. Chen Yuan said casually, changed into slippers and walked in. Go sit on the sofa for a while. I'll go change my clothes and tidy up the room. It's such a mess. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. At this moment, Wanru was no longer the same as before and seemed to have become more reserved. But also more serious. I still remember that I was preaching to Chen Yuan in the morning. And now it really seems like the female worker working for Chen Yuan is staring at the changes in Chen Yuan's expression every moment. Chen Yuan didn't say much and sat down on the sofa. Then he saw Wanru busying around the house. Afraid that Chen Yuan would feel bored, he turned on the TV and washed a plate of fruit and put it on the coffee table. Where is the bathroom? Chen Yuan suddenly asked. I just had a few drinks in the restaurant and felt like peeing in the car. It's here, at the entrance. Wanru, who was busy in the kitchen, pointed to the door next to the room. Chen Yuan then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. The moment he closed the door and turned around, he was stunned. At the same time, Wanru, who was busy in the kitchen, slapped her head, her pretty face turned red instantly, and then she hurriedly ran out of the kitchen. Chen Yuan saw so many styles of clothes and instinctively lowered his head. Suddenly, the bathroom door was opened. Chen Yuan instinctively turned his head to look, and then his eyes met Wanru's. The air froze at this moment. Wanru instinctively looked in a certain direction, and in an instant, her face turned red to her ears and then to her neck. Ah! Wanru screamed almost instinctively and turned her head away quickly. Chen Yuan was also startled. He quickly wiped it with a tissue and put on his pants. I'm sorry. I forgot to pick up something. Wanru's voice was a little shy and flustered. Are you okay? Wanru turned her back to Chen Yuan and was unable to control her imagination at all. I feel so embarrassed. Especially when she thought about the fact that she forgot to put the things away and that Chen Yuan had admired them all, she felt extremely shy. It's done, it's done. After Chen Yuan said this, he pulled up his pants and walked out of the bathroom. Wanru also turned her head at the same time, and the two of them looked at each other. The air became restless again at this moment. The moment their eyes met, Wanru's pretty face turned so red that it seemed like blood could drip out. Chen Yuan moved aside again, and Wanru lowered her head and walked to the left, and her head instantly hit Chen Yuan's chest. The atmosphere at this moment was so awkward that both of them reacted almost instinctively. Then Chen Yuan moved to the left, and Wanru bumped into him again. Chen Yuan simply raised his hands, then stood there, watching Wanru rush into the bathroom like a fleeing rabbit. She was as fast as the wind. She stretched out her snow-white hands and waved them on the wall, grabbing all the styles, then turned around and ran out again. Chen Yuan licked his dry lips, his heart was restless, it was almost fatal. As expected, the young woman's killing power is the most deadly, and it can almost be said that she can kill people of all ages. Wanru returned to her bedroom and gently closed the door, as if this door could isolate the suffocating scene from the outside world. Her heartbeat was still violent, as if it was about to jump out of her chest, and her breathing became rapid. She stood there, motionless, trying to calm her disordered breathing. She carefully put away the clothes on the wall one by one, and each piece of cloth seemed to carry a trace of Chen Yuan's gaze. After her husband passed away for so many years, Wanru has become accustomed to facing the challenges of life alone. Over the years, her world has become smaller and smaller, and her emotions have been gradually worn away by the years, until today, this ordinary yet extraordinary day. Chen Yuan's appearance was like a stone breaking the calm surface of a lake, causing ripples. She had never thought that a man's gaze could make her feel so uneasy and heart-beating, as if her soul, which had been silent for many years, awakened at this moment with an irrepressible passion. She squatted in front of the closet, holding her head in her hands, her heart full of contradictions and self-blame. "Oh my God, what are you thinking about, Wanru? 10 years age difference and sister-brother relationship? No, no, no," she muttered to herself, trying to dispel those inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 50. It's so hot. Reason told her that Chen Yuan was young and rich, and she was more than 10 years older than him, so she was not worthy of him at all. Such thoughts are not only a betrayal of the past, but also a humiliation to oneself. However, the emotions that were aroused deep in her heart were like a fire that burned more and more vigorously, making it impossible for her to extinguish it easily. In the living room outside, Chen Yuan sat on the sofa with a wandering look in his eyes. The charm of a young woman does have an indescribable magic, especially when it is revealed in such an inadvertent moment. Although he tried hard to divert his attention, Wanru's figure always lingered in his mind. Chen Yuan sighed and tried to calm himself down. He knew that the most important thing now was to respect each other's space and feelings. He stood up and decided to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water, hoping it would sober him up. With light steps, he walked towards the kitchen. When Wanru finally stood up, looked at herself in the mirror, and instinctively touched her face with her hands. Although she was not as energetic as those young girls, she did not seem old. She was trying to find out if her charm was still there. Will he dislike me? Wanru's heartbeat quickened again when she heard the sound of light footsteps outside the door. She held her breath and listened to the sound of Chen Yuan walking into the kitchen. At that moment, the whole house seemed to become quieter, with only the sound of each other's heartbeats echoing in the air. About 10 minutes later, when Wanru finally plucked up the courage, tidied her hair, changed into a thin pajamas, and slowly walked out of the bedroom. The action of lifting her hair to hide her embarrassment is even more charming. Her steps were light, as if she was fighting against her inner hesitation with every step. She was busy in the kitchen, and the black suspender pajamas she wore was both elegant and revealing a hint of casual sexiness. The fabric clung to her body curves, outlining her slender figure. Her snow-white skin was revealed, so delicate that it seemed as if water would come out if pinched. Especially the pair of snow-white beautiful legs, set off by the black skirt, are as smooth and flawless as mutton fat jade. Chen Yuan sat on the sofa, his eyes unconsciously drawn to her, and he swallowed almost instinctively. When he saw Wanru appear at the kitchen door, his heart was moved, and he thought to himself, there is a way. Chen Yuan quickly realized his gaffe, the baguette was pressing against his thighs, so he quickly adjusted his sitting position. After busying around for a while, Wanru finally brought out 4 dishes and a soup and placed them neatly on the table. Then she put her hands on her waist, a look of pride on her pretty face. "Come on, try my cooking. Don't be disgusted if it doesn't taste good. This is the first time I bring a man home and the first time I cook for the opposite sex." Hearing Wanru's words, Chen Yuan also hurriedly stood up and walked over. "Wouldn't it be my honor?" The two smiled at each other and sat down. Wanru took out another bottle of red wine, and they each poured a glass. They clinked glasses and took a sip, and then Chen Yuan began to taste the 4 dishes. Kung Pao chicken and shredded pork with green peppers are both home-cooked dishes, but they have a unique flavor. Being with a beautiful woman, especially a top-notch beauty like Wanru, even eating coarse food has a special flavor. As the saying goes, beauty is a feast to the eyes. Red wine paired with beautiful women, coupled with that subtle atmosphere, is like a paradise on earth, making people obsessed and greedy. "Boss lady, your cooking skills are amazing. It's really delicious." Chen Yuan ate it in big mouthfuls and raised his head to ask, "Why don't you eat it?" Wanru held her chin and watched Chen Yuan eat. Her heart was filled with happiness. She was originally a little nervous, worried that Chen Yuan would not be used to her cooking. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. Just watching you eat is fine. I still need to lose weight. I've gained another 2 kilograms recently. Wanru pouted when she said this, and then rubbed her belly, which had no fat at all. You're already so thin, and you still want to lose weight? If you lose more weight, you'll turn into a skeleton. You can't sacrifice your health for beauty. Chen Yuan ate the food and the dishes with big mouthfuls, which was also the best feedback to Wenwanru's cooking skills. What do you know? Losing weight is a woman's lifelong career. I'm already this old, if I don't manage my body well, I won't have any advantages. Wenwanru picked up the chopsticks and took 2 simple bites, but her eyes were always fixed on Chen Yuan, so tender and affectionate that it seemed as if they could melt people. How could Chen Yuan not feel it? He was also curious as to why the proprietress's mood changed so drastically after she returned to the room. There were hints in both his words, it was just that Chen Yuan couldn't guess what the other person was thinking. How is that possible? The boss lady is always 18 years old. What's more, she's been so well maintained, she's no worse than those older girls. Chen Yuan said sweetly. When Wenwanru heard this, she felt a little secretly happy and her smile became sweeter and sweeter. Bah, your little mouth is as sweet as honey, you must have coaxed many little girls. I'm an old aunt already, I won't fall for that. Wenwanru said coquettishly, and the look in her eyes as she looked at Chen Yuan seemed to be thickened. I'm telling the truth. If this were before, when I was working for you, these words of mine would still need to be considered. But don't forget, you are working for me now, and I pay you a salary. Do I need to say nice things to please you? It doesn't make sense. Chen Yuan shrugged and said. These words made Wenwanru tremble with joy and smile charmingly. Especially her face, which was moisturized by red wine and had a warm blush, she inadvertently raised her hand and lifted up her hair at the temples. Charming and charming were the most appropriate words to describe Wenwanru at this moment. This is what is called an old woman stirring up the passion of a young man. Chen Yuan had already put down his bowl and chopsticks, his eyes were so embarrassed that he didn't know where to look. The beautiful spring scenery, fine wine, and beautiful women in front of you seem to be able to take away your soul. The time is ripe. If Chen Yuan doesn't do something now, he will be a fool. He stood up suddenly and stared at the other person with wide eyes. Wenwanru was startled and leaned back, covering her mouth. The next second, Chen Yuan pulled up his short-sleeved shirt and took it off his body, revealing his strong muscles and chest. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? Wenwanru panicked instantly when she saw this situation. Although she had already prepared herself mentally, she still turned her head away when she saw this scene. She bit her lips tightly with her silver teeth and was extremely nervous. My heart was pounding as if it had been hit by a lost deer. I even imagined what would happen next, being picked up by the other party's powerful arms and then thrown hard on the bed. Chapter 51. That night, you rejected me. As the saying goes, a long drought is often met with a downpour of rain. Before she fell in love, she kept a distance from those of the opposite sex who had bad intentions towards her. But once you fall in love with someone, you can't control your emotions at all. Your mind is full of all kinds of messy things, and you even have a strong desire and expectation in your heart. It's too hot. I think I'm a little drunk. I took off my clothes and it's much cooler. Wenwanru, who had already slowly closed her eyes and lowered her head, sighed deeply and rolled her eyes when she heard these words. Then the two continued to eat, clinking their glasses against each other, taking a sip at a time, and soon the bottle of red wine was empty. After the two finished eating, they simply cleaned up and went to the balcony together and sat on the floor. Because Chen Yuan was smoking, Wenwanru sat next to him. The two of them just looked at the scenery outside and chatted. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and they were no longer as unfamiliar as before. Chen Yuan, I really want to thank you, really. Wenwanru expressed her true feelings, tears streaming down her face, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Yuan's arm. Why are you talking about this? Chen Yuan reached out and gently wiped Wenwanru's tears. The next second, Wenwanru actually dived into his arms and threw him to the ground. Their eyes met, and Chen Yuan was pushed so hard that he was stunned, secretly surprised in his heart. Are all young women so proactive? I don't know how to repay you, especially with so much money. I can't take advantage of you. Wenwanru's voice was choked with sobs. I will definitely pay you back with the money I earn in the future. Before that, she bit her lip, as if she had made a major decision. I'll give you some interest first. Wenwanru's mood value +2. 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 Emotions heated up, feelings emerged, and the emotional value increased by a full 10 points. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yuan already felt a burning sensation on his lips. Wanru's kiss was passionate and affectionate, as if she wanted to put all her gratitude and affection into it. Chen Yuan was also infected by this deep affection and responded to her kiss. The two of them seemed to have their blood ignited. As for Wanru, she had been completely lost in the strong scent of Chen Yuan's masculine hormones, and her eyes became more and more blurred. The snow-white arms were hanging on Chen Yuan's shoulders, the pajamas had been lifted up, and they were honest with each other. However, just when the atmosphere was about to reach its climax, Wanru suddenly stopped, hurriedly picked up the suspender nightgown from the ground, and put it on hastily. "I'm sorry, I can't." Wanru's voice was trembling and guilty. At this point, she rushed into the room and closed the door tightly. Feeling conflicted and uneasy, she threw herself on the bed and burst into tears. Chen Yuan, who was on the balcony, also sat up slowly. He looked at the closed door, his heart filled with confusion and loss. As a breeze blew, he could still feel the faint fragrance on his body, as well as a scratch on his chest and 2 rows of clear bite marks on his shoulders. It's crazy. This is just the prelude, it hasn't really started yet, but it's already so unrestrained and passionate. Chen Yuan was even a little annoyed. He was about to get to the point, so why did it suddenly stop? He scratched his head helplessly, lit a cigarette and started smoking while standing on the balcony. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not extinguish the fire within him. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and rush into the bathroom, turn the water to the coldest setting, and pour it directly on his head. The cold water covered my whole body, and there seemed to be a sizzling sound. The fire was out and Chen Yuan calmed down. But he couldn't figure out what happened to Wanru. Isn't this a huge contrast? She was the one who took the initiative, and she was also the one who rejected it. But the only consolation is that his emotional value increased during this process. Although he felt a little annoyed and disappointed, Chen Yuan also knew that love cannot be forced. After all, people have said that interest is interest. Maybe I was too impulsive just now. He took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom. At this time, Wanru in the room had also calmed down. She sat on the bed, looking at the closed door, her heart full of contradictions and struggles. She knew that she had feelings for Chen Yuan, and she also knew that he had helped her a lot. It seemed that this was the only way she could repay him. However, she also has her own concerns and worries. She didn't know whether this relationship could last long, nor did she know whether she could bear the responsibilities and pressure that came with this relationship. If she repaid him in this way, then in Chen Yuan's eyes, perhaps she would be no different from those materialistic women. It was late at night. Chen Yuan was staring at the starry sky on the balcony, while Wanru was tossing and turning on the bed with tears in her eyes. No words were spoken that night. Chen Yuan slept on the sofa. It was 12 o'clock at night. When Wanru in the room finally decided to come out, she just stood silently at the door, staring at the figure lying on the sofa. In a trance, I felt a sense of strangeness yet a hint of familiarity. Recalling what happened on the balcony before, I just felt my face blush for no apparent reason. When Wanru tiptoed to Chen Yuan's side and found that he was already asleep, she then took out a small blanket and gently covered him with it. "My little rascal, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I'm disappointing you, but I'm really upset. Things are developing too fast. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. You are the first person who has entered my heart in all these years." When Wanru muttered a few words softly, and couldn't help but stretch out her hand and stare at Chen Yuan's face under the moonlight. Then he slowly reached out and stroked it gently. He really is like a sunny boy. Looking at Chen Yuan was like seeing her own brother, which made Wanru feel a strong sense of shame and guilt. When she fell in love, she began to feel inferior. After a while, when Wanru slowly stood up, went to the bathroom, then returned to the room and closed the door. At this time, Chen Yuan slowly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. I didn't understand what the boss lady was thinking before, and why there was such a big contrast. He was not asleep just now. After hearing Wanru's mumbling, I already had a rough guess in my mind. Perhaps the proprietress has some unresolved conflicts in her mind. Have your own difficulties. But if he didn't say it, Chen Yuan had no choice. This situation has now reached a bottleneck. Unless a breakthrough is made, this line will probably have to be abandoned. Chen Yuan rubbed his head, took out his mobile phone and looked at it for a few times. He found that Su Yaoyao had not sent him any message, so he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chen Yuan has the habit of getting up early because he used to deliver express and he had to run to the express station early every day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he got up, washed his face, and walked out the door. After buying some breakfast, I went into the kitchen and started frying eggs. Been busy for a while. When Wanru pushed open the door and walked out slowly. After what happened last night, the relationship between the two became more subtle. Seeing Chen Yuan still busy, I felt so sweet in my heart. It feels so different to have a man at home. And this feeling of being pampered is so warm. Why did you get up so early? I drank a little too much last night, and my head is still dizzy now. When Wanru sat on the chair at the dining table, saw the lemonade that had been poured, so she picked it up and took a sip. While drinking water and looking outside, an unbearable smile appeared on her pretty face. Secretly sweet. Chapter 52. Something happened to Wanru. Who says it's not true? The after effect of this wine is too strong. After drinking it, I felt numb all over and forgot what I did. Chen Yuan said as he brought out 2 plates of fried eggs, 2 glasses of milk, and 2 fresh sandwiches. Did you make all this? Wanru felt a warm feeling in her heart as she looked at such a sumptuous breakfast. Asked in surprise. It's definitely not takeout. Eat it while it's hot, and then go back to take a nap. Chen Yuan said with a smile. Then he pulled out a chair and sat down. Then wait a minute, where are you going? After eating a few bites of fried eggs, Wanru was a little absent-minded, and no one knew what she was thinking about. He raised his head and asked tentatively. That look was full of anxiety, as if he was afraid that Chen Yuan would disappear. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that since yesterday, Chen Yuan's series of actions had formed a sense of security and protection for it. It's like finding someone to rely on. When you have something, you will be afraid of losing it, but when you don't have it, you won't have such unnecessary thoughts. When you experience beautiful things, you become anxious. Just like Chen Yuan, he worries every day that the system will suddenly disappear, otherwise he will be reduced to his original form. I'm going home soon. I'm embarrassed to end the night here with you. Chen Yuan smiled and said. When Wanru heard his words, her heart instantly panicked. She has been avoiding it, not daring to face it, but not wanting to lose it even more, so she becomes more conflicted. I lost my appetite instantly. Why aren't you eating? Don't you have any appetite? After seeing Wanru put down her bowl and chopsticks, Chen Yuan asked in confusion. It seems that I drank too much yesterday and my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I'll go in and lie down for a while. Don't forget to lock the door when you leave later. Wanru's face looked very ugly. She was not showing it to Chen Yuan, but with a hint of loss. Seeing Wanru walking back into the room, Chen Yuan didn't say anything more. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, Chen Yuan came to Wanru's door. He wanted to sue her, but after thinking it over, he decided not to. So I put the keys on the coffee table, changed my shoes and walked out the door. About half an hour later, the tightly closed door was opened. Wanru stuck her head out and looked outside. She found that Chen Yuan was gone and the nest was tidied up. It looked very clean and comfortable. The balcony windows were also open, with breezes blowing and sunlight casting shadows of the trees. There's just an inexplicable sense of loneliness and desolation. It was just one night and nothing happened, but Wanru had a strong feeling that something important was missing. The one who broke into my inner world. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Wanru picked it up and saw that it was a message from Chen Yuan. The stomach medicine I bought for you is placed at the door, don't forget to take it and take it on time. Wanru sighed deeply, feeling inexplicably sad. He walked to the door and slowly pushed it open, and found that the garbage at the door had also been taken away. Then I saw that the black bag was taken back by him. Put it on the coffee table and open it gently. We have all kinds of stomach medicine. There was also a note left inside, also left by Chen Yuan. Take care of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, call me anytime and I'll take you to the hospital. After seeing this line of words, Wanru's eyes instantly became red, her nose felt sore, and she began to sob softly. Why are you so nice to me? What are you doing? Wanru whispered softly. What she fears most is that others are kind to her but she cannot repay them. Especially when I thought about how Chen Yuan repaid the loan shark debt for me yesterday and did not force me to do anything, but instead took care of me in every possible way. Obviously, he is also a boy and needs more care. But the opposite happened. This made Wen Wanru feel even more inferior, and she also felt that she shouldn't expect too much. After taking the medicine, Wen Wanru just wanted to hide in the room and take a nap. Compared with the debt she had incurred during this period, the pressure was so great that she could not breathe. Now facing an unrequited love, Wen Wanru feels suffocated. The pressure of debt can be relieved. But that kind of emotional choice is like a big rock pressing on your heart. She is ill. Suffering from lovesickness. Ding ling ling. The phone suddenly rang, and Wen Wanru answered it reluctantly. Boss lady, are you at home? If you are, please come to the station as soon as possible. Something big has happened. The call came from the site manager, Zhang Zitao. The voice was very anxious. What happened at the site? Wen Wanru's emotions instantly became tense. Chen Yuan has already paid off all his debts, so I believe those people will not cause trouble again. What else could happen? The landlord came over and said we were 13 months behind on rent and wanted to evict us. Didn't you say last month that you had rented a house? If it doesn't work out, let's just move out. Now the landlord has locked the door. Many items could not be delivered, and our employees were forced to stop working. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Zitao said anxiously. When Wen Wanru heard this, she stood up suddenly, her pretty face turning pale. Coupled with the negative effects of the hangover caused by drinking too much last night, I felt dizzy and my body was shaky. It took a few minutes to calm down. I understand. I'll be there right now. Don't worry, everyone. I'll find a way to solve the problem with the landlord. Wen Wanru said and hung up the phone. Then he hurriedly called the landlord again. After a moment, a man's voice was heard from the other side. Ms. Wanru, I finally got your call. I've been looking for you for more than 2 months, but you were either not at home or no one answered the phone. Are you playing hide and seek with me? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. There were even disgusting sounds of dry coughing and spitting, and it sounded like they were playing mahjong. Wen Wanru frowned, trying to suppress her nausea, but still said, Uncle Son, I told you before that I will definitely pay you back the rent. You have to give me some time. When our site's dividends come in, I will definitely pay off all the rent I owe, and I will also give you all the rent for the new year. I've already rented it for such a long time. If I hadn't encountered any problems, I would definitely not have defaulted on the payment. The landlord just smiled faintly after hearing this. Chapter 53, Find Chen Yuan, he is so rich. Miss Wen, I have heard this more than once or twice. You are right. You are an old tenant. When you and your husband rented my house, you helped me solve a big problem. But now you can see that the competition for housing is fierce, and the rents of the commercial housing around here are rising every year. I haven't raised your rent by a penny in all these years. I have to make a living too. Miss Jean across the street is also in the express delivery industry. She has taken a fancy to my house long before, but I have never agreed. But now you can see that someone has offered a higher price. I have no reason to refuse. You should settle the rent issue as soon as possible, otherwise you won't be able to take the detained goods away. As for the renewal of the lease for the new year, forget it. I have already signed a contract with Miss Jean. Suddenly, a loud shout of 80,000 came from the other side, followed by the landlord's excited shout, I won. Then he hung up the phone. After hearing this, Wen Wanru sat down on the sofa, hugged her knees and buried her head between her legs. I didn't know what to do for a moment. Now I can't even pay the overdue rent, where will I get the money to renew the lease? The reason why she did not give up this site was because she and her husband had run the site together. Later, her husband had a car accident and died young. The heavy blow took her a long time to recover from the grief of widowhood, and she continued to run the accounting site. Since Zhang Zitao called several times, Wen Wanru did not answer. Instead, she checked her bank account and sent messages to her friends, hoping to borrow some money to pay the rent she owed first. At least the goods cannot be detained, otherwise once a complaint is received, the operating rights of the express delivery station may be revoked. But after checking all the friends in my bank card and address book, I found that all the friends I borrowed from were either men who wanted to take advantage of me, or they are just a bunch of old perverts trying to get tens of thousands of dollars to lust after her beauty. Even some old classmates knew her plight and offered to lend her money, but their words were full of hints of sleeping with her. Wen Wanru became more and more upset the more she looked at it, and she wished she could smash her phone. When she checked WeChat and saw the wallet balance of 300,000 yuan, her eyes suddenly lit up. I thought of Chen Yuan. I thought about the money he transferred to me. I originally didn't want to use this money, but now there is really no other way. Wanru simply put on some makeup, then changed into a brown leather skirt, a white top, and walked out of the house in a pair of cool high heels. At the same time, Chen Yuan, who was originally driving his car to the forest shop, suddenly received a message. He picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be sent by Zhu Meiqi. No, as soon as I finished reading the message, the other party called me directly. Originally Chen Yuan didn't want to answer it, but he wanted to see what this yoga pants green tea who looked down on him in the past was trying to do. Hello, is there anything wrong? After answering the phone, Chen Yuan's voice was very cold. He is not interested in low-end players like Zhu Meiqi who rely on various tricks and fish in the circle of friends. Because the other party's level is not enough to become his cashback tool. Oh, Master Chen, you're still thinking about what happened before. I was ignorant, wasn't I? Ignorance is not a crime, so please don't blame me, okay? On the other end of the phone, Zhu Meiqi's voice couldn't help but become hoarse. Chen Yuan felt upset after hearing this. He has locked onto 2 targets so far, but neither has been accomplished yet. He feels empty when he doesn't see him for a day. Don't say anything if you don't want to. Chen Yuan acted extremely cold at this moment, but because of this, Zhu Meiqi's heart was pounding. She felt that Chen Yuan was extremely handsome now, and his masculine charm had exploded. I was obsessed with her for a while. Don't be so impatient. Are you too angry recently? How about coming over and I'll make you a cup of tea to help you cool down? Zhu Meiqi said with a smile. The words are full of hints. Chen Yuan had lost his patience and said, forget about getting rid of the internal heat. I'm afraid that if I don't get rid of the internal heat, you'll eat me. Nothing else, hang up. I'm driving. Just as Chen Yuan was about to hang up the phone, Zhu Meiqi's anxious voice came from the other end. No, look at what you said, how can I still eat you? I called you because I have something to tell you. Are you not with Wanru now? Chen Yuan, who was about to press the hang-up button, stopped after hearing this question. And parked the car aside. Wanru sent me a message just now, wanting to borrow money. Logically speaking, she should be with you, so she shouldn't be short of money. I guess she must have run into some difficulties. It's very likely that the rent for her site is due and the landlord is making things difficult for her again. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked me so easily, but I don't have that much money. After Zhu Meiqi finished speaking, Chen Yuan was just about to turn around and go to the station to check the situation. But suddenly it stopped. The situation with Wanru is unclear now, and after what happened last night, if I take the initiative to show my affection, what's the difference between that and being a bootlicker? You clearly have the initiative. If I go there now, I will be really controlled. Even with the system and the huge love fund, he gained the most powerful advantage. But if you still behave like a loser before, devoting yourself silently, being available whenever you are called upon, paying money and contributing your labor, then what is the point of obtaining the system? When there is no system, our abilities are limited and we give everything but all we get is a thank you. When you have a system, you have unlimited power and spend money lavishly, but in the end, you still have to say thank you? What is that picture? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan smiled. Before when Wanru spoke up and came to him, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to offer warmth to her. Meanwhile on the other side, when Wanru had already arrived at the express delivery station, and while on the way, he transferred all 300,000 yuan to the landlord. Made up the previous rent. When she arrived at the express station, when Wanru saw a middle-aged man with a hunchback, wearing flip-flops and shorts, and with some gray hair. He was the landlord, Uncle Sun. The door of the express station has been opened, and the employees have taken out all the parcels inside for sorting. Standing next to Uncle Sun was a plump, seductively dressed woman. When she saw Wanru coming over, a smug look appeared on the charming woman's face. Boss Wan, you are finally here. Pack up all your things quickly. I'm going to move my new site here within 3 days. I have already found the employees, please don't delay my important business. I told you that I would kick you out within half a year. You haven't forgotten what I said, have you? Miss Jean smiled smugly. I had my eyes on this site long before this. Just because the rent has not yet expired, even if the landlord wants to cancel the contract, he has to pay 3 times the penalty. So it has been delayed until now. Miss Jean has long disliked Wanwanru, a woman who relies on her good looks. The male residents nearby were all fascinated by it and filled in the express delivery addresses to their stations. It took away a lot of Miss Jean's business. Now that I have finally cleared them out, no one will come to compete with me for business in the future. Chapter 54 is the bottom line. Uncle Son, I would like to ask you to give me a little more time. When the time comes, I will definitely pay you the entire year's rent. We have been working together for so long, you know my credibility. Wanwanru came to Uncle Son and said in an almost pleading tone. However, Boss Son doesn't seem to be so easy to talk to anymore. He just shook his head. Miss Wan, please don't make things difficult for me. Miss Jean and I have signed the contract. I have received the money and I will definitely not return it. The rent I paid you for the previous year was only 300,000. They paid me 350,000 yuan directly, and it was for 2 years. Uncle Son has made up his mind to rent the house to Miss Jean. Not only did they give a lot of money, they also gave it generously. This is also human nature. After hearing this, Wanwanru instantly felt like a deflated ball because she knew she didn't have the strength to compete with others. Stop struggling here. Why are you pretending to be pitiful? Look at how coquettish you are. If you hadn't relied on your good looks to seduce the residents around you and made them leave their packages with you, your little station would have closed down long ago. What's the point of being pretty? You're just stupid. If you had the ability and brains, you wouldn't have to be so humble in front of me now. Your pretty face is such a waste. Miss Jean said sarcastically while holding a lady's cigarette in her mouth. But not everyone can find a wealthy sponsor like her. God is indeed fair. Even though she was very jealous of Wanwanru's beauty, this woman had a bad fate. If you can't find a wealthy backer, you'll just be bullied. When Wanwanru heard this, she was very angry, but she couldn't do anything about it. What are you still standing there for? Clear out the house. If you don't clear it out within 3 days, I'll throw all your stuff out. After Miss Jean said this, she got into a BMW X5 and drove away. Be as arrogant as you can be, and be as proud as you can be. Zhang Zitao took the opportunity to run over and said with a grin, "This bitch is too arrogant. She just follows an old man and doesn't mind the smell. She makes some dirty money by being his mistress. Boss lady, don't worry. If it doesn't work, I'll find my buddy. We can rent a cheaper garage first and then transfer our goods there. Let's take our time with the site. If you're short of money, I have some savings here, probably over 100,000. If you need it, just let me know." Zhang Zitao looked very heroic and said while patting his chest. But his eyes never left Wanwanru. Full of passion and greed. He had been secretly in love with Wanwanru for several years, but the boss's wife was already married, so there was no chance at all. But now it's different. The boss is dead, and the boss's wife is in trouble again. It's finally my chance to show my abilities. Wanwanru had no intention of listening to Zhang Zitao's nonsense at the moment. The site was already facing the dilemma of being unable to continue operating, and the garage site plan he proposed seemed ridiculous to her. "Boss lady, why don't you say something?" Zhang Zitao continued expectantly, "As long as you nod, I will contact someone right away. At worst, we can start from the beginning." Wanwanru glared at him fiercely, her voice cold and firm, "Shut your mouth. How did you come up with the idea of using a garage to open a site? How much should I thank you for?" Zhang Zitao was completely stunned, obviously not expecting Wanwanru to react so violently. She had already turned and walked towards the site's office, quickly convening a meeting of all staff. In the office, the employees stood in 2 rows, and the atmosphere was heavy. Wanwanru sat on a chair, opened the safe, took out 120,000 yuan in cash and placed it neatly on the table. Her voice was steady but full of emotion. "I believe everyone has seen that the landlord will not rent the house to us, and our site can no longer operate. Last month's salary has been settled. There is still some money left, so let's take it as severance pay." She stood up, her face serious, and she bowed deeply to everyone with a sincere attitude. "I, Wanwanru, thank you all for your support and help over the years. Without you, our site would probably not be able to survive until today." People had different reactions. Some sighed, some shook their heads, and several female sorters couldn't help wiping their tears with their hands. They have worked here for 7 or 8 years and have long been accustomed to everything here. They are reluctant to leave suddenly. "Madam Boss, we don't want this money." A slightly plump girl stood up and said. Yes, everyone knows that you have a hard time and they will sympathize with you, another employee echoed. When you open another site, please give us a call. We'll be there whenever you ask. Others also expressed their opinions. When Wanru was moved as she looked at these loyal employees, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you all for your understanding and support. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be my family. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely reopen the site, and I will be the first to notify you then. She bowed deeply again, expressing her inner gratitude and reluctance. At this moment, the room was filled with a strong warmth and sadness of parting. Everyone's heart is filled with uncertainty about the future, but they also have trust and expectations for Wanru. About half an hour later, the employees reluctantly drove their electric cars and left the company. The last person to come out was Wanru, holding the lock in her hand, and took another deep look at this express delivery station that had been in business for 8 years. When I first came to this city, I relied on this small site to expand little by little, bought a house in this city, and settled down. This place is filled with so many memories. But now they are about to leave, and Wanru feels a strong sense of reluctance in her heart. But there is no way. After locking the inner door and closing the rolling door, Wanru put her hands in her pockets, raised her head, and took a deep breath. Ding ding. Just then, a car horn sounded. I saw a red Volkswagen Beetle parked on the side of the road. Zhu Meiqi opened the car window and waved. Wanru forced a smile and walked over. Get in the car. Zhu Meiqi patted the passenger seat and Wanru slowly got into the car. Do you have a cigarette? Give me one. Wanru said with a smile. Why are you smoking for no reason? Zhu Meiqi said this, but still handed the cigarette to Wanru, who lit it and took a deep puff. The whole person looks very depressed. Chapter 55 The Drunk Lady Boss. The express delivery station can no longer operate, so the owner rented the house to that guy named Jean. It seems that it's time to leave. Now that I think about it, I should have gone back to my hometown. Wanru showed a bitter smile on her face. I knew it was that bitch named Jean who did it. That boss Fong pursued you for half a year, but you rejected him. But this bitch named Jean keeps throwing herself at you. Now that this pair of dogs and bitches have finally gotten together, I thought that she would definitely find ways to deal with you. Look, it's been less than a year. This woman surnamed Jean is too arrogant. She is just licking people's ass behind their backs. What's the point of pretending? When Zhu Meiqi saw that her good sister had suffered such a great injustice, she also joined in cursing. That's also his ability. Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely not be able to accept it. Being with someone you don't like is torture even for a minute or a second. What's the use of having money? It's not a job for the young. People will get old one day. A relationship without a foundation is like a pile of loose sand. It will be blown away by the slightest problem. But she lives very transparently. Wanru said lightly. All men are bad. But even now, if you beckon me, that Fong guy will still act like a lapdog. I know you won't do that. Including my boss Zhou. He has already asked for the necklace back. He was still smiling when he came to me. This man gets more stingy as he gets older. And that guy surnamed Fong is too ugly. He is almost 50 years old. Only the woman surnamed Jean can eat so much and endure it. She is not afraid of dying in her belly one day. Zhu Meiqi spoke very straightforwardly and roughly, without any taboos. Let's find a place to have a drink. Wanru wanted to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Perhaps only by getting drunk can I forget all these troubles. Okay, I'll be happy to accompany you. After Zhu Meiqi finished speaking, she drove Wanru to a pub. After the two sat down, they drank and chatted. Before I knew it, the table was filled with empty bottles. He drank more than a dozen bottles of beer alone. Wanru was completely broken. She leaned against the wall, crying as she spoke. Talking about his miserable life. Zhu Meiqi tilted her head and smoked a cigarette with a bitter face. She had been skirting the rules and fishing in the circle of friends for so many years. And those truly rich people look down on people like me. So what we're caught were all good for nothings, with strong exteriors but weak interiors. She has seen many hypocritical people. So when the two women started chatting, it seemed as if there were no good men in the world. That's not right, Wanru. What's the situation with Chen Yuan? He's been really nice to you. I checked the necklace you're wearing, and it really costs over 1 million. You're so generous, and you're so handsome, have you ever considered it? No, I said I forgot something. I sent him a message today, saying that you were in trouble and needed money. Didn't he come to find you? Xu Meiqi asked curiously. I haven't seen Chen Yuan from the beginning to now. I've been busy listening to Wen Wanru complaining. When Chen Yuan was mentioned, Wen Wanru slowly opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her red face. Yeah, he's been pretty good to me. I never thought he'd become so rich. I used to like him, he's practical and capable, but at that time he was being bewitched by a green tea girl. To be honest, I have been observing him for a long time, but it was just observation. I have always treated him like a younger brother. But if you're talking about love, Wen Wanru took a deep breath, picked up the wine glass and took another sip, then shook her head and said, Sister, I'm not worthy. Upon hearing this, Xu Meiqi became unwilling. He stretched out his hand and slammed it on the table, his face full of seriousness. What are you talking about? My sister is so beautiful, with great breasts and a great butt, and a perfect pear-shaped figure. What man wouldn't drool when seeing this? What's wrong with Chen Yuan? He's just a nouveau riche. Didn't he work for you before? He is no longer worthy of her. He deserves death. Obviously, Xu Meiqi was a little drunk and was shouting at the top of her voice, which had attracted strange looks from many male guests around. But she doesn't care at all. Chen Yuan is quite good. They say men become bad when they have money, but I can feel that he hasn't changed. I'm so much older than him, I can't hold him back. Let's forget about dating. Although I know he is willing to be with me, but one day he gets tired of me and no longer loves me. What should I do at that time? Should I kill him or tie him up at home? Sister, I also have dignity. I can't live by relying on men. When Wanru finally spoke out her true feelings, picked up another empty wineglass, and found that the wine had been drunk. Waiter, another dozen beers please, thank you. When Wanru smiled and waved to the waiter outside. A moment later, a dozen beers were served. When Wanru was about to take it with her hand, but when she looked up, she was stunned. I saw Chen Yuan looking at me with a smile. When Wanru thought she was drunk and rubbed her eyes. After you finish this dozen, I'll take you two home. Chen Yuan smiled and said. How did you find this place? What are you doing here? Haven't you already gone home? Why are you still looking for me? When Wanru said this, her pretty face turned a little cold. There was also a questioning tone in his voice. But anyone could hear that her heart was filled with grievances, and she was even more resentful about Chen Yuan's departure in the morning. Who said I came to see you? It was Meiqi who asked me to come over for a drink. Chen Yuan also sat down, looked at Wen Wanru with interest and said with a smile. Okay, it's good to have money. If you have money, you can ask your former boss to work for you. If you have money, you can spend it lavishly to buy women's happiness. You can flirt with whoever you want, even my best sister. Yesterday he pretended to be sweet with me, and today he started to attack my sisters, Wen Wanru gave a thumbs up when she said this. Although she had a smile on her face, her heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. Even though she was numbed by alcohol, she still felt the pain. Wanru, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Yuan came here specifically to see you. I just sent him a message saying that you were drunk and he came here because he was worried about you. Xu Meiqi hurriedly began to explain. But in my heart I was thinking, my dear sister, you think too highly of me. She wished that Chen Yuan would be interested in her, even just a little bit. Sister, I will definitely make him feel what madness is. But what can I do? Others simply look down on me. Just like that old monk, they act as if they have lost everything when they meet me. Instead, when he saw Wen Wanru, her eyes were so hot that they seemed to melt people. Chapter 56, In Love, Whoever falls in love first loses first. You betrayed me. Why did you ask him to come? Are you here to see me make a fool of myself? No need, it's just a dead sight, I don't want to do it anyway. I don't need anyone to pity me. Wen Wanru stood up and put on her coat when she said this. But when I stood up my body was shaking. It seemed as if he was about to leave, and just as he took a step, his body was about to fall down. Wen Wanru's emotions completely exploded. She was like a wild cat forced into a corner, crying and making a fuss, using the alcohol to vent her inner pain and inferiority. She felt that she was not worthy of Chen Yuan. The feeling of being loved but not being able to get it was like a sharp knife, cutting her heart again and again. She didn't want anyone to see her so vulnerable, but at this moment she could no longer control her emotions. The guests around cast curious glances and whispered, as if they were watching a good show. Shu Meichi tried to dissuade her, but to no avail. Wenwanru became more and more agitated, as if she wanted to release all her pent-up emotions. Suddenly, just as Wenwanru was about to leave, Chen Yuan grabbed her hand forcefully. He didn't say much, but just pulled her in front of him and stared into her eyes with an unquestionable firmness in his eyes. "What are you doing? Let me go. Aren't you going home? Go home quickly and don't come to see me again." Wenwanru widened her eyes and spoke in a cold tone, but she hadn't finished her words. Chen Yuan stepped forward without hesitation, gently held her face, and gave her a domineering and affectionate kiss. It is also this moment. All the passengers in the restaurant burst into screams and cheers. Everyone was joining in the fun. Chen Yuan's kiss hit Wenwanru like an electric current, suffocating her instantly and making her whole body limp. She felt her heart beating faster, as if the whole world had stopped at this moment. Chen Yuan's lips were gentle yet powerful, with an irresistible force that made her want to push his hand away, but she gradually became powerless and finally succumbed, losing the will to resist. She closed her eyes and indulged in this sudden intimacy. All her grievances, pain and inferiority disappeared at this moment. When Wenwanru finally reacted, she was almost suffocated. Chen Yuan had already picked her up by the waist like a princess. She opened her eyes slightly and found that she was held tightly in his arms, her body suspended in the air, and everything around her became blurry. She wanted to struggle, but her body seemed to have been drained of all its strength, and she could only lean weakly on his chest. What are you doing?" Wenwanru's voice was a little coquettish, with both complaints and a hint of sweetness in her tone. "There are so many people watching, put me down quickly, I can walk by myself." Chen Yuan smiled softly, his voice low and gentle. "If you don't let me come, what else can I do? Seeing you like this, I feel bad." As he spoke, Chen Yuan had already carried the other person out of the restaurant. Wenwanru blushed, buried herself in his arms, and muttered softly, "I'm just a little sad. You left this morning, and I thought you didn't want me anymore." At this moment, Wenwan was just like an innocent little girl, with a shy face. She lay in Chen Yuan's arms as docilely as a kitten. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "I didn't say anything. That was just your wishful thinking. It was you who misunderstood me, and now you want to blame me. Shouldn't you apologize to me?" Wenwanru raised her head, tears flashing in her eyes, and her voice choked, "But I am so old, I am not worthy of you. You are so rich and so outstanding. I am afraid that others will gossip about me in the future, and you will dislike me." After hearing this, Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Don't define your life by things that haven't happened yet, and start planning ahead. Live in the present and be happy every day. As long as you like something, you should like it boldly, and don't wait until you miss it to regret it. Who knows?" After hearing this, Wenwanru hesitated for a moment, and struggle appeared in her eyes. Then he broke away from Chen Yuan's arms and jumped to the ground. Then he stretched out his hands and held Chen Yuan's face, looking very serious. "I've figured it out. Even if that day comes when you despise me, I will help you find this young girl. Let her replace me and continue to accompany you. I will leave by myself when the time comes, so I won't think too much about it anymore. Cherish every day I am with you now. Just like you said, as long as I can be happy, it is enough." Wenwanru's emotional value +10. At this moment, Wenwanru seemed to have an epiphany that a relationship was about to end before it even began. That is the greatest sorrow. If you start thinking about losing something before you have it completely, then is there any meaning to be happy in life? What's more, for a man as outstanding as Chen Yuan, I am destined to be unable to tie him down. Since I can't tie him up, I will just enjoy the present moment. However, when Chen Yuan heard Wenwanru's words, his heart was also touched. How come I met another love-brained person? Half an hour later. Downstairs of Wenwanru's house, the two slowly got out of the car. Wenwanru stood at the door of the unit, looked back and asked, "Do you want to go upstairs for a cup of tea?" "It's my honor." Chen Yuan just nodded and agreed, but at this moment, he received a message on the phone. He picked it up and saw that it was sent by Su Yaoyao. At this time, Su Yaoyao was lying on the bed in the rental house, shaking her two little feet. She had just finished a shower and her hair was still wrapped in a towel. I haven't contacted Chen Yuan for 2 days, and I found that this big-headed ghost seemed to have really forgotten me. How is this possible? It feels so bad to be banished to the cold palace. Originally Su Yaoyao was angry these 2 days, and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely bind Chen Yuan's heart. But no one expected that this big pig's hoof would disappear out of thin air. When she opened the WeChat chat window, she hesitated for a long time, fearing that the message she sent would show a red exclamation mark. Moreover, if you take the initiative at this time, you will seem so cheap. However, Chen Yuan seemed to have disappeared. Even though we were only apart for 2 days. But the days are like years. Su Yaoyao couldn't bear it any longer. She was completely confused. She couldn't eat or drink. She didn't try to lose weight deliberately in the past 2 days, but she still lost 3 kilograms. What are you doing? After seeing the message, Chen Yuan took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. It is also conceivable that with Su Yaoyao's personality, she would take the initiative to send a message. It is indeed not easy. Do you want to go up or not? What are you doing? Chen Yuan. When Wanru, who was standing at the door of the unit, asked with some confusion, tilting her head. Madam, I'm so sorry, I won't go up. My friend has something to ask me, so I'm leaving now. Chen Yuan picked up his phone and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, when Wanru rushed over and hugged Chen Yuan's waist from behind. Chapter 57, Brother Woji, the credit card of the top one is about to explode. What's so important that you don't even have time to go upstairs and have a cup of tea? Are you going on a date with some pretty girl again? A hint of suspicion and jealousy could be heard from Wanru behind him. Chen Yuan smiled awkwardly, and had no choice but to close the screen and put the phone in his pocket after typing the words he had already entered. Although he had a smile on his face at this moment, he felt more and more like a scumbag. To say I feel guilty. That's not at all. Because he was sure that without a system, without sufficient love genes as a foundation, the problems faced by the boss's wife were simply not something that a low-level employee like him could solve. It will not make the boss lady feel dependent. Thus was born the concept of confession. Everything has to have a cause. And the fuse of this cause will determine the future. But if there was no such cause, then there must be no connection between him and these 2 women at all. Su Yaoyao would not take the initiative to send him a message. In this way. How can I feel guilty about this? I really have something to do. How about I make breakfast for you tomorrow morning to make up for it? Chen Yuan slowly came back to his senses and held Ben Wanju's little face. Gently kissed him on the forehead. Okay, I'll let you go this time. You should go back early too, and don't go out and fool around. If I find out, you'll be dead. At this moment, the proprietress Wanru seemed to have the aura of a young girl, and her voice was even slightly panting. No longer the arrogance and maturity of the past. When the love brain takes over, the IQ cannot be raised. The feelings for Chen Yuan spread throughout the body at a speed of 180 pulses per second. Don't worry. Chen Yuan gently scratched Wanru's nose with his hand. That doting action made Wanru feel dizzy. This is called contrast. The more she lacks something, the more you should give her. Wanru's emotional value +5. Look, here it comes, just by scratching my nose I got 5 points of emotion. Although Chen Yuan's control over various goddesses cannot reach perfection, he has reached the level of mastery. A strong woman like the boss lady appears strong on the outside but is empty on the inside. We are most helpless when we are weak. More fragile than anything. What she lacks most is this kind of love, warmth, which can nourish her frozen heart. And a school beauty like Su Yaoyao, who has been arrogant since childhood and has no shortage of bootlickers and suitors around her. What is most needed is naturally to be like a domineering president. A unique preference coupled with flowers and flowers can win her favor and a smile. Now Chen Yuan has seen through love. Whoever falls in love first will die first. Okay then, I'll go back first. Don't forget to come and make breakfast for me tomorrow morning. I also want 2 fried eggs and a sandwich. The one I made this morning is really good. If I don't see you tomorrow morning, I will definitely cry. Even though the proprietress has sobered up now, she still looks drunk and crazy. Because only at this time can she show her innermost feelings without restraint. That is the desire for love. Yeah. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded, then waved to the other party. I watched with my own eyes as when Wanru opened the door of the unit and went upstairs, until she entered the room, turned on the lights, and then took off her high heels. I trotted to the balcony, leaned on the window and looked down. I found out that Chen Yuan was still there. The two waved to each other. Only then did Chen Yuan turn around and leave. On the other side, Su Yaoyao was lying on the bed with a pout, as if she was suffering from depression. There was no more in her eyes, and her pretty face no longer had the confidence and grace of the past. Su Yaoyao, what's wrong with you? Why are you so useless? When have I ever been treated like this? She's ignoring you, why are you still taking the initiative to get close to her? Su Yaoyao lay on the bed, looking at the chat window that hadn't had a reply for a long time. She was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone. Chen Yuan, I'm really angry this time. If you have the guts, stop messaging me. Snort. After Su Yaoyao finished speaking, she turned over and covered her head with the quilt. And Chen Yuan had already arrived outside the community. He took out his phone and started replying to messages. I just met up with friends, I'm not in a good mood, and now I'm on my way home. How are you? Why aren't you sleeping yet? After sending 2 messages, Chen Yuan waited for a few minutes. But I never received a reply from the other party. Chen Yuan no longer had any patience, so he hailed a taxi and headed towards his rental house. After returning to the rental house, the members took a shower and then lay directly on the bed, fiddling with their cell phones. He sighed deeply. At the moment, the ones who are the fastest to receive cash back are Su Yaoyao and the proprietress Wen Wanru. Wen Yanru's speed is slightly slower. But in 2 days it also grew to 62 points. This has to do with the most basic emotional value at the beginning, the other party is negative. But at the moment, the boss lady seems to be more difficult to deal with than Su Yao. Although she is an experienced person, her thoughts are more conservative. This is also the reason why she has been able to remain chaste even after being divorced for so many years. It's difficult. What's wrong with this person now? When there was no system, I was always the one who gave my heart, but after having the system, why is it the other way around? Seeing that Su Yaoyao didn't reply to the message, he still seems angry. Wen Wanru must have fallen asleep as well. Instead, Chen Yuan is now hiding alone in the rental house. Very boring. I took out my phone and turned on the digital short video program, originally wanting to find a program to listen to before going to sleep. Suddenly I saw a live video broadcast. He slid several times in succession. His eyes lit up instantly. How could you forget about this? A digital jumping short video platform with a lot of beauties, and so many beautiful anchors are online. There must be quite a few people at the gold level. But it is extremely difficult to meet in reality. So far, I have only met 3 beauties, Lu Qingqing, Su Yaoyao, and the proprietress. There are so many women on the street, and a quick scan of the iris shows that they are all silver level. Bronze accounts for the largest proportion. The streets are full of vulgar people. It doesn't meet the standards of the system at all. At this moment, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. I am even less sleepy. Then I opened the live broadcast platform and turned on the iris scan. Only those beauties with delicate makeup and level 10 beauty filter, after iris scanning. All of them revealed their true colors. The moment the face without makeup appeared, Chen Yuan was so scared that he almost threw his phone away. Especially seeing those many bare-faced faces twisting and turning in front of the mobile phone camera. Every word she called out was so charming. But without makeup, her facial features are distorted and her face is covered with oil. Chen Yuan was staring at this with a grin on his face. He even clicked into a live broadcast room, although there were not many people, only 7. The top brother on the list has already generated 100,000 sound waves. That is worth 10,000 yuan. But the real age of this female anchor is already 37 years old, but with exquisite makeup, perfect lighting, and the beauty filter, she looks really good. She looks as fresh and lively as a girl in her 20s. Brother Woji, please save them quickly. Their health bars are coming over, the female anchor was still shouting. Chapter 58, Brother Jiandan? Ha, just a level 0 trumpet. Then a rocket was seen taking off into the sky. Douyin number 1 came out. Then Brother Woji typed a few words on the public screen. Stinky treasure, why are you panicking? I'm here to guard the tower. After seeing this, the female anchor held her face and made a cute gesture. But when it fell into Chen Yuan's iris scanning, it was so eye-catching. Chen Yuan shook his head and exited the live broadcast room. Let us observe a 3-second silence for Brother Woji, the top brother on the list. Then he took a deep breath and browsed the live broadcast rooms of more than 20 female anchors in succession. But I found that they were all beauty monsters. Under the Red Devil's scan, even silver has become a luxury. Not to mention the gold level. When the member was about to lose his patience, he suddenly saw a female anchor whom he had followed before. My name is Eggplant, so I'm going to give it a try. Very cute name. Moreover, when Chen Yuan was bored before, he would also log into this live broadcast room and chat with the female anchor. The most important thing is, this female anchor is not that snobby. Even if Chen Yuan is just a level 0 trumpet that has not yet sprouted. The other party was also very enthusiastic in the interaction. If Chen Yuan remembered correctly, this female anchor should have registered her account a month ago. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan clicked on it. Then I saw a girl in a white dress, holding her face in her hands and staring at the screen. Although it is a live video broadcast, there are several microphone numbers on the right side of the screen. Several level 30 to 40 players are chatting. All are male. One of them is a level 41 wealth number named Loves French Fries. My Sue is talking with a halo flashing. Eggplant, get up and dance. It's the Shake the Sun dance, it's very popular recently. When the girl host heard about liking large French fries, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. He instinctively lowered his head. Big brother Fries, can I not dance? And I dance awfully. The female anchor said with great embarrassment. What are you afraid of? You have the talent. Of course I have to show it. Otherwise, it would be so boring for everyone here. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to jump, I will give you a Porsche sports car. Big Fries said this proudly. Yes, let's get up and dance. We've been chatting here for a long time and our mouths are dry. Want to liven up the atmosphere? Big brother Fries has promised to give you a sports car. Another level 32 wealth account, named Big Brother Fengpia Suwashin, also echoed. Hurry up and jump, Big Brother has spoken. How can a broadcaster not be able to dance? If you don't jump, Big Fries will go to another live broadcast room. A sports car will be accepted by any live broadcast room. Another level 27 wealth account named Du Chon Linger spoke up. I was the one who made the eggplant purple, the female anchor side. She stood up slowly and covered her chest with her hands. At this moment Chen Yuan instantly understood. No wonder all the big brothers on the microphone wanted the female anchor to dance. So that's what it is. And they danced the sun shaking dance, although the movements were very simple. But the magnitude is large. These old guys are definitely seasoned experts. Chen Yuan glanced over. Iris scanning is turned on. The female anchor had turned on the background music and tried to dance a few times. Suddenly, an information bar pops up. Name, Su Miao Miao. Age, 22. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Charm, gold 4 stars. Emotional experience, 0. Note, simple-minded. When seeing this scene, Chen Yuan felt like he had discovered a treasure. The number of emotional experiences is actually 0? This is literally a blank sheet of paper. No wonder it's so informative. It seems brainless. When he thought of this, Chen Yuan could no longer suppress his excitement and directly clicked to apply to go on the microphone. At this time, the female anchor Su Miao shook her head awkwardly and turned off the background music. I'm sorry, I really can't dance. I just jumped a few times and I felt really awkward. Su Miao had already sat back in her chair, her pretty face flushed. It's okay, you danced well just now. Who told you to have a good body? This is a natural talent. After Big Fry said this, he saw the special effects of a red Porsche appear on the screen. French Fry's brother is generous. This is what a big brother is. Why don't you say thank you, host? The other two also joined in the fun. Su Miao always felt guilty whenever she saw the special effects gifs on the screen. After all, the dance just now was very bad. He stopped before he had even jumped halfway. People still gave gifts. Thank you, Big Fry brother, thank you for your support. Hey, brother Jiandan? You're here. I haven't seen you for a long time. I'll carry you to the microphone right away. When Su Miaomiao saw the ID of the person applying to go on the microphone, surprise showed on her face. Only then did I remember that when the show first aired, this brother named Jiandan accompanied me for a week. He also helps maintain his live broadcast room. Then he clicked accept. Chen Yuan's portrait also appeared on the microphone. Miao Miao, long time no see. Could you please give me some management? Next time I can come up by myself. Chen Yuan said with a smile as he turned on the microphone. Su Miaomiao just nodded and agreed to give Chen Yuan management authority, but this move immediately aroused dissatisfaction among several regular customers of Meishu. They obviously felt that a level 0 account like Chen Yuan was not qualified for such a privilege. Du Chonglinger was the first to break the silence, with obvious sarcasm in her tone. Brother, at what level do you want to manage? Don't you know that management is equivalent to protection? You are a level 0 account, and you don't have the consumption power. Feng Xinsuopio also interrupted in a sarcastic tone. At first I thought it was some big brother, contributing 0 sound waves, and asking for management. How shameless. I have already blocked my votes and supported the anchor with 100 sound waves, but I didn't even have the nerve to ask for management. Now a freeloader wants to be on the screen? Right below the microphone order, there is a female ID user named Shala Jiao, who speaks in a clip-like tone as soon as she opens her mouth. She just said, Brother Fries has already swiped 3,000 votes, and he still hasn't been managed. You are so shameless. You are pretending to be rich even though you don't have any money. Do you have any money to accompany you? Ha, Chili Girl's words are so funny. But I think it makes sense. Brother Jiandan, you should at least show it to the anchor first, and don't try to manage right away. Just then, Big Fries also spoke. This moment made Su Miaomiao feel a little embarrassed. No thanks. Don't get me wrong, actually when I first started broadcasting it was simple. My brother was the first one to enter my live studio and stayed with me for a week. He works very hard, delivering packages all the time, please don't make things difficult for him. Su Miaomiao only got to know this brother named Jiandan through chatting before, and he knew that his offline work was very hard. I don't make much money in a month. And being a host yourself also has its own difficulties. I always feel that it is simple like this, and my brother has a lot of topics to talk about. So that was the companionship during that period. It was this simple brother who gave her the courage to persevere. Chapter 59. Your little money is just pocket money for others. When everyone heard this, they realized that this so-called simple user was actually just a courier. Just deliver the couriers. You won't make much money in a day. Don't waste your time on entertainment. The girl named Du Chonlinger made a mocking voice. When hearing this, an unnatural look appeared on Su Miaomiao's face. Because this sentence made her very disgusted. Not for anything else. It's because her father is also a courier. It is very hard and busy every day to take care of this family. My mother has been bedridden for 7 or 8 years, but my father has never given up. I would rather suffer a little more and save money for my mother's medical treatment. People at the bottom also need entertainment and care. But entertainment should be kept in moderation. As a brother, I would like to advise you that this live streaming platform is too complicated and you can't handle it well. The money you earn is just pocket money for others. You can still increase the popularity, just give it more likes. Fengpio Swaxin also laughed at this time. In this live broadcast room, don't cheat and keep your mouth shut. Brushing votes is the real support for the anchor. When Big French Fry said this, he released another special effect. It turned out to be the special effects of a customized Porsche sports car. This special effects gift requires more than 1,800 sound waves. But Su Miaomiao couldn't be happy at this moment. Even if her family needed money, she didn't want to sell out her own personality in exchange. Thank you, Big Fry's brother, thank you for your support. Su Miaomiao was not in a very good mood, and everyone could feel it. Sitting back in my seat, I found Jiandan, who hadn't spoken a word the whole time, as if I had been left out and isolated. On the contrary, it was Big Fries who were chatting happily. The Big Fries, in particular, seemed extremely excited at this moment. With his level, he can become the big brother in this single-digit live broadcast room by spending a few $100s. It feels so good. In fact, no one knows that he bought this level 41 wealth account on TB for less than 3,000 yuan. It's nothing more than satisfying one's own vanity. If one starts from level 0, it will take at least hundreds of thousands to achieve it. And he was just a small account before, no one welcomed him in any live broadcast room, let alone attracted any attention. Naturally, no emotional value is obtained. Do big things with little money. Ever since I have this wealth level account, no matter which live broadcast room I enter, I will instantly be like the moon surrounded by stars. The anchor called him big brother and dear in a very sweet way. Sometimes he didn't even need to give any gifts, and the other party would dance to please him on their own initiative. Every action is filled with desire for money. Brother Jiandan, why aren't you asleep so late today? I remember that you played until 10 p.m. before and then went to bed. Don't you need to work tomorrow? Chen Yuan, who has completely lost his sense of existence, is now planning to invest money to tie up with Su Miaomiao. Hearing the other party's question, he turned on the microphone and said, I've made some money recently, so I don't need to deliver express anymore. It can be considered as financial freedom. After hearing this, Su Miaomiao smiled. That's great. This way you won't have to work so hard. At your age, you should also fulfill your dreams. Boys should also have their own dreams. Chen Yuan felt very happy to hear what Su Miaomiao said. Yes. Boys also need dreams, instead of being burdened with mortgages, car loans, and betrothal gifts. Thank you for your blessing. Then I'll give you a small gift. When Chen Yuan said this, he recharged $1 and ordered a few roses. At this moment, the system starts prompting. Consumption successful, Love Fund has been opened. Love Fund 0. Hearing the prompt, a smile appeared on Chen Li's face. He picked up his mobile phone and started recharging. He just thought about it and rushed into 1,000. Then I saw that the Love Fund doubled instantly to 10 million. This feeling has become numb. Thank you for the roses, Brother Jiandan, and thank you for your support. Su Miaomiao stood up, covered her chest with one hand, and bowed towards the screen. I saw Su Miaomiao actually started chatting with Jiandan. Big Fries instantly felt unhappy. He is clearly the number one on the list and the biggest spender tonight, so why is the host chatting with a level 0 account? Brother Jian, your roses are too shabby. At least you should top up 10 or 8 yuan to show your support. At least show a special effect, so that the host can stand up and thank you. You really got your money's worth. It was obvious that Big Fries was in a bad mood at this moment. Obviously he was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Miaomiao. The other two guys could naturally feel Big Fries' emotions, and they all spoke up and echoed him. Anchor, this is where you're wrong. The star of the night is our Big French Fries. I just gave you a few roses. What's there to thank me for? Why aren't you chatting with Big Fries, but maintaining a level 0 account? Du Chonglinger asked in a very puzzled tone. No wonder your livestream is so unpopular. Your EQ is too low. It's obvious that the French fries guy has been waiting for a reason to spend money. You don't even get this point. If you continue like this, can you make money? Thankbios walks inside when he said this. I'm really sorry, I'm really not feeling well today. Otherwise I wouldn't have given up halfway through the dance. I'm sorry, Brother Fries, I will definitely learn the dance well and dance for you again some other day. Su Miaomiao gave an apologetic smile. After all, the top brother on the list is the breadwinner of the live broadcast room. And I am indeed short of money. Although I am very reluctant to maintain it, there is no other way. It doesn't matter whether you dance or not. Don't feel too much pressure, don't worry, I will definitely support you. Big French Fries didn't care at all and acted very generous. At this time, after Chen Yuan obtained the Love Fund, he directly invested 100,000 yuan. It instantly turned into millions of diamonds. After opening the gift bar, you will see a wide variety of gift special effects. Brother Jian, why are you silent again? If you're sleepy, go to bed early. If you need anything, feel free to WeChat me. Seeing that Chen Yuan hadn't said anything, Su Miaomiao greeted him politely. I don't want him to stay here too long. After all, those people were targeting Chen Yuan, and if a fight broke out later, it would be difficult to resolve. But just as she said this, she overlooked something very important. Big French Fries and others who were originally chatting were all stunned. What the hell, Anchor, do you have his WeChat? Du Chonglinger asked the question first. Is there no threshold for adding V now? A level 0 account can be added on WeChat, then you, the Anchor, are too worthless. Don't blame me for speaking bluntly. Thankbios Watson also spoke at this moment. Chapter 60, starting from level 0, hundreds of rockets are fired in seconds. As for the large French fries, they were actually put directly into the mic. Then he typed a few words below. Fortunately, I didn't brush it too much, it would have been a waste of emotion. I have to manage a level 0 account, and there is also the anchor's V. This is simply too outrageous. After leaving a few words, Big French Fries left the live broadcast room. The remaining 2 people all started talking on the microphone. Host, you see, you made the big brother angry, and he simply stopped spending money. They spent so much money, they must have provided emotional value. A level 0 free account needs to be managed, and your V needs to be managed too. What do you think the number 1 guy on the list will think? Du Chonglinger spoke again? Forget it, this anchor is just stupid. When adding V, there are always thresholds. I have seen sentimental big brothers, but I have never seen sentimental anchors. The words of Feng Xiaotuoxin were also full of sarcasm. So much so that Su Miaomio was a little panicked at this time. Even many of the user comments below are full of malice. Even the consumer brother can't afford to feed and clothe his parents, how can this anchor make money? You look a bit silly and innocent at first glance. You want to lick a level 0 account too? You are dumbfounded this time, the capital is gone. I guess the French Fries girl is a female anchor from another Chongqing company. I don't think this live broadcast room can be opened. The anchor has no experience at all. The level 0 trumpet on my Su, this is all because of you, don't you have any expression? At this time, many people have tagged Chen Yuan SID. You made the leader of the list angry and ran away. You should at least brush some points, otherwise the anchor will lose a lot of money. Could it really be that they don't give away the main character for the coins? I've been standing in the outer area for so long, don't you feel embarrassed? This is because I am used to freeloading. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to stay here. Looking at the various barrages and comments below, Chen Yuan just smiled faintly. I'm really sorry everyone, I didn't mean it. I just want to fully maintain it. I cherish you all and thank you for your support. Su Miaomio sighed deeply, stood up and bowed. What else can you do besides apologize? Forget it, it's too boring. No matter how much money this anchor gives her, it's all in vain. There were originally more than a dozen people in the live broadcast room, but in the blink of an eye, only 4 or 5 were left. And just at this moment, the idea of Big French Fries floated in again. Eggplant, the more I think about this, the angrier I get. Look at your rankings, they are simply off a cliff. I gave you thousands of sound waves, and you treat me like this? If you see Big Fries. Su Miaomio didn't know what to do. French Fries, I'm so sorry. Tell me, what should I do to calm you down? Su Miaomio was completely panicked. I didn't expect that a simple arrival today would lead to such a result. The operations manager just sent her a message. The whole article is full of curse words. Said she wouldn't keep her eldest brother. Seeing that the number 1 on the list was gone, I went to maintain a small account. Are you stupid? Looking at the conversation full of malice, Su Miaomio was almost crying. Under the urging of the operation, I had to apologize first. I don't have any requirements, just fairness and justice. First, let me manage it, and then send the V to me privately. Big French Fries quickly sent 2 comments. After seeing this, Su Miaomio fell into hesitation. Forget it, I don't want it anymore, that's enough. I am unlucky today. I will never come here again. Let that level 0 trumpet protect you. And those 2 guys on the My Su page who have no money but are trying to show off, they just flatter me and say that they don't use coins. After saying this, Big French Fries did not leave the live broadcast room. Instead, he scolded all the users in the live broadcast room except Su Miaomio. The 2 guys on My Su's list did not expect that they would be implicated. We were having a nice chat just now. Why are they being scolded too? Just then, Su Miaomio clicked on an application. Then the Big Fries were pulled to the MC. And the word management is displayed. You still have some conscience. Otherwise I would have really left just now. When Big French Fries saw that he had been put on management, the anger in his heart finally eased a little. The first thing he did after gaining administrative authority was to turn off Chen Yuan's microphone sequence. Level 0 trumpet, you either need to get some glasses or I'll ban you from the microphone. If you dare to say another word, I will kick you out and block you right now. You will never be able to come to this live broadcast room again. Big French Fries was extremely aggressive. Start threatening and using authority right away. When Chen Yuan saw the scene, he clicked on a pair of small glasses. Special effects accompanying the eyes appear on the screen. The big French fries finally solved the wheat order. Meow meow, please remove his management rights. I will compensate you for all your losses today. When Chen Yuan said this, Su Miaomia widened her beautiful eyes in shock. I became even more nervous. Is this going to be a fight? Brother Jindan, don't be like this, isn't it nice for everyone to play together? Stop browsing, I'll chat with you today. Su Miaomia waved her hands repeatedly. Naturally, I knew that Chen Yuan seemed to be angry as well. This is an impulsive time. It's easy to consume. But once you spend it, you will regret it. Su Miaomia has always had a naive idea, that is, every user in the live broadcast room who voted for her did so willingly, and it was not an impulsive behavior. However, Chen Yuan's words instantly caused Big Fries to laugh at him. What do you mean? Brother, turn off your microphone. You feel uncomfortable, right? Then you keep on brushing. I'll see how you make it up to me. You'll have to knock me off the list in 1 second, said Big French Fries with disdain. Just as he finished speaking, a rocket special effect shot up into the sky. The blue Douyin #1 special effect instantly filled the screen. So much so that everyone in the audience was stunned. Even Su Miaomia covered her mouth. This was the second time she had experienced this special effect. Worth 1,000 yuan. A full 10,000 sound waves. As soon as the big French fry reached his mouth, he choked back his words. I didn't expect that this guy would actually become the #1 on TikTok. If you have the guts, keep swiping. I wonder how a courier like you can be so confident. How interesting. Are you trying to scare me with a crappy TikTok account #1? Don't you see how much I have earned? Just as the big French fry finished laughing. At this time, Chen Yuan clicked on the gift special effect of Douyin #1 with his hand, and then it was connected wirelessly. The screen vibrated violently. A series of special effects of blue rockets taking off filled the entire screen. Numbers are displayed on the left side of the screen. X1, X2, X3, X10, X20, X30, X99, X129. Chen Yuan didn't know how much he gave at one time. The thumb is a series of combos. Banners kept appearing above the live broadcast room. The subtitles on the screen keep scrolling. His level 0 trumpet instantly broke through to level 45 with 0 CD.